Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, what up?
How's
How
it
you doing,
going?
man? I don't know, man. I'm not doing too good today.
Huh?
I'm not doing too good today.
How's that?
Oh, I've had I don't know, man. It's just hot. It was just one of those hot days.
Yeah,
It
we
got
get
up to
that
like
here.
92 or something. It's brutal. I've been soaking myself all day, man. I'm just fucking like heat stroke, man. But I wanted to talk to Barry. If he wants to lead point, then I'll do this with him. But if I don't know, man. I'm not in a very good place right now.
Okay. Yeah, 'cause if I would have known sooner, I could have put an encore up for us.
Well, I didn't want to commit until like I got closer. You know what I mean? So I wasn't feeling good this morning, but that's one thing. But you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm still getting stuff set up over on my side. So, but we should be going here pretty soon. I wanted to call you up and make sure I got good levels. You are sounding a little on the low side, but if you're not feeling well, that's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm not.
So you're not at the top of your game. So yeah.
Not even close. This one here in Ohio.
Hopefully we'll get everybody. I mean, Barry will come in.
God, motivation, man. She writes me like paragraphs sometimes.
How's she doing?
Good. She's getting like a bunch of dental work stuff done, which is why she can't
Ooh.
talk so much all the time.
Yeah, but
And
she
she
can
says that,
type.
yeah.
Yeah.
So she's thinking it'll be done in the next couple weeks here, though, and she should get back in the groove.
That'll be good.
Yeah. Oh man. Why does this keep turning? I just turned that off, didn't I? I need this fan. Yeah, it got hot today, man. And I was working on my truck and just like it was a long day. All of a sudden at like noon we wrapped up and I was just like, holy crap, this sucks. I was hoping I'd feel better, but I'm not really.
Yeah. I totally get it.
Yeah, my truck's been overheating.
That's not good.
Exactly. It started one day, all of a sudden I come up here and it was a couple weeks ago and I pull back in and park and I'm leaking radiator fluid. And it didn't seem like it was that hot. I was watching the temperature and it didn't seem like I got that hot that day. But I guess I did. I don't know. But we started doing stuff and realized that like this thing had an overheating problem before and the guys did some like redneck stuff to fix it.
Oh.
Yeah, so we're going back and undoing all the redneck stuff and like they took out the thermostat completely to prevent it from overheating, which is probably not the best thing to do. But anyway, we replaced that and then we've got a new clutch for the fan coming in tomorrow morning and a couple other things we did. Oh, I got this cool little like radiator that's specifically for my transmission.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've ever seen that before, but yeah, he's like, this will help you climb, hill passes and stuff, like when you're going up passes.
Yeah.
It'll completely like prevent you from overheating. So I'm psyched about that. Hopefully by the time we're done tomorrow, I should have this thing in like much, much better shape than it was. But what am I out like $700 in the process?
Yeah, that's definitely not good.
Yeah. And this honestly, this happened when I went down to get that new replacement Starlink. Right.
Yep.
So they went hand in hand. The same day that that my Starlink went out, I went down to get a new Starlink, and my radiator started having problems. So it's like, I don't know. They say things comes in threes, you know.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I'm totally not feeling it. But you can put up like a encore show if necessary, right?
No, I'm like, I didn't have time
Oh,
to do that. If
oh.
had
I
I,
thought you could always kind of do that last
no,
minute
no,
if
it's
you.
not. I need to know a lot more in advance than just like, oh yeah, a half hour before show. Yeah,
Oh,
let's
so
do an
what would happen
encore.
if we don't do this? What happens then?
Huh?
Just, what would happen if we don't go on?
We're gonna
Just
go
dead
on
air.
somehow, some way. I don't know. We need to
Okay.
find somebody. If uh,
All right.
even if I have to come in and just talk to Barry, I'm like,
Okay.
oh, tell Barry to come into the. Oh boy, here we go. Hold on here. Let me try to bring him in. I'm like, hey, I'm looking for the room. I'm here now.
What room are we in?
The new one that I made for Wednesdays for pre-show.
Okay.
There you are. Or where did you go? Where did he go? Failed. Tried again. Come on, Barry.
Oh, can you like see his chat or something?
Huh?
Can you see his chat or something?
I can see our chat.
Oh, okay.
There he
Yeah.
is.
Gotcha. I was wondering.
Barry, you there?
I'm here, man. Yeah.
All right, Barry, man, I got a favor of you tonight.
What's that?
I want you to run point.
What? I don't have
Yeah, I
any
want
to roll, so
you know what?
I don't have anything to roll with for tonight. I have nothing prepared, so.
Just so I'm like so beat up right now, man. I really wanted to do an encore, but we can't.
I mean, if you want to let me talk more than normal or something, I can.
Yeah, like you know what I say, like bring us in, bring us out. Introduce me instead of me introducing you, and like maybe I've got some stories, but if you just like go through my timeline and open up all my shit into a new tab, just go through them.
Why?
I've got,
Why? I don't. What? Are you not feeling well or something? What's up?
yeah, I'm very much not feeling well.
Okay. Well, dude, I don't want to be feeling that responsibly taking us in and out. You know how terrible I am with that. You do that, dude.
Okay, I'll do the times.
You do the times. Just talk. Just lead me in, and I can rabbit trail to other directions. Don't worry about it. I'll take off a lot of the burden off of you tonight. But just lead
Okay.
it. Let me follow.
Cool.
I'll just ramble more.
Okay, that'd be great.
Yeah, no problem with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, I'm just in a.
I didn't get enough time to pull up an encore to take and do that. Had I known, it would have been not a problem. Sorry, guys.
No, I know what it's like to have. I've had a headache all day, but it's gone, so I'm glad about that. It's just been the last 3 days have been a real. Man, I guess the best way I can just say it is a pain in my ass. That's just the best way I can say it. And I'm being positive about it. I'm not, it's not kicking my butt, but you feel it, man. You feel it when everything's coming against you and you're like, man, I've been through this before and I know what it feels like and I don't like it, but I have no choice but just to keep pushing through.
My rig's been out of commission for like the last couple weeks, and I'm just like tomorrow afternoon I should have it all like fixed up and good to go.
Mm-hmm.
So I haven't been able to get down to the grocery stores and stuff. I've been eating like
Junk food.
just the remnants of anything I can find in here, you know, like rice-a-roni, like shit that I just store in here and know that I'll only, you know, like if I get no emergency, I'll eat it. And now I'm like eating it all.
Oh my
And
God.
stuff,
You
and
need to
stuff
get
that
some
doesn't-
MREs, buddy.
doesn't really
Yeah,
hurt
so
either.
this morning I got a chance to go down and get some food, and I'm like slowly taking it in, but it's just really upsetting my stomach, and I'm like heat flustered. We were working on the carb today, so I was out in the sun. It's like 95.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I got a bunch of things knocked out that have been bothering me, and then I got hit with like 3 new things. So it's like, oh, okay, well, I guess I got to tackle these things now.
When you think about it, it all started out with me, fire this weekend, right?
Mm.
Yeah.
So, and then it just went from there.
Mhm.
I'm kind of wondering how the other shows are going to be,
Yeah, it's
But
Let's
Jack
go.
will be back tonight. That's a good sign. And had I known this, Jack would have came in with you guys to help out.
Mm.
Because
Well, if you want to get him in a
Jack
second,
or
hour,
Jack,
if you think you can.
Jack or Nancy, it's too short a notice for them right now. I'm sure of that.
oh, we can carry it, dude. No problem. It's not even a
Alright.
problem. We got it covered, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
If all
There's
else
no-
fails, Barry and I will talk about Willie, and that usually can cover some time. All right.
Talk about Willie's conversion to Islam
Yeah.
and how he's wearing that full-blown black blanket burqa.
Yeah, guys wear those too. I was going to tell you that.
Do they really?
Yeah,
I did not. That.
Yeah, certain, what do they call them? Certain types of Muslims,
Sex.
yeah, do
So-
that.
so
The
they're kind of-
males, but
they're-
usually they'll have a trim. You know what I'm saying? It'll be like a white trim along the bottom, or it'll be
Fancy.
enough where you can see their the turban on the at the top, because they'll still have their face covered, but they'll wear the
That's
thing.
just somebody's bitch.
So it's sort of like
It
men's-
has nothing to do with their sexual preference or anything like that. It
No,
has
if
to
you're
do
walking
with
around like
a
that, you're
sect.
somebody's bitch.
It has to do with the sect that they're in. All right.
I think it's like men's cheerleaders in NFL football. I think that's what it's like.
Yeah, maybe, but I doubt it. But I'm just saying. All right.
Did you
I-
see?
I've been
What-
I've been to the Middle East a bunch of times, like 11 times. So
Mm.
yeah, and Saudi at
Hmm.
least
Did you see
7
where
or
the
8
left
times. Huh?
the left is complaining about men cheerleaders now in
Mhm.
they're upset because they're coming into women's spaces.
Really?
And
The
it's
left is upset about it?
the left is upset. Yeah.
I thought the right would be upset about that.
Well, maybe, but not the same kind of upset. It would be like, oh,
Mhm.
we're more interested in seeing pretty girls than effeminate men or whatever. I'm not saying they're all effeminate,
Well-
because some of them are kind of masculine, to be honest, because it's a really difficult sport. As far as some of the stuff that they do, but it does seem
And
like the men are kind of effeminate.
And remember that movie Bring It, right? Where they had guys on the teams because the guys had to like launch the chicks up in the air, and they needed guys to be able to throw them that high, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Big
Mhm.
dudes.
So if they're doing that kind of stuff, then I'm all for it. If they're out there as a dude in a dress, like prancing around like some, whatever, then yeah, that's not cool. I'm against
Well, I
that.
mean, it could just be that they ran out of things to whine and complain about, because that's what the
Mhm.
woke crowd does. They just whine and complain because that's what makes them feel better. And so they thought, oh, this sounds like a good one. Men invading women's spaces, as if men cheerleaders hasn't been a thing for a long time.
Didn't they do that with on one of the racing circuits with the girls that they would have associated with racing cars, and they said it was sexist, so they brought men in and like ugly chicks, and it just backfired on them massively.
It just backfired on them. Yeah.
I think everything backfires on them.
Everything on the left backfires, right?
It does, yeah. Well, if you're sane, it backfires. The sane people go, oh, that's a little too much, man. But they just go on and on and on. And I guess I'm kind of grateful for it, But what sucks, man, is how sometimes they get the establishment to go along with it. Just these few small, fringe, bizarre voices, and the whole establishment will get behind it and then make it a real thing. And then pretend like it's not a fringe thing, but it's like what everybody thinks. Remember how they did that at first with the woke thing? They pretended like our ideas were the fringe ideas when then the paradigm had changed, and it was, they were putting away the old patriarchy and the old ways and bringing in their new order. And in reality, they were always the fringe. They never ever got out of that.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to take and top my water off, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm going to get some water right now too.
Okay. Well, I was going to do something, but I'd sure hate to leave bed. That's what I would.
Oh no, I'm here. I'm just getting my water.
Oh, okay. Well,
I don't have to leave to get water. You just might hear some noises in the background.
Yeah, I think I'll get me some water as well. I popped some popcorn last night. Man, I popped it good too this time. There wasn't any like crunchy kernels that would crack your teeth or anything. Which was I got the temperature just right, the right amount of coconut oil. Yep. And now I know how to get it perfect where, most all of the kernels pop right.
Yeah, without burning any of them. That's like the hardest thing about popcorn.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? But it's like if you pop every last kernel, some of them are going to be burned.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. There's going to be some at the bottom that don't pop. It's just you can't avoid that without burning it.
Yeah.
But I made I put some red pepper in it to give it some spice, and it just really seeps into the popcorn, and it's like spicy, salty popcorn.
Oh, nice.
I've done a vinegar and salt popcorn as well, and that was actually really good as well, man. And they sell that popcorn,
Yeah.
where it's a vinegar and salt popcorn. So I thought, well, I'd try it myself. Just pour some vinegar in over the kernels and let it pop right into it.
Oh, really? You didn't put it on afterwards? You put it on before you even cooked it?
Yep. And that's where you get the taste. Yeah, it was good, man. I was like, yeah. What else?
I never think to do that.
I guess you could do the same thing with like jalapeno juice as well.
Mm-hmm.
You could do all kinds of different things. I haven't figured out how to do the white cheddar though. That would be kind of interesting. I'd like to be able to do that, but I have no
smart. Like the Smart Food.
Hmm.
You have that brand Smart Food?
Oh yeah. They have white cheddar, and it's good, man. But it gets all over your fingers, man. Layers and layers.
It does.
It's like, this sucks, dude. Now I got to wash my hands like every 5 minutes. But yeah. So hey, man, I kind of feel with you, man, with the week, but it's just it's been kind of like, I don't even want to talk about it because if I start focusing in on it, I'll then whatever you want to call, I'll make it bigger than it is. So I just
yeah, we don't need to make a big deal out of it on the air. I'll buckle up and pull through, and no one will know the difference.
Oh yeah, and plus I love the opportunity to get to talk a little bit more. It's not going to be a problem for me. So if you
good,
and if you want to cut me off, go right ahead. If you start feeling like you want to do the vibe, but I mean, if we'll make it work, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I just don't want to lead because I don't have the stories. And I'm terrible with the timing, and not normal. But everything else, man. I mean, I'll give you some rest tonight, and
I appreciate it, man. I can use it.
Oh no.
Just
Yo.
trying to cool
Well,
off, man.
I was, I was doing some work before I got on air here, and I really need to be working is what I need to be doing because I'm, in the middle of listing some stuff. I was like, all right, man, I'm just gonna, put it aside and come back to it right after. It's really hard though to go from the show to like work because they're so different. You know what I'm saying? It's a different mindset.
Different
And
skill, different everything.
yeah, but I was gonna have to force myself to finish up.
Well, we're lucky to have this, just because it is a great way to keep you sharp and on your feet and well spoken.
I love it, man. It's well, I bet you anything like having I think this would be a good study. Like people that have a talk show, I would bet you anything that they have a lesser chance of Alzheimer's, or at least getting it later in life. I don't plan on getting it all, but some people may be, have a propensity towards it for whatever reason.
All right,
But
I'm back.
just like crossword puzzles, those they say if
Yeah.
that wards off dementia by like about a decade, for people that might get it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, anything that's using your brain would probably be something good.
Yep.
Roger Hanson, Smoking Peace in the Kick Chat. Roger's probably restreaming. Thank you very much. I'm sure he is.
Mm-hmm. Roger that.
Roger. And
Sounds
all
like
the
a
other
naked.
folks that we have coming in.
Like the way you worded it, all the other folks, like it's like the tens of thousands of people rushing in online.
They could be. Why wouldn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, why wouldn't it?
It's a DREAGUS production. Anything's possible. MC Dirty Work over in the D Live chat. Hope to see you later on tonight. Man, he'd be a great guy to come in for your show. Yeah.
Who's that?
MC Dirty Work over from D Live. Check him out.
MC Dirty Work.
Yeah, he's an MC jam and mo type guy, man. He's just like he can yeah, he's a great guy. Does conspiracy.
Well, have him come join Sunday night after the show.
Yeah. Well, I'll check with them to see. MC, you want to come in on Sunday night on the after show, and we'll check you out for a Wednesday show, maybe later on or something like that down the road. He'll be in tonight. You can listen to him on Nancy's show if you pop in. Yeah, real cool guy. Probably DK Conspiracy over there as well. MC, are you restreaming too? If you are, I appreciate it. Let me bring you up. You might still be going.
Well, let's see what we got here.
He has a show on D Live called the Deprogram.
Oh, okay. Deprogramming the programming.
Program. Yeah.
That makes sense, right?
Yeah. Here, I'll drop what his title is, and what times he's on. Over to you.
Should we do the whole show like this, talking
No,
like
please
this?
don't. Is it a Sunday night? No problem, Barry. All right, Sunday, no problem. All right.
What's up, Willie? Hey, Willie. It's your favorite chipmunk.
Alvin!
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't resist that, though.
That's the way. I like it. All right.
I'm backing out of that because that's obnoxious.
Yeah.
But it just wouldn't be a pre-show without a few voice effects. I mean, you know what I mean? It's like become a regular. It's official. Or am I just imagining things?
Yeah, you're probably imagining things. Don't let it get to you.
Interesting. Am I imagining things?
Yeah, but don't be a communist like Lenin, you know,
Don't be a
because he's
communist.
imagining a world. He imagined a world without people.
In a world without people,
Yeah.
stuck in a space-time vacuum. All right, that's fine.
That's
I
right.
don't need to do that anymore, really. I have no need to do that. It's just, you know, just fiddling. Kind of like Trump likes to doodle and draw things, you know, same thing. Or at least the left says that he likes to doodle. I mean, that's what we've been told.
Yankee Doodle.
Went to town, riding on a pony, stuck his feather in his hat, and he called it.
Macaroni.
He called it. Yeah, there you go. Boy, you know we're on top if we got that down. You know what I'm saying? We got a show that's going to be dynamite tonight for sure. Mark,
I remember Googling that once, and I'm like, why the hell would they call it macaroni?
Okay. Here's the reason. If you didn't know, all
I knew
right.
Mark
I know.
would come up and say there's some
you know
logical
the reason.
behind it.
Yeah, I said I Googled it once because I was curious. Macaroni was just very
I know the
fancy
reason,
back then. It was
Yes, it was very expensive to make.
But I haven't
Yeah.
remembered. Please enlighten me.
macaroni was very hard and expensive to make back then, so it was very fancy.
And now it's like the cheapest thing to buy at the grocery.
Exactly.
Right.
It's so bizarre. I remember it wasn't too long ago. You get like 4. I know it's more than that now, but you could get 4 macaroni and cheese in a box for $1. Remember that?
Yeah.
That wasn't too long ago.
Hey guys, we should probably start looking to head over within the next minute or so over to the next
All right,
one.
I'm gonna hang up.
No, we,
Where's your pipe tonight, Mark?
I got it right here, but I got clickety clack stuff that I got to do before I light up. All right.
Okay, yeah.
All right. Once I hit the 57 mark here, I'm gonna take and switch us over to the next one, and we'll get it going from there. All right. I'll let you know.
Yes, sir.
All right. I guess John's already gone, huh?
In a world of DREAGUS Productions. Tell us about your world, man. Tell us about it. Tell us how it goes down each and every night, man. How DREAGUS Productions basically is riveting the rest of the entire world
That's right. We are.
with its riveting content.
You would never know. But I'm telling
gonna-
you right now. Oh man, don't.
I told you to quit scrolling TikTok before the show, Mark.
No, it's scrolling TikTok. I gotta find. There it is. All right. What?
Say what?
There we go. All right. I'll see you on the other side.
Okie dokie, man. Welcome
All
to
right.
the other side.
Go ahead and
Break on through to the other side.
yeah. Let me hang this up, and I'll get everybody going from there. All right.
That's your dog. You may close it.
Yes.
I'm going with Alex. I mean, with Ricky.
All right. Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
I'm in the bathroom, but I should be out of the bathroom here in a minute. Does it sound like I'm in the bathroom?
You sound like you're in Motivation's living room.
That's wrong, man. I'm telling you, you said that, dude. That is kind of funny, though.
What the hell is this?
Yeah.
Where
That's,
we
that's
at?
called the bath.
Oh,
That's
I
called
just-
the bathroom reverb.
Oh, wait a minute. I gotta hang up on this one and gotta call you on the other one. Oh
Oh.
man, damn it.
Why? Does it matter?
Yes, it matters because the time's already gone. Uh, Wednesday 1. Join now. What the hell?
All right. Welcome to the
All right, you got 30 seconds.
Roundtable Radio Show and beyond.
All right, let's do a quick sound check. How do I sound?
Too late.
Sound great. I love your voice. It sounds very professional.
Oh
Thinking
my
you talk
God.
like that on the show tonight. Can you do that for me, please?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show for Wednesday, August 20th, 2025. And as always, we've got a great show for you coming up right now. For the next 2 hours, we're going to be coming at you live over the radio. With me tonight, I've got Bullhorn Barry. How you doing, Barry?
Oh, man. Yeah, hump day. You know, just plowing away just to get to the weekend, right?
Mm-hmm. Hump day. I don't know if I approve of that term. I never really have.
Well, it's like mid, you know what I'm saying? Middle of the week. They call it hump day.
Yeah, like a camel hump or like go hump someone.
I think neither of those, actually, but, you know.
Okay. Anyway, let's dive into some news. Raise the Colors is trending in the UK right now. We talk a lot about the UK lately because there's a lot to talk about over there. They are falling apart. And Raise the Colors is trending because people are raising the flag of England and the flag of Britain all over the place. The Union Jack and the St. George Cross are going up all over the place. And it's a beauty to see. You go down some of these roads and every single light post has a St. George Cross flag hanging from it. And I think it's a beautiful thing. I think it's gorgeous. I would be so proud if I went over to England and I saw that, you know? But what are the councillors over there doing? The councils are taking them down as fast as you can put them up. They don't fill a pothole. They don't take away the trash all the time. But man, you put up an English flag in England and they will take it down inside of the hour. There was a guy who went to a roundabout and he painted the inside of it white and then put a red cross through it. And not only was he barely done with the thing, he was just finishing it. They came and took him away. And then an hour or so later, boom, they had a spray truck out there to clean it off and get rid of it. The flag of your country painted on a median, and it's so offensive to your government that they come and get rid of it immediately. Barry,
Exactly.
are we watching the decline of the UK or what?
Yeah, well, it's the globalist Democrat way. You know, you can't have nationalism, you can't have populism, and you can't have real national patriotism. You know, like Macron said, he said that nationalism is the opposite of patriotism. Why? Because they believe in world governance. That's the real patriotism. But if you have nationalism and you like your country, like what it stands for, likes the culture, like what it represents, well, that's now a no-no. You know, I can remember when I was a youth sponsor at church, and you know, you really can't be too political and have any kind of a position. And so, what I would do is I would just make sure that every time I came to the church, this was, you know, during Trump's administration, and I guess maybe early into the shamdemic, but not for too much long because I left the church. But basically, I would wear patriotic stuff, and it drove the Democrat leftist woke people insane They hated the flag. But they couldn't say anything. What were they going to say? We hate our country. At that point in time, they weren't willing to say that. Now they just basically say America sucks and we hate the flags. And whenever I see flags, I automatically see white supremacy and racism and all this other nonsense. So I found ways around, and really that's what you have to do in this day and age when you're trying to, get your point across, and especially when there's a lot of censorship, you have to find ways to work around it. And so, man, I had like patriotic wristbands. I had a patriotic stocking cap. One week, I just wore a patriotic suit with a patriotic tie. I mean, I bought this. It's kind of a costumes patriotic suit, but it had red pants with the red, white, and blue stars. It's like a flag sport coat, and I had this
Like Uncle Sam would wear.
Yeah, yeah. And I got more compliments from the conservatives and more dirty licks from the Democrats than you could possibly believe. But they couldn't say anything because that wasn't really political. I mean, aren't we all Americans? Shouldn't we all love our country?
Like the flag of England. There's people out there calling it racist. They're saying you can bring it out for a soccer game, but it's just racist when you do it, on a day-to-day basis. And this isn't new. The criticism of the St. George flag has been out front and center in the UK for several years now, where people just have a problem with it when they're trying to move into this new multicultural new world order, which is why they don't mind the Union Jack so much, because the Union Jack is more inclusive of Ireland and, Northern Ireland and Wales and Scotland.
Mm-hmm.
And
it seems like, they really are the ones that are not inclusive because they tend to not embrace things that represent freedom and things that represent opportunity and things that represent free speech. They tend to represent the cultures that have all these flawed ideologies, maybe some of these people that are radical Islamic people, they tend to have more radical viewpoints. They're a little bit more tyrannical. They're really, really harsh with their women. So they seem to embrace that. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, which is diametrically opposed to their core values. Yet they're saying the enemy of my enemy is my ally. But at the end of the day, they're not allies in any way, shape, or form. The far left and the Muslim communities are diametrically opposed to each other.
I think that's exactly what they're doing. What you just said right there is exactly what they're doing because they really don't like those people. They're using those people to destroy all the good things that we've created, like freedom, like prosperity, like opportunity, right? All the things that we value in America and pretty much all over the world, although nobody really has it as good as we do.
Yeah. I mean, we look at the squad, not so much AOC, but the Ilhan Omar, the Rashida Tlaibs. They're not liberal Democrats in the traditional sense that we in America would look at. They're on the left because they know that the right, i.e. Donald Trump, is fighting against what they want in America, which is for them to be able to take over Minnesota, Dearborn, Michigan, have these areas be their domains where they can institute Sharia law. In Austria, they just allowed Muslims to be able to use intermediaries within their community to settle disputes, which is just open Sharia law now in Austria.
Yeah, it's really scary. Yeah.
A country where we just reported on a few weeks ago how the schools are just they're inundated with people who don't speak English. I'm sorry, their native language, German, and so it is becoming more and more difficult to integrate, to teach, to do anything in the schools because no one speaks the same languages anymore, and most of the kids are named Mohammed. So where do you take that? In Austria.
That makes sense why they like that Islamic Sharia, because it's tyrannical and the globalists are tyrannical. They want to get you used to it. So when they usher in their, liberal world order, we'll just accept it, right? And it may even seem better than if, say, for example, an area that had been taken over by Sharia law, where, in some countries, I remember there were reporters and investigative reporters, from the right that went to different nations where, Sharia had taken over an entire city or a portion of a city, and they didn't even allow women into those areas. I'm trying to think of the one woman. She's done a whole bunch of documentaries, right? I can't think of her name. She's a blonde, but she went there.
Mm.
And she was not in because she was a woman, right? She was a woman, so they would not allow her into that area because it had just been taken over by this, Sharia type of mentality or whatever.
Yeah. I got a clip here of how easy it is to get arrested in the UK nowadays. Ready? Listen to this. He said, "We love bacon." And I would play the rest of this clip, but I don't want to introduce any profanity, which could potentially be in the background. He says, "We love bacon." You just heard it. Instantly, the cops drag him away, cuff him, and he's under arrest.
Yeah, that's tyranny, man. That is absolute.
That's ridiculous. And the sad part is, they don't even have bacon over there. If you go to England and say, "Hey, you want some bacon and eggs?" and they, I say, "Yeah, I'd love some bacon and eggs." You're not going to get bacon. You're going to get ham. Same thing with Canada. I don't know why the rest of the world doesn't eat bacon. It's just so good. It's the number one go-to for breakfast, and yet half the world they think they have bacon, but they don't have bacon. They're being denied. They're living in this false illusion of life where they talk to Americans and say, "Oh, I love bacon too, man. I love bacon." No, you like ham. You've never had bacon. But don't get me started on that. That's a whole nother.
Well, again, it's, if you're going to come over to this country, our country or any other country, you better be willing to assimilate. We're not changing our prosperous, amazing way to, convert to your oppressive way. Okay. Because bacon's popular here in America, man. And remember, you have some of these Muslims going around harassing people, eating bacon, knocking over their plates and doing all kinds of weird stuff like that. And it sort of reminds me also when BLM was real, popular, how they were going around to people in restaurants that they had no idea, what the person believed, if they were racist or not racist. And they would surround them in a restaurant, start yelling and screaming at them until they said Black Lives Matter. Well, they're just trying to peacefully eat, right? Again, this is the stuff that the establishment promotes. They literally promote this kind of insanity because they want to break us down and divide us so that they can take us over.
Heck, in Portland, they were stopping cars, and unless you said the F word towards ICE, they wouldn't let you move on. Right? So that you're just stuck in traffic unless you say F ICE. Right?
Yeah, in any normal reality, that would be headline news, about how these people are totally acting disorderly and harassing people. But instead, it gets a green light or it's just completely ignored.
Yeah. And thank God they're cracking down on all that stuff now. But we'll get to that in a little bit. I want to stick on the UK. I got another story here about how they're basically trying to get 4chan to enact their Online Safety Act over there, right? So they sent this big thing over to 4chan, in accordance with Section 130 of the Online Safety Act of 20. We have today issued 4chan Community Support LLC with provisional notice of contravention. Ofcom is satisfied that there are reasonable grounds for, believing you're controversial in its duties and yada, yada, yada. They want to shut down 4chan, right? So the response here from 4chan, Byron Storm's PC, attorneys at law, statement regarding Ofcom's report of provisional notice, 4chan Community Support LLC. According to press reports, the UK Office of Communication, Ofcom, has issued a provincial notice under the Online Safety Act alleging a contravention by 4chan, indicating an intention to impose a penalty of $20,000 plus daily penalties thereafter. 4chan is a United States company incorporated in Delaware with no establishment, assets, or operations in the United Kingdom. Any attempt to impose or enforce penalties under 4chan will be resisted in U.S. federal courts. American businesses do not surrender their First Amendment rights because a foreign bureaucrat sends them an email. Under settled principle of U.S. law, American courts will not enforce foreign penal fines or censorship codes. If necessary, we will seek appropriate relief in U.S. federal court to confirm these principles. The United States federal authorities have been briefed on this matter, and it goes on to say that Prime Minister Keir Starmer was reportedly warned by the White House to cease targeting Americans with the UK censorship codes, according to reports in the Telegraph. Despite these warnings, Ofcom continues its illegal campaign of harassment against American technology firms. A political solution to this matter is urgently required, and that solution must come from the highest levels of the American government, i.e. Donald Trump. So their response is, Donald Trump told you not to do this. You have no jurisdiction over us. And basically, neener, we're going to keep doing it.
Yeah. That's awesome, man. I mean, but it's that globalist strategy that we've talked about, the foothold strategy, right? In America, we're making all this progress, making all this ground, and Trump's doing some amazing things, and we're kind of actually shifting the paradigm. Well, the globalists say, okay, I see that. That's not going to work for our favor, but we can still make some great progress in the UK. We can still make some great progress in Australia. We can still make some great progress in Canada, Ireland, and different places. So they practice this foothold strategy in the hopes that eventually the pendulum will swing back their way. Then they can bring in their whole, social credit score, their, passport, COVID passport thing, and have, just total tracking surveillance and just complete domination over us. So they're just waiting for that moment. And in the meantime, they're just going to keep, putting forth, they're doubling down, man. They're doubling down and they're doubling down. But here's the good news. Like you were saying, everybody's showing their patriotism. So it's actually having it's backfiring on them. So I think that this is kind of inevitable. It kind of has to happen, that they have to double down in order to wake the rest of the people that haven't woken up yet. They have to wake up too, so that we can have, some sort of big, giant global paradigm shift that most people really from all different aspects of life, whether it's, Christians or New Agers or just people that, just have their finger on the pulse. Everybody's saying that there is going to be some kind of a paradigm shift that's going to be better than what it was before. Because as I've said before, we're either stepping headlong into tyranny or we're stepping into the Great Awakening. It's going to be one or the other. We're never going back to the way things were, because the way things were wasn't really all that great. It's better than it is now, but what awaits us could be so much better, man. That's what Trump is all about, bringing opportunity, bringing renaissance, bringing these freedom cities. Remember when he talked about having these freedom cities, building cities from the ground up to where people can afford homes and cars and vehicles and things like that? I mean, It's basically a world where you can dream it, make it happen. That's the possible paradigm that we could be stepping into, and that the elite want to stop from happening. They want to bring everybody down and take everything away from us so they can control us, because they're a bunch of control freaks.
Yep, they are. And, just to keep on the UK subject here for just another minute or so, September 13th, Tommy Robinson is holding a colossal, massive, record-breaking rally in London and really all over the UK. He's expecting, just in London alone, over 250,000 people, and across all of the UK, over 500,000 people. And he is stressing to them that this absolutely must be peaceful. There are to be no masks. If you can't wear, if you have to wear a mask, don't come. Be peaceful. Don't wear masks. Let's show them what it looks like to have the people rise up peacefully and say to them, hey, we've been asking you to do something about this for how many election cycles now? Has the top thing been illegal immigration into the country? And they've done nothing. They've made it worse and worse and worse, and they have no intention whatsoever of ever correcting the course. And so it's really putting England into a tipping point, a turning point, as I mentioned to Brett last week, where now one of their former generals has come forward. Let me get his exact credentials. Retired British Army Colonel Richard Kemp. He's saying the primary risk the UK faces is from an alliance of the hard left and Islamic extremists, that he fears civil war because politicians are myopic to take action. To quote him a little bit here, quote, and they have no option. I'm not encouraging or supporting this, but I think the people will feel they have no option other than take action into their own hand rather than rely on political leaders who are doing nothing in their eyes. I think there's every likelihood, I don't know what the time frame is, but I would go so far as to not just predict civil unrest, but civil war in the UK coming years if the situation continues, which I believe it will. There isn't anything they can do. It's baked in. We're already past the tipping point, is my estimation. We are past the point at which there's a political off-ramp. We are past the point at which normal politics is able to solve the problem. Almost every plausible way forward from here involves some kind of violence in my views. Anything the government tries to do at this point, you can solve one kind of problem, but it will aggravate another kind of problem in doing so, and you get back to violence. The question really is about mitigating the cost, in my mind, not about preventing the outcome. I'm sorry to say, I've not heard a credible political way forward, and I don't see a single political figure who is credible in the role of the nation's savior, or even inclined to do so. The bottom line is, I don't think there is now a political solution to this which takes the form of everything just working out okay after some period of difficulty. Things are bad now, but they're going to get very much worse. Hopefully after they will get better, but you'll have to go through the period of very much worse before you get there. And we've been talking about this for a while. I see it, you see it, he sees it, academics see it. It's a tipping point, man. They're getting to that tipping point, and the politicians just don't care. They want that civil war. They seem to want it. And, you know, as we were talking about before, it's the far left coupled with radical Muslims, insanely enough, that are pushing against the average Brit out on the street who just wants to live a British life and be a Brit.
No, I would say maybe Antifa type of people as well. Yeah, the Intifada,
Sure.
but also the Antifa thugs as well. I mean, you know, just anybody that they can recruit who will, you know, oppose any kind of, you know, peaceful revolution.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And Antifa is always the spear of the sword. You know, they're always on the far left, pushing any far left ideology, even when it's diametrically opposed to their own values. You know, they call you bigots and trans people are people, and, you know, but then they say they stand up for Palestine, where they wouldn't be allowed for 5 minutes. They wouldn't be allowed to survive or
It's
live
a
for 5
contradiction.
minutes.
Yeah, it's meant to be a contradiction. Just that way people don't get involved, you know, they don't want to talk about it. But that's why you and I are here. We're here to break it down and tell you exactly what it is that they're doing, you know, and exposing it for what it is. But most people are like, well, it just doesn't make sense. I just, how do I fit into this argument? I just don't know even how to approach it, nor do I want to waste my time with it. But thankfully, people like you and I, we enjoy it. We like breaking it down, giving you the analysis, telling you how it's going to happen. And it's no question that the elite want civil war.
Yeah, and they're gonna lose. You know, I mean, it's not going to be pretty for them. If you really want a civil war here in the United States, I don't know about England, but here in the United States, good luck with that. You know, all the people who want to take your guns away are going to come up, knock on your door, and say, "Hey, we're here to take your gun away. We're with the new government. We're here to take your gun away," and that's going to last like 30 seconds before they run down the driveway with, you know, buckshot in their backside.
I mean, I can break it down how I think it, you know, what the elite are thinking real quick, if you don't mind. Do we have time to do that before the break?
Yeah, we got a couple minutes.
Well, the elite, like we've said, they want the Civil War. There's no question about that. They put out that stupid movie Barack Obama did as the producer, you know, Leave the World Behind, and then Civil War, where they basically shoot the Trump-like president, you know, at point blank range as he begs for mercy not to be killed, but they shoot and kill him anyway. And they want the Civil War. But I think, at least here in America, that if they did try to go that route, that Trump, and we've already seen what he's done when there's been violent uprisings, he's brought in the National Guard or what have you, right? So if they tried that here in America, any uprisings, violent uprisings that came, which would come from the left, they would be the ones that would stoke it. They would be, you know, none of us on the right would be initiating that. We would only defend ourselves if we were like being shot at or something, which would just be, you know, self-defense. But Trump would go in there with the National Guard or whatever that's necessary and arrest the uprisings. Now, what frightens me, like in a place like UK, they would choose who's the good guys and then they would choose the good guys as the bad guys and round them up and arrest them. So I think that would be the worst thing that could happen to them in UK, would be some kind of literal physical war take place, no matter who started it, because they will blame the good guys. It's just that simple. You know, even if they were just acting in self-defense, which would probably be the case because, you know, they would send in agent provocateurs. And then, of course, you know, conservatives or whatever they, you know, might be that are over there in the UK, they would respond, of course, I mean, because they're being shot at or whatever. and then they would just totally blank out that part that they were shot at and just say, look, these, and then they would start arresting them. So they have the power and the might of the military. That's why I think they would lose in that particular case in the UK. In the United States, if they tried that, we would win because it would never get off the ground.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, when I think of a lot of the people and I see some of these protests going on now, imagine one of their football stadiums there, packed with soccer hooligans, right? Just packed to the hill, soccer hooligans, 50,000 of them. They can drum that up any week, anytime they want. They can get all those people, and they are tough dudes. You know, I mean, they fight for fun, just for fun. Let's have a fight. Okay. It's, you know, they're hooligans, man. There's millions of them in that country, and they can bring them up on a dime. So I don't know, man. I wish them all the best of luck, but we got to take a break, folks. We'll be right back after this, and we'll talk more about what's going on here in the United States after we get back.
All right, we're on radio break.
Great job.
Yeah.
All right, man. Yeah, you sound like you're doing pretty good, CS.
Yeah. So far,
yeah,
you're
I'm
hanging
feeling
in
it.
there. You're hanging in
You're
there.
rising. You're rising up to the challenge.
I'm acting.
Are you?
Yeah, all the world's a stage.
There you go. Well, you're doing a good acting job, man. I wouldn't be able to tell the difference. You know what I'm saying? Had I not talked to you beforehand, you sound on par, you know. So
Yeah.
I'm kind of dragging myself, but sometimes that happens when I first start out too, when I'm kind of tired. But by the time the second hour comes in, usually my mind is kind of geared up a little bit.
Yeah.
I seem like I'm a little slow on my thoughts, but it's all right. It's not terrible. You know how it is. But you definitely, when you're on the radio, you want to be Ben Shapiro quick.
Yeah, right.
If at all possible. And no, I'm not endorsing Ben Shapiro. I'm just saying she's quick. You know what I'm saying? The guy he can just talk and just rattle without, you know, even having a break in his thoughts. It's amazing. I do think he's amazing in that regard. I'm not saying I agree with him on everything or what have you, but he can just go.
Yeah, he talks fast, man.
He's taking his brain force from Infowars.com or something, or got that methylene blue SP that he's taking. Ultra methylene blue, I should say. I would try that stuff if it was all natural, but I don't know. It's a textile dye, but apparently it's good for so many different things, mainly your mitochondria, but people are saying that they just have massive clarity and energy and stamina when they take this stuff. And of course, Mel Gibson promoted it as a cancer cure, because he said he had 4 friends that were 4th stage cancer, 4th stage, and they were taking ivermectin with ultramethylene blue and a couple other things, and they're all cancer free, he said. So they're totally going outside of the mainstream conventional way of, say, radiation, chemo, and surgery, and just doing these holistic treatments, which I could see, like, if you had cancer or something, you might want to try that. I'm not speaking for anybody else, but I know that there has been some major success stories. And everybody I know, well, Robert Kennedy Jr. takes methylene blue every day, and he takes huge doses. And look at him, man. I mean, he's like 70, 1 or 2, and he's got the body of like a 30-year-old. I mean, as far as his muscles go, you know what I mean? He was out there doing exercises with Pete Hegseth the other day and keeping up Pete, who's like a former, I guess, Marine or something like that.
Yeah, Pete was Marine.
So he was just barely behind Pete, keeping up with push-ups and all kinds of things.
But look
man.
at the age difference, though. Come on now.
Yeah, so you would think
so
that,
he did. He did awesome. I won't.
Did you see it?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, it was very impressive, man. Very impressive.
I caught
but
that.
if you look at the team that Trump has, as a general rule, most of them look pretty healthy. They look full of life. They're effervescent. They got personality. Then you look at the Democrats, man. You look at who Biden had in control. They all look just weak, overweight, fat, and pathetic. Just, I don't know, man. It's just, how do people get excited about that? You know, everybody that's representing you, you know, it's like the medical doctor that's telling you, oh, you need to exercise. And he's like 450 pounds, right? Smokes and drinks every night. You know, that's the guy that's going to give you advice about health.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you obviously don't know too much about health. But I mean, wouldn't you think that a medical doctor should be like one of the healthiest people? They should be like setting the example of what health is like. But that's not even what the health industry, the medical industry is about. It's not about health. It's just about giving you a pill and trying to fix you.
Yeah, it's fast food.
If that doesn't work, they'll cut you open and you know, take something out of you. Which I understand is necessary at times, but wouldn't it have been better just to practice prevention? You know, practice prevention so that you don't have problems. Just go back to that 114-year-old Indian guru that was jogging when he was 114.
Okay, here's your countdown. Sorry, we're under 30 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for August 20, 2025. Excuse me. I was eating some chicken during the break. And as I'm speaking there, some of the...
Did you get the chicken leg bone, or what happened there?
Yeah, no, I just need a sip of water. We came back pretty quick, so didn't have time to...
Yeah, he said 30 seconds, and the next thing you know, he's 5. He loves to do that, doesn't he? Keep us on our toes.
Oh, yeah. So, all right, let's get back into American politics. America! Heck yeah.
America, baby. America. Wasn't that like racist, too? Remember when people just said America, but they didn't say America? There was something they complained about that as well. What was that? Because I can't even remember. It was so foolish.
Well, it's just America, you know? America.
America. Like Midwestern America, man.
Yeah.
Like Nolan Ryan, America.
Hey, man, it's right up my alley, man. I see somebody with a big old chew in the back of his mouth and spitting in the spittoon. He's like, America.
Mm-hmm. But it's just how, you know, Midwesterners and Southerners, you know, pronounce certain words. It's nothing wrong with it. It's all good. You know? America.
Hey, we know what we're talking about.
God bless America. Right?
My home, sweet home.
Home, sweet home. So, we all know that businesses are kind of tepid. They don't tread into political waters too much. But Bed Bath & Beyond just lit up the left. They made a statement today that has Gavin Newsom sweating in his little boots. Okay? Listen to this. It's incredible. Statement from Marcus Lemoine, executive chairman of Bed Bath & Beyond. Quote, "We will not open or operate retail stores in California, period." New paragraph. "The decision isn't about politics, it's about reality. California has created one of the most overregulated, expensive, and risky environments for business in America. It's a system that makes it hard to employ people, harder to keep doors open, and harder to deliver value to customers. The result? Higher taxes, higher fees, higher wages that many businesses simply cannot sustain, and endless regulations that strangle growth. Even when the state announces a budget surplus, it's built on the backs of ordinary citizens who are paying too much and businesses who are being squeezed until they break. Now, they have plans to expand in all 49 other states, but they're not going to touch California with a 10-foot pole. Bed Bath & Beyond, folks. Wow, that's a shocker. It's rare that a company will come out and make that bold of a statement saying, look, this doesn't work. This isn't working. You know?
Yes.
Because they just pissed off every politician in California. They just ticked off so many people with that statement. From the governor down to the secretary of state, every single person in, you know, both houses of Congress there, everyone. The dog catcher in Anaheim is pissed off about this.
Yeah, yeah. I welcome their, what they're doing. I think that's great. It does seem like they want to have some freedom, which is kind of ironic considering the fact that they were the very ones that literally took Mike Lindell's product out of their store simply because he had a, I don't know, different political belief than what he had. Although
Interesting. Yeah.
his political belief probably aligns with what Bed Bath and Beyond is doing now. So I don't know if they've had a change of heart about their political beliefs or their political stances, but all of a sudden they want freedom, but they certainly weren't giving it to people on the right, during all the woke madness, and it's still going on. It's just not quite as prevalent or as successful than it was back in the day. But they, started a trend that basically almost left Mike Lindell bankrupt had he not had, like talk show influencers and stuff pick up his product and him give them a share of the profit, because Walmart also kicked him out. And Walmart was one of his biggest clients, right? They took out everything. They didn't even give him a real reason as to why they did it. At the end of the day, he still doesn't know exactly why.
But we all know why.
Exactly. We all know why. But that was a big gig for him. So he lost Bed Bath and Beyond, and then he lost Walmart. So he basically was just dependent upon all the conservatives, buying his product, going to his website. And I know Alex Jones carried his product. I know, a lot of other influencers. Benny Johnson, I think, carries his product, And
I wonder if Trump hotels do.
Huh?
I wonder if the Trump hotels do. If they're high enough standard for a Trump hotel to,
man,
you know what I mean?
I bet you.
I wonder.
The extra fluffy pillows in every room, man. The only that Mike Lindell can deliver on, of course.
Or does he get some goose down stuff that's way more expensive than anything Mike sells, right? Like Mike goes up to 400 count Egyptian cotton, but Trump in the hotels is using 1,000 count. So it's like, hey, Mike, I'd love to give you the order. You're just not stocking the right stuff.
Well, they use the Mike Lindell stuff for pillow fights. They make great.
There you go.
In the very least, right?
Yeah. And the plague pen.
That could be the new Russian collusion delusion, right? Trump, went into Obama's hotel, and he had this horrible pillow fight, with Melania, and it cracked her head, and she's never been the same ever since.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. So, let's see what else is going on. The Zelensky thing. We've got a meeting with Putin that went down last Friday, and then earlier this week we had Zelensky meet with Trump and other European leaders, and now we're going to have a trilateral meeting occurring next with Zelensky, Trump, and Putin. And it seems like we're making progress here. It seems like everyone that came out of this meeting earlier this week with Zelensky and Trump and European leaders all had, well, there's some that are just never going to, the German guy, screw him. But from a lot of the other people there, we're hearing good, positive messages that it sounds like there could be an answer on the solution coming up in the near future. And that would be so incredible. If he can pull this off, I mean, Hillary Clinton said she would nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize.
I kind of heard something about that. Was she serious about that?
I think she was.
Okay. Well, okay. Kudos then. Can't believe she would say that, but maybe she said that because she has so much confidence in the Shadow Cabal, making sure that doesn't happen, that she said that.
Well, also, I think she'd be happy to do it just to throw a bone to Trump and say, please don't throw me in prison for the rest of my life. I got you a Nobel Prize.
Well, there's that too. There's that too, for sure.
Yeah, please don't throw me and everyone I know into prison.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. I mean, she kind of had her chance, right? And then she doubled down, just like they all did. Trump was very merciful, and they saw that as weakness. They didn't see that as kindness. They just saw it as weakness.
Yeah, could you imagine all those guys, all the people from her administration, well, Bill's, but her campaign, Obama's people, just all in Gitmo in a room together. Could you imagine the pandemonium, the finger pointing that would be going on in that room? the yelling and screaming.
I think putting them all in one room would be like a form of torture, though. You know,
Yeah,
they
in orange suits.
yeah, they would never get along, man. Because they're also narcissists, and they all think, they're the big shot. I mean, think about it. Hillary thinks she's a big shot. Obama thinks he's a big shot. Obama brags all the time. If I could run for a third time, I'd win. No, he wouldn't. He can't even get a crowd anymore. Not like he used to. Trump can get a crowd anytime, any place, even in Democrat areas.
Yeah.
We've seen it.
And it's funny seeing Gavin Newsom go at Donald Trump so hard. And I can't remember who it was came out and said to him today, look, dude, he's not running in 26. He's not running in 28. You're not running against Donald Trump. Why don't you find somebody that you can actually pick a fight with? Like maybe J.D. Vance. Right? Why are you throwing everything you have in this comical way at Donald Trump when you're not running against him, dude? That's the thing they're going to have to start figuring out soon is, as great as he is, they're not running against him.
It's just a trendy thing to do. They know it. They know it's going to get them some views. They know it's going to get some traction if they do that. But of course, it's gaining less and less traction the more they do it. So eventually, it just wears thin. And I think we're getting to that place. It'll be sooner than later.
Yeah, it probably will be. Because the left is crazy. And I have proof positive right here. You want to hear proof positive that the left is crazy?
I mean, how many million things can you bring up? There's so many.
Well, I got Joy Reid, one of the spokespeople from MSNBC, which is now MS Now, or MS Now, or MS No. We'll get to that in a minute. But here's Joy Reid talking about how white people can't really invent anything.
They can't fix the history they did. Their ancestors made this country into a slave hell. But they can clean it up now because they got the Smithsonian. They can get rid of all the slavery stuff. They got PragerU. They can lie about the history to the children. They can't originally invent anything more than they ever were able to invent good music. We black folk gave y'all country music, hip hop, R&B, jazz, rock and roll. They couldn't even invent that, but they have to call a white man the king, because they couldn't make rock and roll. So they have to stamp the king on a man whose main song was stolen from an overweight black woman.
Oh my God. Talking about Elvis Presley and his hit song Hound Dog. Which I don't know the origins of it. I don't know what that is, but he stole it from a overweight black woman.
I mean, there's no question that a lot of his music was pulled from black influence.
Sure.
I think that's a compliment to...
He's from Memphis.
Yeah. I mean, look, Little Richard, I mean, he was kind of one of the pillars for creating that style, more so than Elvis. But Elvis pretty much did it in a way that it resonated with more people. I mean... that's just the facts. That's just the truth. But nobody denies Little Richard's contribution and that he's like, the father of that kind of stuff, that kind of music. I mean, he's had those accolades poured on him. And he's passed away now. I think he died away a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, he passed away.
Yeah, but actually anyone who saw Back to the Future 2 knows that he actually stole that from Michael J. Fox.
There you go. Yeah. Well, see, it all goes around eventually.
Right?
Well, these are people living with a chip on their shoulder, man. You know what I'm saying? And that's not me saying the black community. That's me saying that particular person is living with a chip on their shoulder. When we've long passed that day of, whatever it is that she thinks exists now, it doesn't exist now. We're in a different world. I mean, we had Obama as the president. So police and white people voted for Obama. In fact, most of the people that voted for Obama were white people. That is a fact because we, at that particular time, were the strong, predominant force in the United States of America. And we still are. We're just less. I think we're probably like 61% of the population now. And the rest is, brown and black and yellow and whatever, red.
Yeah, I mean, and you got to win the white population in America if you're going to be president. It's just you got to at least do really, really well with that. or just get 1,000% of everybody else that's not white, and somehow squeak it out from there. But you got to get some of them. But Joy Reid, all this talk about America is just slavery, 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 slavery. That's all it is, and we stole it, and we hate it. And she was on with Don Lemon over there. Well, was she? No, she was on with someone else. I thought it was Don Lemon. I've got another clip I saw of him today. But just this hatred for America, that we're about to go into our 250th anniversary. This next year is a celebration of the United States of America, man. We're almost 250 years old, and we've done a lot of good. And that's what this whole thing about the Smithsonian is. Trump's saying, hey, man, you go there, and if you really want to go there and learn about America, what do they teach you? They teach you that America was built on slavery, and it's a horrible place, and you probably don't want anything to do with it. No, America is a beautiful place. She says Elvis Presley stole that music. Well, his style, his theme, he grew up in Memphis, Tennessee, in the music scene. You're not going to be in the music scene in Memphis, Tennessee without knowing a whole lot of black folk, right? Did he pick up that influence from them? Yes, but was that a black or white thing, or was it an American experience? That was a beautiful American experience with people working together, learning from each other, taking from them styles and whatnot, integrating them together, and coming up with whole new genres of music. That's what it's all about. And to say that, quote unquote, white people can't invent anything is just racist. It's like me saying black people can't invent anything. Of course they can. Of course they have. I mean, of course. But the cotton gin, one of the most important, inventions of all time, was discovered by a black man.
Well, for whatever reason, the corrupt establishment wants to put everything into some sort of nice black and white thing. Nothing's nuanced. This is this and this is that and this is, everything has to be a particular way, when that's just not even how the world works. I mean, look, I was listening to a black guy that does indie folk music. Okay. That would probably be the last person that somebody would think would be doing indie folk music,
Mm-hmm.
And it sounded like every other indie folk music. I didn't care that he was black. I didn't care if he was white, but they want to put all these things, like I've even heard black people say, which I think is racist toward their own race when they say this. Well, he doesn't sound black. Well, okay, so every black person in Europe doesn't sound black either then, because they all speak with an English accent. This whole thing is just like, this stereotype. They want to, make us like just think everything has this stereotype and this is the only way that it is. Nothing is nuanced, instead of just all working. Look, no poet is original. Okay. That's just everybody steals from everybody, but you make it your own, or you add to it, or you put your flavor to it. But these days, everything's been done before that can be done creatively. Now it's a matter of, we're copying, but we're trying to do it differently, or we're trying to say it a little bit differently, or trying to, enlighten certain aspects of it that maybe other people haven't covered, So every poet is a thief, as Bob Dylan said.
Yeah, every story's already been told. We just, can sort of come up with our own versions of them that may be organic and pure unto yourself, but at some point in history, someone's already written those words down in one way or another, Yeah. Which, yet, we also look at what Disney's doing by wokeifying everything, redoing Snow White, in their own voice, where it's now an angry black girl who rants on Twitter about how she hates America.
Who hates America?
Rachel Ziegler. Snow White, Disney.
Oh, right? Yes, I know. Yeah. Okay. Just took me a minute to make the connection there. Yeah,
I knew you would.
Yeah. Well, that's dying out, I think, but they're going to keep trying to keep it alive, They think that it bothers us, like if they attack us and call us names, that ended a long time ago. And that's why we're so bold now. That's why we're so bold in what? In speaking the truth. Yeah. And they didn't want to speaking the truth either, because remember what they called that? They called the truth hate facts. Yeah, that's a real thing that the left came up with and the mainstream media came up with. Those are hate facts. Oh, wait a minute. So we can't tell the truth anymore because you think it's hateful to speak the truth? Well, isn't that what they killed Christ over? Because he spoke the truth?
Wow. Malinformation is another synonym with that, right?
Right on. Yeah, yeah. Bingo.
Misinformation, malinformation, they tend to just throw in those two words like they're kind of in the same ballpark, but they're not. Misinformation is me intentionally misleading someone. Malinformation is me telling someone a fact that is a proven fact that the government or the censors don't like. It goes against the agenda of the United States and what their goals are. When they want to inject a mandatory vaccine into everyone, and Barry and I say, hey, wait a minute, is this thing safe? And then we look up something and say, hey, wait a minute, I'm seeing some red flags here. That's malinformation, folks, because they want everybody to get the stick.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't want them to know that it could be dangerous, or that gosh, remember when the booster came out and they said, at least you won't spread it. You might get it again, but you won't spread it. And then it's like, okay, it's 95% you won't spread it. How about 75% chance you won't spread it. And by the time they're done, it's like, all right, you could get it again, and there's a 90% chance you could spread it too. Okay, so what does this thing do to me? Why am I taking an mRNA vaccine, an RNA, DNA-based vaccine, in quotes? It's not a traditional vaccine. It's the new generation of vaccines, which go directly into your genetics and start messing with your DNA. Versus the old format of vaccines, polio, for instance, they would take a very small amount of polio and introduce it into your system so that you could fight it in such a small dose and build an immunity to it. There's no immunity involved in the mRNA vaccines. Immunity is just not on the table. That's why they never talked about immunity. They never said, okay, you got it, so you can't get it again. Like the flu. You get the flu in a season, you're not going to get it again that year. You might get it again next year, but it's doubtful. It's probably going to take you a few years again to get the flu, because you have immunity to it, because you got it. So many diseases are like that. If you have immunity to them, they can't affect you. Or viruses are like that, should I say. If you're immune, you don't get it. You fight it off. You know how to do it. But if you're not immune, then maybe you need a vaccine for it. That's not what this has turned into. We're in a whole different ballpark nowadays. So that's malinformation for you, folks.
Yeah, well said, man. And I think the last thing that the corrupt establishment wants for us to do is critical thinking. That means thinking for ourselves. And they were even spreading in the fake news how dangerous that was to do your own research, right? Don't do your own research. Trust us, the experts. But there's a whole bunch of other experts that disagree with you. That's why I always get a second opinion. Like when you go to a doctor, if he says, "Oh, well, we're going to have to do surgery." Well, do you mind if I get a second opinion first? Of course, yes, please go get a second opinion. The other doctor says, no, that's absolutely not necessary, and here's why. And then you make the decision based on what you think is right. But they don't want you to have critical thinking because that goes, what you said, against the narrative. That's malinformation, perhaps. Right? I remember the one lady, I can't remember what her position was. She was an official in some city, and she was, I'm not going to question the vaccine. I'm just going to roll up my sleeves. I'm just going to take it. I'm just going to trust that it's good for me. I'm like, that's a pathway to danger, if you ask me, man.
Yeah.
I mean, not even questioning it, just blind obedience, and it's experimental. Give me a break, man.
And it was odd how the tables kind of turned politically. I never wavered, right? But when I saw Trump rushing out this vaccine, I said, hey, wait a minute, this is kind of dangerous. And a lot of people at that time were making the memes about, are you really going to take Donald Trump's patented injection? Like, really? And they were calling it, the Trump jab and whatnot. And then all of a sudden, when he got out of office, Biden took over, and all that went away.
The same jab away.
Yeah.
They said, take it. Sorry to interrupt.
Well, you have to take
it.
Man,
that just I mean, when Trump, I remember Kamala Harris saying, well, I wouldn't take his shot, man. That's, he'll kill you.
Exactly. And then a year later, she's out there saying, if you don't take it, you're going to jail. You're fired immediately. Your pension's gone. Your bank account's gone. Who knows? I mean, let's go. Where do you want to go from there, right? We already saw how debanking. I mean, they didn't do it with COVID so much, but debanking is a big thing. They did it to Donald J. Trump. If they can do it to an ex-president, with like 5 or 6 major Fortune 500 banks that weren't allowed to work with him, then they can do it to you and they can do it to me in a heartbeat, in a second flat, if they can do it to a former president. Barry, we got about a minute left. What do you say?
Just know that there are people out there like CS and I and millions of others that never wavered once in our decision, man. We were never influenced by the so-called influencers of the corrupt establishment. We thought for ourselves. We did our own research, which is not dangerous, because at the end of the day, the only person going to be held accountable for the decisions that you make is you. You can't blame it on a doctor. You can't. I mean, you can, but at the end of the day, your decision is the final decision. You can't live life with other people making decisions for you. That's extremely, extremely dangerous. I mean, I just did a post on social media talking about how, if you want to have grace in your life, undeserved favor, one of the ways to do that is through wisdom, discernment, and guidance, getting the correct guidance. So if you have discernment, you will eventually find the right guidance, because you'll search and you'll find and look for the answers. It's really quite simple.
Very good. And, I just can't help thank Alex Jones back in the 90s for creating InfoWars. And I read that thing all the time back then. I've read it my whole life. And it's always taught me to look at life critically, folks. Just thank you, Alex Jones. On that note, folks, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back after this.
We're on radio break, and you got some relief coming in, too. Nancy's coming in the second hour to help you guys out.
Oh, sweet.
All right.
What are you saying? We're not doing a good
She
job?
said give her 20 minutes.
Okay.
All right. So she'll probably be in during the when we come to the break. She just hopped out of the shower from what she was telling me.
The ball? Are you saying we're dropping the ball?
I don't think he's impressed.
What?
I said, are you saying we're dropping the ball?
No, but
I'm just giving you a hard
a little
time,
boost always helps too, and then doesn't hurt. And I know you were
so
like, you're not feeling well, so I'm gonna do what I can to help you out as producer. Veterans Radio in the Kick Chat, appreciate it. Yeah, I tried to get out there earlier. Hawaiian Vixen and Roger Hansen in the Kick Chat as well. MC Dirty Work over in D Live. Look out.
I think we might be surprised, and this may have this show may be the biggest success that we've had in a while.
Could be. Stranger things have been known to happen.
I'll have to go look at shoot and see.
Okay.
Did our last show, did it get cut off a little bit on the Rumble side?
What do you mean?
I don't know. I tried playing it, and it's like there was like a big space where it was just dead air. So I went over to BitChute. I didn't know if it lasted for very long.
I don't know, but shouldn't have been. Everything should have been right then and there. I didn't have any problems uploading.
I'll have to go try to listen to it again and see. I thought it was just like it went blank after a certain period.
Well, if all else fails and you're listening to the unedited version, you can go right to the YouTube and do it there. I'm doing all the unedits there as well. Since I don't get nailed, since I'm not playing the breaks, so I won't get caught with copyright crap. But
so we're basically back on YouTube now.
Yeah, but only for live. And Jack's the only show. Well, Jack and Debbie are the only shows that I actually upload to there right now, because that's where their fan base is big at.
Mm-hmm.
And Jack was making steaks, so like, oh geez, man, I'm making steaks, cooking. Yeah, Hawaiian Vixen says mahalo.
Mahalo.
Yeah, and
Aloha.
hugs and kisses. Thank you very much, doll. I'm a mod in her channel. She's got a great channel. Appreciate her, and she'll probably bring some folks over later on, as well as other people
Cool.
have been joining here and there. So we're building up as we go along. That's good. I'm gonna take and cut
Love
us
our
off
Hawaiian
from
girls.
here. All right, and
Right, hang out.
get us up over on the other side and get that going. All right.
All right, let's break
All right.
on through to the other side, man.
All right, welcome to the other side. Make it sound like I'm doing paranormal shows when it's the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Peoples. And let me get Nancy in there.
I wish they all could be Hawaiian girls.
Yeah.
Well, we had some cooler weather here in Oklahoma today. It wasn't quite as blistering as it usually has been the last week, like 104. Wasn't
Ooh,
quite.
that's,
Yeah, it was 104 a bunch of times here. So, like, okay.
So I was happy about that, you know.
There we go.
Did I get
Get my teams all fixed up. There we go.
Pick up the bullhorn, man. It's got a battery charge, so we're good to go. Can you hear me out there, ladies and gentlemen? This is the bullhorn, and it's time to break it out.
yeah, we can hear you, Barry.
Yeah, we can hear. All right.
All right, man. Have you ever seen that one crazy woman in D.C. with the bullhorn, the Democrat?
Oh, the crazy one? Yeah.
She goes around. She's got like one of those like mega bullhorns, like, you know, the biggest one you can possibly get with the most watts and loudest, you know, that it just makes your eardrums bleed. And she just like follows people around screaming nothing, just like, you know, it's like blah, 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 just for like
Yeah.
miles straight. You know?
She's got a good following, too, right?
Oh, no doubt. Yeah. Well, I think people are just intrigued. Like, what is this woman's problem? What is she doing?
Yeah. And when you watch it from home, it's kind of funny and you can turn the volume down.
I enjoyed watching this just for the
Yeah, we're not listening for her voice. We just want
No.
to see her looks.
Well, and just everyone
There
reacting
you
to her,
go.
like, man, you're nuts. This lady's nuts. Like,
Yeah, no, it's worth watching. I mean, she literally is insane. Some of the stuff she says is just completely bizarre.
and she does, go to all those political things. So, like, if you want to see the behind the scenes at a Trump rally in New York or whatever, she's going to be there, and like you'll see the behind the scenes.
Yeah, she's definitely got to be some kind of paid troll, though. There's no way she's doing it on her own accord.
She's probably a character actor of some sort that just has this thing on YouTube that works for her, and she's making bank off it.
Could be.
I mean, if you think about it, as much as we know, like, of all the stuff that's out there, because we've heard it all, we could easily, if we really wanted to, go viral.
Come here, buddy.
We would have to basically lie. We would basically have to deceive. We'd basically have to take wrong sides on things. And, I mean, there's a big audience for the doom and gloom crowd, too. Like, it's almost an instantaneous, guaranteed crowd following if you go that route.
Thank you so much, Hawaiian Vixen, for hosting us with 18 viewers. Appreciate you. All our love, right to you.
Welcome, everyone. If you're new here in the
Welcome
second
in.
hour, we are on break right now, on commercial break. And we go back live on the radio in about 2 minutes, minute and change from right now. And we'll do the entire second hour live. We'll also have Nancy Planeta be joining us as well, so off we go.
I'm glad
Good times will be had.
you let everybody know it's not Nancy Pelosi that's going to be joining us.
No, Nancy, there's no relation.
Yeah.
Yep. No
Pla-
different Nancy
Planeta.
altogether.
Planet with an A. Always remember that.
I mean, if you said Nancy P, people might say, is that Nancy Pelosi? We say, no, that's not Nancy Pelosi. The opposite of Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah,
She's
and
Nancy
exploding
Pelosi.
beef.
That
is
site's
in the
occupied.
house as well.
Oh,
Welcome
man.
in, beefy boy.
Hey, don't
What
call me
was
beefy
that,
boy, man.
Zeus? I heard that. What? I know Timmy fell down the well. Tell him to stop doing that shit. Anyways, 30 seconds.
You get 5 seconds.
I know you think you're the boss, but you're not. You're just the assistant producer 3 times removed sometimes. But anyways. Oh yeah? Calm down. You'll get Blue caught up in this. You want Blue caught up in this? She'll tear your butt up, buddy. And here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2. No. Sorry.
What?
No. False alarm.
Oh my god.
Got 1 file. Yeah,
My
see,
girlfriend
he
used to pull that kind of
distracted
shit.
me. He distracted me. I'm just going to give you the 3, 2, 1 when we're ready.
Do them with your fingers.
Don't? Or do it with my fingers?
Actually, I can't even see those that well.
No, you won't be able to.
I'm too far from that tiny little screen.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Here it comes. That's right. You know who's driving. Hit neutral on the tail of a comet. 3, 2, 1, and you are live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show for Wednesday night, August 20th, 2025. With me tonight, as always, I've got Bullhorn Barry screaming through that bullhorn. What's going on, Barry?
Yeah, I was screaming, in between the break, not live on the radio. It's been a while.
Okay.
Yeah, I got to have a real
Yeah.
reason to do it live on the radio.
So
I'm
you
sure
know that song by the
That will
Stones?
come again, don't you think? I mean, at some point in time, everything's going to come to a head, and man, we're going to have to break out that bullhorn, both of us, right? Because I mean, hey,
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah.
your voice, man.
I can just scream right over that bullhorn. I don't need me one. But you do.
Absolute projection, brother.
Yeah, exactly. Projection.
Not,
You know that song by the Stones called Paint It Black?
Yep, I think I've heard it. Yeah, how's it go?
Doom, 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 doom. I see a mural and I want it painted black. I don't know the exact words, but right, just get that in your head, folks.
A
Get
red
that in your head
door.
while we cover this next story. See a red door and I want it painted black. That's right. Get that song in your head, because Donald Trump is painting the border wall black. Why? To make it hot in the sun so people can't climb it. Genius
Ooh.
move. Very
Yeah.
cheap, effective, efficient way to make the border just a little more hard to get over. Paint it black. I see a border and I want it painted black.
And I heard black is the new orange, so that's good. It doesn't mean anything. Just go on. Roll with it.
Yeah. So what do you say, man? What do you say? Is that genius? Is that the way to go?
Oh, yeah, no, it's genius, man. Absolutely. I mean, who would have thought of that but Trump? Always into the little minutia details, right?
Mhm.
You know, it's never complete until we've done everything we possibly can to make it as good as we can possibly make it. And that's what I love about Trump.
Yeah. And if you go down, to Arizona, somewhere out in the sun, and you see some metal, a black metal pole or something, and you touch that thing, it's going to be hot. Like they talk about how you can fry an egg on the sidewalk. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Like you can fry an egg on this thing in the middle of the day. Hot. So,
Yeah.
So it's just a cheap, efficient, easy way to make the border a little more secure.
Either that or scramble some eggs. It's just your choice.
Yeah, there you go. Or make breakfast. You can cook bacon on that thing.
We'll
too.
make breakfast at the border.
Cook bacon right on that thing. Just wrap it around it, and boom, you got bacon in no time.
No time.
No time. So I don't know. I found that story interesting. It's just such a clever thing to do. And you know what it does is it ticks off all the right people too. because they hear that story and they think, wow, I'm mad. But, at the end of the day, it's just smart. It's good business.
Oh my
Oh,
God!
yeah.
All the new fast food places are going up from the other side of the border. They'll be cooking potatoes, eggs, and all sorts of other goodies. I don't know if they can make tacos up there or not, but I'm sure they'll try.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Tacos.
they could set up like a whole, strip of just, food little, food places like they do in Asia,
Hmm.
and just cook it right on the iron there. No need to bring your equipment. Just, you just have to have the sun out.
Just Asia. They do it in Asia. Do you know how big Asia is? Can you be more specific as to which part of Asia without being racist, please?
Well, I mean, they do it here in America as well. I mean,
Oh, there you go.
we got, I don't know what you call them, man. Little,
Oh, keep digging, Barry. Keep digging.
yeah, well, whatever, man. Let's move on.
All right. Zelensky met with Trump the other day in the Oval Office. Here's a little clip from it that I found hilarious.
Upon peace, God willing, we get peace. Are you open to holding an election in your country?
Yes, of course. We are open for election, yes. We have to do safety circumstances. And a little bit, we need to work in the parliament, because during the war you can't have elections, but we can do security. We need, maybe, how to say it, we need the truth, yes, everywhere, the battlefield, in the sky and the sea, yeah, to make possible for people to do democratic, open, legal elections.
So you say during the war you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections? Oh, I wonder what the fake.
You like this idea?
Yeah.
No.
Speaking of news, I got a question.
He just admitted he was a dictator.
Well, but I love Trump's response. Like, oh, okay, I can just start a war in 3.5 years from now and no more elections. Like, is that how it works?
That's exactly how it works when you're a tyrant. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I mean, they would have voted him out a long time ago had they had the opportunity.
Oh, yeah.
This war's been going on for 3 years, and he's just, he's Zelensky, man. I mean, go watch his old shows on TV when he was a quote-unquote late-night comedian. He played the piano with his penis in one.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't like the greatest talent ever, so I don't know. But apparently, whatever he did somehow resonated with the people, or they did what they do in a lot of places, stole the election for him, because he is a puppet, man. I mean, there's no question about it. He's a puppet. And in fact, his political party was the same name of the political party of a movie that he starred in. I mean, it's just the whole thing is just, it's a charade.
Branding, marketing, it's all that stuff. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. I just love the trolling there. Trump is hitting Zelensky for not having elections, right? 2, he's saying to the American press, oh, maybe we won't have elections ever again, which is just going to melt their brains. The View, they're off this week or whatever, but when they come back, their brains are going to melt. They're going to have the worst day ever in all of history. And, we'll just be there to laugh at them as as we drink up their liberal tears.
Yep. Well, I see it as a confession, man. That is him confessing that he is a dictator right there. And like we've been talking about, they're going to be forced to spill the beans. I mean, that's the first time he's actually come out and said it. I mean, we knew that's what was happening, and we've been calling him out on that for years now, how he declared martial law and won't have elections because, they're so-called in a war. But for him to actually come out and say it, and everybody to hear basically how insane he is. I mean, it'd be like us, during a war saying, okay, we can't have an election, which is the time you need an election more than any other time, because maybe the military industrial complex has taken over your president and you're having wars that are not worth fighting for. And so, yes, the most important time to have an election should be during wartime, because do we want this president who's behind this war? If the war's not justified, do we want him actually still in power? Because he could keep this thing going forever, just like they kept Vietnam for going forever.
Yeah.
The Afghanistan war going forever.
Well, that's the thing. The forever wars are just, they never end. So if you can't have elections during a war, I mean, Vietnam went on for what, a dozen years, Afghan, what, 20 years, 30 years? And so what, you just can't have elections during those periods? No, 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 no. That's when it's most important to have elections so that people can say, hey, we got one guy that really wants to kick butt over there. The other one just says, screw it. We've taken enough losses. Let's come home. Forget it. We're done.
Right.
It gives us the choice at the ballot box to say, do we want to continue or go home?
And there's no way anybody can say that Zelensky is fighting this war to win it, because they can't win it. It's impossible for them to defeat Russia. They can keep it going for, I don't know, decades to come. But what would be the consequences of that? They're never going to defeat Russia. That is an impossibility.
There's been a hack of the databases in Kiev. Apparently, it shows 1.7 million casualties since the beginning of the war on the Ukrainian side.
I believe it.
Now, this is from a Russian group, to be clear. Like, it's from a Russian hacking group, but there is not a lot of reason to doubt it. The number sounds about right, 1.7 million people.
Well, why else would they have to constrict? If they weren't losing so many lives, why would they just be pulling people off the street like they did?
Yeah, and they do. It's ugly over there. It's going to be a long time till Ukraine can bounce back. They're going to have a population that's going to be what's at least 60% women for the foreseeable future. And I mean, if you're a tech guy, if you're a Bitcoin god and you want to, meet beautiful Ukrainian women, now's the time. Well, not now, but if they declare peace, maybe is the time to go over there and start, trying to find your next wife.
You'd think, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like what they did in El Salvador, when they just locked up so many people and then sent away so many to the United States. And they've just created another situation down there where there's a large female population now compared to the men, because the men are either in jail or they've been sent off to the United States for one reason or another, But yeah, it's going on. 1.7 million, man. That's horrible. That's just horrible.
I would think with that many dead, nobody would be supportive of that war, especially, going on for who knows how long.
And all the powers behind it that want to see it going. They want more and more and more. They'd never, all the way back to remember when everyone used to have Ukraine flags in their bios? They were just sending people into the meat grinder. They were supporting the endless meat grinder over there. And we always talk about how the powers that be want to see the population of the planet go down, and wars like that are a great way to lose a few million people. Suddenly, boom, 3 million less people over there. Great. Not a big number, but it's a start. If you really want to kill off 80% of the people, it's a start, which is why they're so evil.
I agree. I think they love the death, man. I think they're obsessed with it. I think feel like they failed if they didn't have a lot of people dying. I mean, I think it's more than just, they want power and resources and things like that. I think it's they're a death cult.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what Elon Musk said as well. I'm not the only one. A lot of people believe that these people that are in control, that they are a death cult.
Yeah.
They're not just about, taking power and the resources. They love being able to see people die because that gives them godlike status. If they can control whether people live or die, that's excuse me. That's godlike status.
Yeah, here on Earth,
Exactly. And they've got a God complex. Even George Soros has admitted that he's got a God complex. I wouldn't call him, like a good God, more like Satan, but he's definitely got a God complex.
Yeah, there's some evil people out there that are controlling the levers of power across the planet that have just tried to lead us time and time and again into the depths of socialism and communism and the depravity and hellholes that they create. And it's up to us as Americans to fight back, push back, say, no, we love our country. We're going to make it safe, happy. We're going to make it great. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make America great. And on that note, let's listen to Stephen Miller on with Hannity the other night.
White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, Homeland Security Advisor to the President, Stephen Miller. So I can sum up the Democrats this way, and we'll culminate this with the Marachi ban. They lied for 4 years about the border being closed and secure. They never picked up a phone and called any of the family members that we know. We know Biden and Harris and Mayorkas didn't. We know the Democrats wouldn't stand at a joint session speech of President Trump for Lake and Riley or Jocelyn Nungary's family. And they're the party of Abrego, Garcia, and Marachi bans. What should now happen to these mayors and these governors?
The Democrat Party is an extremist organization, Sean. It's not a political party in any normal sense of the word. A political party represents Americans. It represents law-abiding citizens. All you see all day long are crazy Democrats screeching on TV on behalf of foreign terrorists, hardened criminals, and violent illegal aliens. A political party exclusively dedicated to protecting terrorists, criminals, gangbangers, and murderers. That's what they become. These sanctuary city mayors, DOJ's been very clear. They had a deadline and they violated it. They had a deadline to comply with federal law and hand over the criminal illegal aliens in their custody.
Okay, he's talking about sanctuary cities right now. He's talking about the mayors, the governors, everyone down the line. And it's crazy. Let me roll this back 15 seconds. I mean, he's literally coming after them. It's about to hit the fan, folks. Listen to this.
And murderers. That's what they become. These sanctuary city mayors, DOJ's been very clear. They had a deadline and they violated it. They had a deadline to comply with federal law and hand over the criminal illegal aliens in their custody, the child rapists, the child predators, the drug traffickers, the human traffickers. The sanctuary cities, like Boston, refused to turn over these menacing threats to public safety. And so now they face not only revocation of funds, not only the loss of taxpayer support, but also potential criminal charges for harboring and smuggling. This is as real as it gets, Sean.
Listen
the
to this.
Department of Justice laid out to these mayors how they were breaking our laws, and they refused to change their policy, and Attorney General Bondi is going to see this thing through to the end.
Well, to me, it's aiding and abetting.
Yeah, and we get into some of the things here. Let me let Hannity keep going here, because as much as I don't want to play too much of him on the show, I love what Stephen Miller says next.
If I went down to the border and if I were to pick people up that were illegally in the country and transport them around the country and maybe give them a place to stay and protect them and let them know when ICE was going to raid, what would happen to me? Wouldn't I be charged with aiding and abetting criminal activity?
You'd be facing felony charges.
Felonies.
Numerous felony charges.
Numerous.
Charges for trafficking, charges for smuggling, charges for harboring, charges for concealing, charges for illegal interstate commerce, charge after charge after charge. Let me just break down for your audience, Sean, how severe the crime committed by these sanctuary cities is. So you'll have a situation where local police in Boston will arrest an illegal alien who's a child predator. And ICE will then send what's called a detainer request or a hold request. And we'll say, don't release this person, hand them over to ICE, and we'll remove this child predator from our community. Instead, these sanctuary mayors will order the police department to ignore the federal request to set them free out of the jail, out of the prison, and they will go back into the community. And then they will reoffend. They will hurt another little girl. They will hurt another little boy. And then ICE has to spend weeks trying to scouring the community to find this public safety threat. What they're doing, Sean, is evil, and President Trump will see that they are held to account for their crimes.
Wow. I love it.
Yeah.
Every second of that. Evil. Evil.
Yep.
Pedophiles. You got a pedophile in your jail. A dirty, sick, disgusting little pedophile that's having sex with kids. And they're here illegally. And ICE says, hey, we want to come to your jail and pick them up. And they say, no, we're going to let them out on the street. Screw you. That's illegal. That's aiding and abetting. That is so many crimes right there. It is just On and on and on. He listed them, and I'm just too wound up to be able to think of them off the top of my head right now, but it is disgusting. Barry, what say you? We got about a minute and a half left.
They're criminal. That's what we've been trying to say. They're doing criminal acts. And, somehow they've convinced the people in their party that this is somehow noble and this is somehow, a righteous thing to be endangering other people and hurt. I mean, I see it still on X among the left. They post stuff that Stephen Miller's saying as if that's bad. It's crazy. I don't know what kind of world they want to live in. I guess they like the world of just chaos, crime, and murder, rape, and mayhem, and like it's some sort of horrible bad movie. But I personally, like Trump said, man, he cleaned up D.C. in just a matter of 4 days. And people are liking that because they can get out after 8 o'clock now and they can go walk the streets. They can go to a restaurant and have a nice meal and not worry about being carjacked or having their stuff.
There's that viral TikTok from that black lady. She's like, I'm driving at night, Washington, D.C., my windows are down. And I don't have to worry about somebody coming up on me and robbing me.
Exactly.
I'm just kicking it here in my car with my window down in Washington, D.C. Now, I live in a place where if your window's down, just what? I'm not going to get carjacked any more or less with my window down, right? But not in D.C. Anyway, we got to go to break, folks. We'll be right back after this.
All right, we're on radio break.
Yeah, I was just bringing up what we talked about on the Sunday show. So you're right. That was good. But it's true, man. I mean, that's exactly what's going on. So,
hey, while we're on break, have you guys heard about this new football player that Eastern Michigan just signed?
Tell me.
His name is Noah Kniger.
Is he a white guy?
Yeah.
Well, that's not going to go over well.
Yeah. Like Knigger is his last name. And his first name is Noah. Right? So it's like Noah, Noah.
Okay,
like,
yeah.
I don't know. It's funny, but it's, I mean, we can cover this. Let's break. We're on break.
Yeah, that's about as funny as, or as good as Michael Hunt. Paging, from what was it, Breakfast Club?
He's an up-and-comer at Eastern Michigan University, and I don't know, man. It's really funny to think about the people calling the broadcast. If he catches that 100-yard touchdown pass.
I just, I've been thinking about like all the different ways that could go so bad. I can't even imagine. Like in today's world, that would just be like, no, it's completely innocent, completely harmless. Nobody would see it that way.
But the black community apparently loves this guy because they're just calling him Noah. They drop the K, right?
Okay.
Like you would pronounce a knight or knife or no or any other word that starts with K and O.
Bringing Nancy in.
Okay.
Okay, I'm here.
Nancy, how are you?
Mr. God, I'm good. How are you, Barry? Hello.
Good. Hey, Nancy, what's up?
That was John up there to ask you how you were doing.
Do what?
And I called you Nancy too. You probably didn't.
That's okay. I did, but I'm not sure where it came from. But I'm all good.
I was talking about, since we're on break, it's kind of a funny story. There's this guy out of Eastern Michigan. He's a football player, up-and-comer. His last name is spelled Knigger, and he's a white guy.
Oh. Yeah, where's Raph? Where's Raph? I'm sure Raph had something to say about that.
So it's pronounced like Kanancy instead of, just Nancy. They drop the, it's a hard K.
You'd have a much better time making fun of my last name because it's something that happens all the time because it's Planeta, but everybody always says placenta, and I don't know how that happens.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah, it happens all the time though. Like, your last name's Placenta. I'm like, no, can you spell? Look at my last name. It's Planeta.
More folks will pronounce my name right before yours at times.
Oh my gosh. Oh, Mark. I still can't pronounce your name right, so I'm like, yeah, it's Mark.
It's
just Mark.
That's
His
right.
first name and his last name. Yep. If we have to say anything, it'll be producer Mark. His first name will turn into producer. The last name will become Mark.
Or just, hey, if you forget that, it's just DREAGUS Productions. Yeah, there we go.
If you want, if you want to send an invite to Rafi, I can see if he wants to jump in. I don't know if he's ever done CS or not.
No, maybe on a Sunday night. I think he'd probably be a better one for Sunday night. I'd like to see him and Willie.
Why not? You guys could join us if you want on the first week of September on the Sunday show.
Oh, the first week of September going into the anniversary of 9/11. Not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Not a bad idea.
Because we've got a little bit of dead air that we're going to have that night because of, I don't want to get into it, but yeah.
Well, when you talk to MC, when you talk to MC this Sunday too, he's really good on that topic as well.
Oh, MC is
I don't want to load it up.
Here's your countdown, by the way. 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show for August 20, 2025. And tonight, we've got joining us for the final segment of the show, Nancy Planetta. Nancy, how are you?
I am great, although my brain is still stuck on the August 20, 2025, because the way you put that together, I'm like, wait a minute. I'm literally doing the slashes in my head going, okay, wait. Yep, nope, that's right. How are you tonight?
Well, I'm doing fantastic. It's so good to have you in the second hour. And of course, we've got Barry here as well. What's up, Barry?
What's up, man? Ready to finish it out and finish out strong.
Exactly. So, Nancy, you are a host of one of Mark's other shows. Why don't you tell everyone about that?
Okay, so I do the Vixen's Vault, and the Vixen's Vault's been around since 2007. I have picked up with Mark, I think it was like 2010, Mark, when we met at Sepia, and then we broke off in like 2011, if I remember right, if I'm doing my timing table correctly. But I do a show, basically, it started specifically aimed into the paranormal. But it's difficult with me because I worked with and for the show Ghost Hunters on Sci-Fi, so I have a lot of connections in the entertainment industry within the paranormal, but I'm not, how do you put this? I'm not on the entertainment side of it, if you understand what I'm saying. I'm more of a critical approach to things. I like to break science down. I don't like anything unexplained, so I will work tirelessly to make puzzle pieces fit together. That being said, my show quickly went from paranormal strictly to conspiracies. Because each time there's literally 3 branches of the paranormal, and most people don't realize that. It's not just ghosts, ghost hunting, spirits. No. You've got the spiritual aspect or the spirit aspect of it. You've got the UFO aspect of it, and then you've got the cryptozoology aspect of it. And what I found over time, very interestingly enough, is that the government is involved in all 3 fields.
Yeah.
So it led more to a jump into why? What is the common denominator here that we're seeing? Well, we're seeing a lot of common denominators with, say, I don't know, different testing of weapons and the reactions of people's brains to those weapons, pharmaceuticals that are prescribed, the reactions to those, the way certain people with certain mental illnesses are treated when there's other ways to do that, and it can exacerbate the situation, we'll put it that way. How they silence people. The way, and actually that's what really led into conspiracy theories, the I guess you could say the tinfoil hat club. That nice little label that got thrown on everybody. Well, I always said it's funny because the whole conspiracy theorist label came out of John F. Kennedy's assassination. And we all know there was a lot going on there. And that actually connects to the paranormal. Why? Because JFK was actually involved in a UFO investigation and file that is FBI documented. And he was said to have been discussing going public with some of these files. And he was assassinated not too long afterwards. But again, there's so many reasons he could have been assassinated.
So these are the types of things you guys cover, right?
Yeah, we covered that. We cover current politics, mainly because there's so they have made it a gold mine for somebody like me, because there's so much
conspiracy
fake news versus real news versus documentation that they never talk about versus things going on worldwide that they don't want you to know about in real time. How it gets presented to us, basically the fact that propaganda became a rule of thumb by law back under Obama's administration, and yet people just don't want to shake awake. And it's interesting because I tell people all the time, I'm very much into the Q aspect of things, and not for the reasons you think, but because it in of itself is a conspiracy. Whether it's real, whether it's not, whether it's a psyop, whether it's not, it's still a conspiracy. It is multiple things that have gathered together to push an agenda. So whether or not it's a positive or a negative is up to Well, let me tell you something. It brought a lot of things in my field again to the forefront, like Operation Looking Glass, things like the Philadelphia experiment, things that I have delved into in huge ways that deal with transdimension, time travel, all these different things that have always been little things floating about, but there's some really solid documentation and science that can go behind this stuff. So, like I said, it's just, we can really go down the rabbit hole on the show. And I've got to tell you, I am blessed because the people I have surrounding me on the show, I mean, I'm a person who's, everybody's welcome and everybody's welcome to an opinion. Your opinions are always respected. I may not agree, and I'll let you know if I don't, but that doesn't mean I don't respect the fact that you have your own experiences and perceptions that make up your opinion. So like I said, I've been really blessed because I have a great group of people, very intelligent people. Everybody's got their own niche.
Good.
So I've got Vicky.
Yeah.
Vicky is like my theologian.
Anyway, what I want to do is have you back one of these days, maybe in the next month or so, and we'll do a Wednesday show, and I'll dive into this for an hour with you, and we'll go through, the whole.
We could keep going.
Yeah, exactly. But we do news over here, so it's great to have you on. But I wanted to kind of, get into some current events that are going on.
Go for it.
And we got a truth out from President Trump the other day that said, "I'm going to lead a movement to get rid of mail-in ballots. And also we're at it, highly inaccurate, very expensive, and seriously controversial voting machines while we're at it, right? Which cost 10 times more than an accurate and sophisticated watermark paper, which is faster and leaves no doubt at the end of the evening as to who won and who lost the election." So I like how he says, at the end of the evening. Leaves no doubt at the end of the evening as to who won or lost the election. We're going to get rid of mail-in ballots. Thank you. Get rid of them. The counting machines, highly inaccurate, very expensive, and seriously controversial. 10 times more expensive than watermark ballots. So, Nancy, is this necessary? Is this absolutely the best thing you've ever heard, or is it horrible? Do you love mail-in ballots? Where are you?
Okay, so you know what I do professionally, correct? Professionally, no. I do cybersecurity and OSINT research. I'm actually a certified ethical hacker, as well as I hold a CISSP certification, which is certified industry professional, and I am an OSINT level 3. So, yeah, I actually worked for the supervisor of election during the 2020 elections here in my county. And I can tell you they were stuffing ballot boxes and that the mail-in ballots were a bunch of hockapooey. And I can also tell you that the software was a crap. It was not, let's just put it this way. When they kept saying, oh, you can't say the election was rigged. No, we can absolutely say it was rigged. There's evidence of it. I witnessed it. And I can tell you that the way they suppressed it in the courts was criminal. But that being said, yes, he's right. Not only do we need to get rid of the mail-in ballots because it is like the easiest way to cheat, we also need to stop putting or stop the State Department. Hopefully he's done this, but for about the last decade, the State Department has packed when the immigrants are coming through and they're crossing the border and they're given the packets since I want to say 2019 going into 2020, right before Trump really came into office hard, and actually it was also happening during the Obama administration. They are putting voter registrations into the packets. And here's my big problem with that. See, it's not legal for an illegal to vote. Okay, we all know that. It's pretty boldly stated. They cannot vote. They are not U.S. citizens. Only U.S. citizens can vote.
Well, in federal elections.
Correct. Now, that being said, if you put a voter registration in a package and don't tell that immigrant that, hey, that's not legal, you can only vote on the state level and only in the states where that's been passed, New York and California pretty much, you can only vote in those states on the state level. So they can't discern the difference. They don't know the difference. And these states don't require ID when you're voting. So if they cast a vote in a federal election, okay, yeah, it's wrong. But here's the thing, it still counts. So they don't, and then you can research this if you want. Once the ballot is cast, that's it. It's cast. So there's no removing those ballots after the fact. So any illegal who cast votes during the 2020 election, those votes counted. It didn't matter that an illegal cast the vote. And this is where it gets even more fun. If the illegal didn't know that this was against the law, if they thought they were okay because they filled out this voter registration, you can't prosecute them. Welcome to our legal system.
Right.
And there's not only that, they were mass mailing people ballots. So there was multiple ballots going out to one person. All they had to do is check them off, return them, or stuff them into a ballot box on location. It was a seeding ground to cheat, but it's been that way for a long time. And that's kind of what I said. And here's the fun part. I'm pretty sure they watermarked the 2020 election. And that's where I'm saying I think you're going to have some real interesting information come out as more movement comes about, because it's going to be definitively proven that, that election was absolutely fraudulent. And I think 2022 was also fraudulent in many ways, even though Republicans did well. Well, if you're playing a game like that, you got to play it so people don't highly suspect you. Especially the ones that don't believe that you cheated. So again, I think these coming 2026 elections are going to be very interesting. And Dominion's so sketchy. It's not even funny. It's not, and it's got a lot to do with why we're after Venezuela right now. Politically, there's so many things, so many moving parts that are happening right now.
And Barry, what do you say, man?
Well, I'll say that it was Dr. Steve Pachinik who was saying that there were watermarks on those ballots, and there were other people who said it as well. And I think they presented some kind of documentation about it, that it was factual. And so why didn't they do something about it then? I think that's the big $10,000 question. I think that, had they done it then, it probably wouldn't have gone over as well as if they go over it now, because the tide has kind of shifted. People kind of understand that voter fraud was real, whereas before it could have really erupted into maybe even a civil war. Who knows, right? They would have just said Trump was being a dictator because they wouldn't even care about facts. We know that the left doesn't care about facts. But now, you've got all this evidence coming forth from Tulsi Gabbard, from all these, Pam Bondi, the DOJ. So that kind of turns the tide so that all of these things that may or may not have been real, I think the watermark thing is real, myself personally. Trump is a preparing type of guy, but he didn't use that. And he, did what what he called the pause. So in a way, I'm not a Q person either, but there are, as I've said about Q many, many times, there was always a kernel of truth in it. I mean, they certainly exposed the pedophiles. They certainly exposed the New World Order. There was a lot of real truth that took place within the Q movement. That doesn't mean all the predictions were real, though.
Well, they also exposed like players like Bruce Orr. They exposed Russiagate. They exposed, I mean, there's so much that they knew about. They knew COVID was coming. All of these things, that's why I said it made me really look hard into Operation Looking Glass, because I was like, this is an algorithm beyond algorithms. You know, to me, this is like almost like a sentient system, because it's so dead on. And yes, I think there was definitely human intervention in some of the things. That's one of the things I specialize in is actually being able to read and determine, is this a male? Is this a female? Is this a computer? Is this AI? I'm very good at it. And I can tell you, like I said to somebody, some of the Q drops, if you look the way they're articulated, that's a female, because that's the way females write. It's the way they articulate, and most likely a European female, because the grammar's too correct. American women do not write like that.
Now, Trump went on in his truth to say that we are now the only country in the world that uses mail-in voting. We're the only country in the world that uses mail-in voting. Let that sink in, folks. Let that sink in. If you live in Colorado, nowhere in the world do they do this, right? Nowhere in the world do they have mail-in voting. We need to get rid of it. He goes on to say that this will be strongly opposed by the Democrats because they cheat at levels never seen before. Democrats are virtually unelectable without signing this completely disproven mail-in scam, he goes on to say. Executive order coming down the pike. And folks, this is going to be nipped in the bud. 2026, our midterm elections are not going to be rigged. Right? They're not going to be rigged. It's not going to be the scam it has been in the past. But anyway, let's move on to another story, because I want to get a few more in here before we run out of time. MSNBC has done a brand change. They have been cut off from NBC. So NBC has nothing to do with MSNBC anymore. So now it is going to be referred to as MS Now, which is short for My Source for News, Opinion, World. The beginning of the end, right? I don't know who wants to take this first. This is the beginning of the end of MSNBC. It is gone.
Think about that now. That kind of just reverse the letters a little bit, and you get NWO. Just saying.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and the logo kind of looks like a P, so it also kind of has a PMS Now thing going.
PMS Now. Yeah, they've had PMS for a long time. But it also, I find it interesting that MSNBC actually came out of, when it was first out, it was MSN. And I find it interesting that they've gone back to something similar to their original, but it still does not. I'm wondering where the fracture was, because NBC as a platform and as a broadcast system is incredibly liberal, and they always have been. Like, they lean very far to the left side. So I'm wondering if, basically MSNBC, if it wasn't a mutual break, because they can't survive on a liberal platform. None of them can. CNN's getting hammered. They're all getting hammered. It's almost a matter of survival now, where you have got to either go somewhat more towards the center or go center specifically, if you even want a hope of survival.
Yeah, and are they going to lose their access to all the cable rights, right? Yep. Are they going to be in the airports and all those, chain restaurants and whatnot that, pay them to be there kind of thing? If they lose all that asset, they lose everything. If they're not in the cable system, if I can't turn on my cable TV and MS Now is not there, then they're on their own on YouTube. They're out there fighting for their own on social media, which can be done if you're good, but you got to be good out there. You got to, like you said, go to the middle and show both sides. You got to be fair and balanced and actually cover the news.
It worked for Tucker Carlson, and but he's right. But like I said, he he jumped off. He went self-platforming. He took over Twitter pretty much, and he was successful in how he did it.
Yeah. He's
and
losing
Joe
a
Rogan
lot of
is
people
another.
lately, but that's another story. But Barry, what were you saying?
Yeah. Yep.
I just don't think any kind of rebranding is going to change anything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, we predicted that's exactly what they would do. And they'll do that also in the 2028 elections. The Democrats will. They'll rebrand a little bit, but it'll be exactly the same. I seriously doubt they're smart enough to put in a fake populist candidate that's really just a New World Order stooge. I just don't. I think that if they were smart, that would be the smartest thing that they would do, like they did with Obama, who was basically a globalist puppet who posed as a populist, who posed as a constitutionalist. Like I've said before, he was a constitutional lawyer. He said, we're not going to take your guns. I'm a middle of the road kind of guy. And he was the guy that started all the radical stuff. He's the guy that started the divide and conquer.
Yeah.
Well, he
and we
also
talk
started-
about the ballots out there, mail-in ballots. So was Secretary of State of Colorado was responding to this here. Now, mind you, this is the woman who tried to get Donald Trump off the ballot in Colorado for no reason. She quoted January 6th, but really, she tried to just get Donald Trump off the ballot, like Germany does to AFD. This is her responding to the mail-in ballot.
We are in conversations with our attorneys to make sure we're defending Colorado's elections. Look, mail ballots are secure. They cannot be hacked because they're a piece of paper. That is increasingly more important as Trump has made our elections less secure since taking office again. He's disbanded much of the federal government's work on countering foreign disinformation and is obviously taking cues about democracy from a dictator, Putin. And we are in conversation.
What? I'm sorry, what did you just say? She tried to take Donald Trump off the ballot. Now she's saying that Donald Trump is taking orders from a dictator like Putin because he wants to get rid of mail-in ballots, which we just said are not used anywhere on the planet because they're so dangerous. They're so easy to scam. I used to live in a small town in Colorado, and I'll tell you, if they got those mail-in ballots there at that post office, and this goes to this post office, this box, but they're not there anymore. They're going to throw it in a pile in the corner, and by the end of the month, there's going to be 300, 400, 500, 600 ballots there in a town of 1,000 people.
Yep.
You telling me that's secure?
Nope. Can tell you for a fact it's not.
But Colorado, man, I'll tell you, this Secretary of State tried to get Donald Trump taken off the ballot. And the Supreme Court said, what are you, stupid? And she responded now by saying, yes, I'm very stupid. And, he's taking orders from Putin. You're taking orders from Stalin, honey.
Well, I think it's interesting, too, that, if I was a member of the press at that conference, when she went to take questions, I would have proposed the question to her. Well, are you then saying that we should, as a guiding force with this peace negotiation, as part of the peace negotiation, we should demand that Zelensky do mail-in ballots? Because, sure, why not?
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
I mean, it's when you twist it on them and say, well, wait a minute, so fair is fair, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
that's disgusting.
Yeah.
I don't know. We got a couple of minutes left. We'll take a minute and a half, and then we'll do some outros where you guys can post your social media stuff. But Barry, take it for a minute on that note.
Well, I mean, they've got the same narrative. They're pushing the same stuff they've always been pushing, and they didn't have success with it before. They're not going to have success with it now, but it's all they have. We've talked about that so many times before. It doesn't matter how many times they're debunked. They're going to keep just with their insanity because it's all they've got. I was just looking on Breitbart where they were talking about celebs throw conspiracy-filled tantrums over Trump's Russia-Ukraine peace talks, and they're still the P-tape true believers. So they're still pushing this P-tape thing, the Russian prostitutes, all the nonsense that's been fully debunked 1,000 times in one. And yet they still just keep pushing it because they're scared. They're scared that basically America is going to be restored. And there's the playing field's going to be leveled, which means that people like the Hollyweirdos, they're not going to have as much sway or as much influence as they have in times past, and they hate that because they see themselves as illuminated. They see themselves as the ones who are our guides. But the reason that America's failing is because we've had terrible guides. It's the blind leading the blind, and they're leading us over the edge of a cliff.
I love it, man. Barry, where can we find you on social media?
Find me on X, Bullhorn Barry.
All right. Nancy, where can we find you on social media?
All right, guys, you can find me on X as Rider on the Storm. On Telegram, I am Wiccan Vixen, and I actually I administrate for at least 7 Telegram groups. I own and run at least 7 more Telegram groups. So I am all over. I have thousands of people on Telegram that are constantly pushing information internationally. So we're giving our groups news from around the world, unbiased news, and a lot of times it's from boots on the ground. So that's the way we like it, and it keeps things squared away. You can also find me on Facebook as Nancy Planetta.
We are running out of time quickly, so we're going to wrap it up here. Thank you so much for joining us, Nancy. Thank you to you, Barry, as well. Folks, we're going to wrap it up here, but our producer, Mark, DREAGUS Productions, has tons of content coming up right after this message.
All right. Thanks, Nancy. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Nancy.
Yeah.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Thank you, Mark. Actually gave us a boost in numbers all over, so that helped. And brought your energy level up, too. So appreciate everything. Great show tonight. I'll get it up and out like always. And I'm off to go over to set up Jack right now. All right.
Thank you, everyone, for listening. We love you all out there in Radio Land and in Internet Web. Or
the
Weberville.
interwebs.
We'll call it Weberville. Weberville.
All right. All right. You guys take care. I'm out of here. Uh-oh. Wrong one. Clicked the wrong one. Sorry about that. Uh-oh. What happened? Oh my goodness, what's happening here? Let's try this again. Come on, Jack. Hello, hello, hello.
How you doing?
All right. Gotcha.
Been a rough week. Didn't really get much prep done, but that's okay. I'll fill it in.
We'll be good.
Yeah. How did censorship go?
Went really well. it was a little low energy to kind of start out with because CS wasn't feeling good at the beginning, and I'm like, yeah, I could feel that. And then we had Barry come in, and he wasn't like, I don't know if about taking over the show. I'm like, okay. I'm like, there we go. But
I don't think I know Barry.
yeah,
I'm not real.
Barry's a great guy, and I didn't want to just stick it to him. I was like, he's like, any way we can, and I'm like, last minute. I'm like, no, almost last minute to take and do an encore. I'm like, no, I can't do that right now. I'm like, kind of late on that, but
right.
But well, you got about 30 seconds or so until we get going. Hey, Roger, do exclamation point so space at Chulls and give him a shout out and pin him up there, please. Getting ready to take and do that countdown for you. You all set?
Oh yeah.
Here it comes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, all you guys out there in Radio Land, to the Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live show. We are broadcasting from 300 feet down in an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere lost deep in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And just today, high above us, we saw literally hordes of radioactive vampiric jackalopes, believe it or not, and they were running wild. They were glowing and looking for human flesh. That's okay. I'm joined as always by the paranormal crime fighting duo. Daisy and the Sundance Kid are working security in the silo tonight. And as always, there is a $10 cover charge and a 2-drink minimum. Please be kind to your waitress. And this has been an interesting week. I haven't had a lot of time this week to really delve into a lot of deep research. So we're going to sort of go back over some topics we've discussed in kind of a new light. A new piece of research did come to me this week, which really fits well into the puzzle pieces that I've been sort of theoretically fashioning together to support the idea that there is a disincarnate being that's making its home at Skinwalker Ranch, and that this being may be the demiurge of Gnostic belief systems. It's possible. I've covered the demiurge in a past broadcast, but it kind of confuses people, so we're going to go back over that this evening. We've got some interesting paranormal in the news and a little bit of cryptid corner this evening. Probably the biggest paranormal in the news this evening is Anna Paulina Luna, the congresswoman who is really heading up like all these different committees having to do with UAP disclosure and other big government secrets that they say will be disclosed. Well, she was on the Joe Rogan podcast this week and had some pretty shocking stuff to say. She admitted that she has been in a SCIF, which is a secured facility where upper top secret level type information is held. If you want to see that information, you have to show up to one of these buildings that are completely secure in order to view it. And that's what she did. And she says that she saw indisputable photographic and regular documentation to prove. And I said prove. She says she's very, very confident that these beings behind the UAP, the real UAPs, I'm not talking about the man-made attempts at reproducing their technology, but the real UAPs that they have in their possession appear to be interdimensional in nature. That's right, guys. You have one of the main Congress people in the whole government, and she was on the biggest podcast in the world saying that she has inside information from a skiff that to her proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that what we are dealing with are interdimensional entities. So we are going to have to take her at her word on that. I don't think that for a minute she was trying to pull the skin over our eyes, the wool over our eyes. And she's been straightforward and very upfront about her desire for UAP disclosure her entire career. And it's quite possible that, she sees repercussions for saying the things that she said. I don't think she really cares. But News Nation is even running a story on it, and they have to say, GOP Rep. Anna Paulina Luna told Joe Rogan she has viewed evidence of interdimensional beings on Earth. Luna, who leads a task force for the declassification of federal secrets created by the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, joined Rogan on his eponymous podcast that was released Wednesday. The Floridian told Rogan she met F-15 pilots who had likely encounters with UAPs while she was working as an airfield manager at Portland International Guard. While not viewing portals or UAPs herself, Luna said she had seen photographic evidence, historical evidence, and spoken to Air Force pilots who alleged the Air Force was covering up UAP sightings. Quote, "There's definitely something I can tell you with confidence that we don't know how to explain currently," Luna told Rogan. Luna added she believes there are interdimensional beings that, quote, "can operate through the time space that we currently have." She also believes that the U.S. has reverse engineered technology to replicate crafts by those who are not made by those who are not mankind. Quote, "Without getting into classified conversations, there have been incidences where I believe very credible people have reported that there have been movements outside of time and space," Luna said. Going on, she says, "Based on the photos I've seen, I'm very confident that there's things out there that have not been created by mankind." And that's running on News Nation. If you haven't seen the Rogan podcast, it's well worth seeing. If you don't know who Anna Paulina Luna is, you might want to make yourself familiar with her. She's probably the best advocate we have in the government, and she's out there fighting every day for us. So that's a good thing. Fox News this week is running a very interesting special, if you will, with their star field reporter, Abby Hornacek, and it's all about the Mothman. The Mothman is very interesting topic for Fox News to cover. Why they would cover it to the degree that they're covering it and they literally go and talk to all of the surviving eyewitnesses who were there and saw it with their own eyes at the time. And, it's, I think, part of the overall UAP disclosure. And this is tonight's Cryptid Corner, is about the Mothman entity. So, in cryptozoology, you have three circles. You have Lazarus species, those are species that went extinct, and somehow the life wave of our planet reintroduces them into our ecology again. They sort of resurrect themselves. The thylacine, or the Tasmanian tiger, as it's known, is one of these species. There has been irrefutable video evidence of a thylacine living in the here and now. That's out there if you want to take a look at that. And then you have the center circle, which are the woo animals. And then you have the third circle, which are emergent species like the South Texas chupacabra. The center circle, which encompasses the woo animals like Dogman, like Bigfoot, like Mothman. And you have to, in each case, with the woo animals, ask yourself a series of questions. Is this a viable breeding species of some kind, replicating itself within our biosphere in a biological fashion? Or is this, like the Dover demon, a one-off cryptozoological animal? In other words, was there only one of them? And if there's only one of them, we have to come to the grim conclusion that it was an artificial construction of some kind, not a breeding species. Jonathan Keel makes it clear in the book Mothman Prophecies, not the horse crap of a movie that they made out of the book, which didn't include any of the pertinent information about the UFO connection to Mothman. In fact, more UFOs were seen in Point Pleasant around the Mothman sightings than at any other time in history. And Keel himself had traveled to Point Pleasant because of the UFO activity, not because there were Mothman sightings. The Mothman sightings came as part of this UFO wave. He also held the belief that there are possibly, and this ties back into Anna Paulina Luna, entities here on the planet that are extra dimensional in nature, that can see outside the confines of our space and our time, and can therefore see the larger picture of the event stream as it's taking place. And that's how and why it knew where John Keel would be before he even got there. You know, Jonathan Keel would often just hit the road on his way to Point Pleasant and would randomly select a motel to stay at for the night on his way down there from Washington, D.C. And he would go in to check into the motel, and there would be a message waiting for him. That's an entity that can see outside of space and time, and knew things that it shouldn't know. You know, Keel reported one time that he had interviewed a number of alien abductees, and he got a phone call from this Mothman entity, really going as Indrid Cold, which was a man that walked around the town asking very bizarre questions about Jonathan Keel, and he went by the name Indrid Cold. Well, Keel was told to show up to a field one time in the middle of the night to witness something that would be displayed for him. And what he saw were two of the alien abductees that he had worked with that didn't know each other appear. They met in that field. One of them handed the other one a weird cube of some kind, and she walked off into the woods with it. He later got a message to the, basically paraphrasing, see what I can do, see how I control people. This can happen to you. And he got a glimpse into this whole world of activity that's taking place that involves what appears to be an extra dimensional entity of some kind. And here we have one of the premier congresswoman in the government, head of all of these different committees saying, yep, I've seen evidence that there are, in fact, interdimensional creatures that are interacting with humanity. That all ties in tonight with our main topic, which is this whole idea that living at Skinwalker Ranch is the so-called demiurge. The demiurge was a false god, according to Gnostic belief, that sort of controlled all of the illusion of creation around us. That the creation we see around us is an illusion, an attempt to cover over the real creation by God. And they believed that this entity could take human form, something that was later voiced by the world famous occultist Aleister Crowley, who said that it did appear to him in human form at one time. Fascinating. So, the Mothman appears to be connected intimately with the UFO activity that was taking place in Point Pleasant at that time. And it appears as though both the activity and the creature involved were interdimensional in nature. That's interesting because it's at Point Pleasant and in the Mothman enigma that we get our very first glimpses, really, of the Men in Black. In fact, Mary Heyer, who ran the town newspaper, had a couple of run-ins with Men in Black who attempted to intimidate her into not running certain stories. And the only known real photograph of a man in black was taken by her, and it's out there on the internet. And you can see what one of these guys looks like. He's about half a block down on the other side of the street, but she got a pretty decent photograph of him wearing his black suit, sunglasses, hat, you name it. He fit the bill perfectly. And so, you know, that's a crossway into the Men in Black enigma. Also, who are the Men in Black? What are the Men in Black? We don't know. That should be the subject of an upcoming show. There's a mountain of interesting information out there about it. Let's see here. Pulling up my supercomputer with all of the thousands of news streams on here. Wow, you even have the Huffington Post and the New York Post, the Daily Mail, the Hill, you name it, man. It's out there. It's all about Anna Paulina Luna and her claims about these interdimensional entities. So, really, the scenario with the UAP disclosure works out in a strange way, because now you're dealing with interdimensional entities who we were able somehow to acquire craft from another dimension. Think about that. You know, I listened to her interview and she mentioned it was like us traveling back in time and leaving an iPhone with a tribe of cavemen and asking them to replicate it. That's the technology advancement that you're talking about. How could cavemen go about replicating an iPhone? Because that was the task left to them. And a healthy amount of fear that if that actually fell into the right hands of our enemies and they were able to replicate it and weaponize it, that would be the end. That's the end of the struggle of control of the planet right there. Because if you got that technology, you you just took the high seat on the hill. You are, like Philip K. Dick's series, The Man in the High Castle, at that stage. And you can write your own ticket. If you have that kind of technology, you are undefeatable. So you can see why there are intelligence elements out there in the government who make that argument constantly to our politicians, who then keep their mouth shut. And this has been perpetuating itself for 80 years. On top of that, you have a very large group of highly religious individuals involved in the military and at the Pentagon and all around the UAP program. And every time that they are faced with this kind of evidence, they turn to superstition, like humans always have, and they start saying, that's the devil's work. So that's the battle we're fighting. You're fighting a bunch of people that show up to church every Sunday and have a belief system that doesn't include at all the possibility that we are victimized by an interdimensional species, which had to be created by the same God. You know, it's interesting because Anna Paulina Luna says that she still has her religious views and all of that, and this somehow made peace with the idea of, you know, organized religion not having anything in its writing about, hey, look out for these interdimensional beings. And that's part of the ontological shock that might take place, but she seems to handle it well, so maybe others will too. But, and maybe they'll all just say, yeah, that's the devil. And we won't ever get real disclosure or anything like that. It's quite possible. You know, it's one of those battles that has many different fronts on it, and you're fighting all kinds of cross currents and riptides when it gets down to it. But the WebBot tells us that this secret is part of the nature of the universe, and the nature of the universe is a self-revealing nature, meaning that it will disclose itself to the masses sooner or later. The small group of people who deem themselves the guardians of human consciousness at this stage, by not allowing others to share in that knowledge, will be bypassed altogether at some point. And people will come in and have to accept the reality of these things. How many people do you know who are willing, really, in your life to accept the reality of these things and to act accordingly, right? I mean, it's not, if it's not in your face every day, all day, like an electric bill, really, how much is it going to cause people to change their behavior? And that's the whole point. They don't want you to change your behavior. You know, there's the old adage about boiling a frog alive. You can take a frog, go down to your pond, sit there and wait for a big, juicy bullfrog, pick it up, take it home, and boil a pan of water. But when that water's good and boiling hot, take the frog and toss it in there. What you're going to see is the frog jump out of the water in response to the pain. But you can take that same frog and you can put it in a cool pan of water and set it on the stove and turn the burner on, and you can slowly boil it to death. That's the human species right now. So we need to awaken. We need to realize what's going on. And, you know, it's shows like this that attempt to propagate the truth. I'm big on facts. I'm big on figures. I'm big on actually having a source for the information I'm relaying to you guys. There's far, far too much noise going on the internet with people discussing alternate timelines and parallel universes and the 20 and back program and stuff that literally has zero shred of evidence. Give me names, give me dates, give me facts, give me figures, give me sources. Just because you sit there and say something is true doesn't make it true. And all of the BS that's going on out there in the internet and various conferences, so-called disclosure conferences, talking about things that absolutely got created out of nowhere and propagating it like it's the truth. That's happening all over the place. So beware, guys. Tune into my show. You're going to get facts, figures, and things that you can look up for yourself so you know I'm telling you the truth. And when we come back, we're going to be talking about this new piece of evidence that was dropped into my lap, and that has to do with the crystal caves of Mexico. What if I told you that there are quartz crystals in caves deep in Mexico that are so big they're the size of high-rise buildings? And what if I told you that something amazing was discovered living in those crystals? We'll get back to that right after our break.
We're on radio break. And wow, you said you wasn't prepared. You do so well, Jack.
Oh, thanks.
I love how you can just, come in. You and Nancy and John, man, you guys can just come in on the fly. I was like, man, I was never able to do. Well, I after a while you get used to it, and you once you get a rhythm and that. But man, I was a little worried and concerned when you said, "Hey, I'm not, real prepared for tonight." I'm like, okay. We started out low energy and everything's coming up, and I'm like, I'm loving it. What do we got for Cryptic Corner tonight?
Well, I'm kind of covering it with the Mothman. He's my one-off cryptid. He's in the center circle of the woo animals, and we're trying to figure out, because cryptozoologists are still looking for the Mothman, and it's really part of the ufology phenomenon. It's not part of cryptozoology.
Yeah, it kind of blends between the two. So yeah, that's a great bridge creature. Same with what is it? Reptilians.
Yep. The chain of custody for the reptilian alien thing goes back to Blavatsky.
Yeah.
Madame Blavatsky, in her theological writings, she said that she had seen ancient parchments describing a race of human serpents. Men with serpent-like attributes. So that's very interesting.
Does that surprise you?
No.
Especially when she had really good connections to Tibet and places like that.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Absolutely.
Her acolytes went over there to do some, back and forth between the monks.
Right.
So, collaboration, I should say. Yep. Yeah, have you ever seen that little meme that it shows a picture of like the Aztecs or Incas and that, and they're throwing these bodies over into this pit where this giant reptilian thing is. It was like how to feed your god. I'm like,
funny.
okay. I'm like, yeah, that kind of makes sense now,
That's funny. One of the guy who wrote the Conan Barbarian stories and all of that.
Oh, yeah.
talked about a race of serpentine humans, and he got that from Blavatsky, but that's one of the sources of one of the chains of custody for the whole reptilian alien thing is that guy.
Big shout out to Roger, who's been restreaming us tonight on his platforms. Thank you so much. He's been in here all night. And also, he says his brother loves that story you told earlier about the crystal caves.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah. I'm not sure if MC is restreaming us tonight yet or not. He probably will when we break in with Nancy.
Cool.
She did really good, and that really, I don't think they were expecting that energy boost, but they really needed that.
That's great.
Yeah,
I'm glad.
Kind of wish Yodavation was back, but she'll return to us soon.
Nice. Yeah, boy, these crystal caves, I'm looking at pictures of them. They are just the most insane.
You know, hey, we do video, so if you want to take and throw those up for folks on the video side to see, that's fine.
How do I do that?
Share screen.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we have 30 seconds and we can be back. Yeah, anytime you want to take and do that for your show, that'd be great. And then.
Okay. Yeah. Let's do this. I'll look this up here.
Yeah, but if you want to, you don't have to share your audio with that. We're getting ready for your countdown here. You all set?
Yep.
Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and back on the radio side right now, Jack.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, your own personal guide to the Twilight Zone. And, you know, I've got a voice for smell-o-vision and a face for milk cartons, and I'm here on the radio talking to you guys. So, let's see here. I'm going to pull up something for our video people. Can you see that?
No, but
no.
No. I was looking for, but hold on. Let me bring down the this real quick, and maybe we can see it in the chat. Oh no, guess not. I tried.
Oh, never mind. I got you.
We'll just do a share screen next time.
Oh, I got it. Hang on just a second. Here you go. Boom. How's
Here
that?
It comes. There it is. Oh my God. Wow, that's amazing, Jack.
Yeah. So, I got a picture up on the screen for you for the video feed out there, guys. But if you're just on the radio, what I have up is a picture of just a small portion of the Crystal Caves in Mexico. And I have to tell you, this is just a small deposit of quartz crystal as far as the planet is concerned. Our entire inner part of our planet is nothing but this quartz crystalline structure with quartz crystals as big as buildings. Think about that. The environment is so deadly that scientists can only expose themselves for 10 minutes at a time. The pressure, the humidity, and a very strange energy is emanating from the crystals themselves. And what if I told you that scientists have drilled into these quartz crystals and they have extracted a liquid from them? And what if I told you that that liquid was analyzed and it was found to be literally teeming with alien microbes? That's right, guys. It has been scientifically proven that an alien life form is living in the crystalline structure of our planet. Look it up for yourselves. And this ties into my entire theory that what we are seeing here is an alien intelligence. What those microbes are its essence. That this alien intelligence lives within the crystalline structure of the earth, and it's a shape-shifting entity. It can change form at will. It can alter reality around us. It can do all of the things that the demiurge of so-called Gnostic belief could do. Is it possible they were right? Because in my theory here, guys, is the fact that you can look all around the world, and I've written a book called The Devil's Key that discusses all of this in great detail. Not that it matters, nobody buys books anymore, nobody reads books anymore, and any attempt to try to monetize paranormal information is an absolute bad bet. It cannot be done. I'm telling you that after 30 years of being in the paranormal world, it's an impossibility, and you should always take from the mysteries. Never allow the mysteries to take from you. I have seen many an individual take a powered nosedive with occult assistance. It turned, what ends up happening is interest into paranormal subject matter often causes obsession. Obsession takes over a person's life, and they wake up 3 decades later with nothing. It has stolen everything from them. Just don't be one of those people. So, but getting back to our conversation, my idea, my theory, my new exotic paranormal theory, and this is a major new piece of the puzzle that fell into my lap this week by way of William Shatner, actually. Captain Kirk dropped it in my lap. That's a weird world, isn't it? Can't make that stuff up. So I extracted this liquid. There are alien life forms living in the liquid. I wager those life forms are the essence of the demiurge. And I wager that there are quartz crystal deposits, very large quartz crystal deposits that are underneath Skinwalker Ranch at some level. And that this thing is able, through some combination of elements in the mesa, to come up and to basically make its residence there, to manifest itself there. Recently, if you've been watching Skinwalker Ranch, something unseen, an unseen entity went into their computer lab, logged off all the computers, erased a bunch of information, turned the cameras around, you name it. Just ransacked them. And this has been going on since Skinwalker Ranch has begun to be studied. Brandon Fugel just a few weeks ago admitted on a podcast that he is part of ongoing high-level Pentagon discussions concerning what appears to be an alien consciousness living in that landscape. I mentioned the fact that this thing can take form, take shape. It can literally become carnate. And what if I told you that Fugel admitted that they discovered on the ranch and have in their possession, as I previously mentioned, a real carcass of a dire wolf, a species that died out 130,000 years ago, a fleshy, bony, it was maggot-ridden at the time of its discovery. This was something that just died. It wasn't found in ice, wasn't found buried in the mesa. It was laying in the actual gulch of the ranch. What if I told you that there were intelligence agents on the ranch at one point, and this was written in Skinwalkers at the Pentagon by Dr. Colm Kelleher and George Knapp, and that their presence on the ranch caused a dogman manifestation to occur 1,000 miles away to one of the wives of one of the intelligence agents involved at the ranch. Would it be natural then for us to begin to ask the cryptozoological question, is it the source of all Dogman sightings? And if not, why not? Could this crystal entity be taking the form of various paranormal phenomenon? I've even previously entertained the notion that this could be an imprisoned alien entity on this planet that is attempting to, well, socially engineer a surface species in such a way that it can make its escape. Think about that possibility. But really, what we need to begin to focus on is the idea that all of the various devil triangle areas around the world, there's 12 of them that were identified by Ivan T. Sanderson, the intelligence agent turned cryptozoologist. If you're not familiar with the work of Ivan T. Sanderson, please familiarize yourselves with his work. His work, as we are going along in the event stream, is proving to be more and more accurate. Often, as an investigator into private cases that I do, you always have to go back to the source. Think of every stream of information as a stream of water. It starts really clear and pure at the spring source, and as it makes its way down the river, it gets dirtier and muddier and less like its original source. So always go back to the earliest accounts if you can. Always go back to the information that was derived from a time before the internet, a time before cross-contamination began to occur between groups of people. Because now, like I was previously preaching on my soapbox, you have a bunch of people in the ufology arena. And it's crazy to me. These people just have the tens of thousands of followers, and they're just spewing crap. Absolute crap. Talking about a 20 and back program they have to Mars on a separate timeline, and there's these time machines, and by God, somebody somewhere said it, so it must be true. There's not one iota of real evidence for any of it. And I would wager that at its source is disinformation campaigns put out by our intelligence agencies on purpose in order to make the rest of us look like we're a bunch of nutcases and can't tell the difference between real, viable intelligence and something somebody said somewhere once on the internet, so it must be true. You know, if you're listening to one of these paranormal sources and they don't say the source of where they're getting that information, I wouldn't pay them any attention. Rest assured, I will always give you the source of where I get my information, and you can find it yourselves and see how the pieces fit together. Maybe that's why they never invite me to their conferences, because after all, I'm not spewing a bunch of crap. So, where are we with all of this? Well, let's take it on premise that the scenario I'm presenting is real. Okay? There is an alien entity living in the crystalline structure of the planet. It appears to have abilities to literally change our perception of reality within a given space and time. This could help to explain all of the missing 411 cases, cases like the kid who saw his dead grandmother in the woods beckoning him, And when he came over to her, she ended up turning into something else altogether. There's cases like that out there. There are so many missing person cases, and all of this ties together really with the UFO phenomenon in quite a few interesting ways. In other words, how much of the UFO phenomenon is this entity pretending to be that phenomenon? And how much of it is real? That's a good question too. Because when you begin to entertain the notion of a trickster spirit, which is something every indigenous people around the world believed in, then you have to entertain the notion that you've been tricked. You have to entertain the notion of a shape-shifting entity that can make you believe it's something that it's not. For what ends and purposes, only its alien intelligence would know. For what motivation, only its alien intelligence would know. But as I previously mentioned, there is a huge, not often talked about clue at Skinwalker Ranch. This was published quite a long time ago, and if you look long enough through various search engines, you should be able to find a picture of the actual screen capture from the video camera at Skinwalker Ranch that was positioned right on a computer. The computer was off. It was the middle of the night. All of a sudden, the screen begins to flicker, and slowly the screen begins to light up, and an image begins to appear, and it gets clearer and clearer and clearer, and all of a sudden, bam, there it is. And it's 2 words, and it says, "I live." Tell me that's not an entity trying to make communication with the people that are on the ranch. Not only that, let's plug in a very interesting quote that I found this week, deriving its origin from Nikola Tesla, who said, "We may never understand the growth of the crystal, but we can be assured that it is alive." That was Nikola Tesla, guys. So let's plug in the mystery of the crystal skulls, right? What are the odds that a group of indigenous people in South America came across this crystal entity, as I like to call it, began to communicate with it in a shamanic fashion, and it directed them on how to construct those skulls so that it could communicate with them better? What if I told you the mythology of the 12 crystal skulls, and when you bring them together, it creates this force field for the planet? That's all interesting stuff, and it all ties together into this idea that there is, in fact, a crystal entity. What if I told you that the inventor of Kirlian photography, the guy who could take pictures of people's auras, and they still do it today, took a group of people and put them in front of his camera one by one to get their aura photographed, and he put a big chunk of quartz crystal in each one of them's in their hand to hold, and each one held it completely still while the photograph was being taken. And in numerous photographs, he noticed what appeared to him to be a wispy little entity that would rise up out of the stone. As soon as the model would move their hand, the entity would be seen to dart back into the stone again. That's the crystal entity. I knew about it, and I wrote about it as long as 20 years ago in my book, American Sorcerer. But nobody reads books, so that's where that went. And so, does this set mankind up for a battle with the demiurge, right? Does this lead us down the pathway where we will eventually have to face and combat this super entity that's alive in the crystalline structure of our own planet? And how much of that, how much does that entity have to do with, and how much is it perhaps muddying the waters of overall UAP disclosure with what appear to be real other interdimensional entities making their way to our space and time? I have in my possession a memo from the Federal Bureau of Investigation by way of a FOIA request. It has been posted on the internet, so I'm sure you can find it. The memo clearly is from 1947. It was days after the Roswell incident. This internal memo was generated. In the memo, it states that they believed that these entities, these alien beings, were coming from an interdimensional planet, but not a planet of the way you and I think, but their planet on another dimension shares the same point in time and space. And when we detonated our first nuclear weapons, it damaged their world. There's something about nuclear technology that touches other dimensions. That's why our nuclear facilities, our nuclear ships, submarines, which I served on, our nuclear reactors of all kinds are constantly being buzzed over by these craft. And it's not like they're propelling themselves off of it. Who knows why they're so obsessed with it? Probably because they know that if there's another nuclear detonation of some kind, it's going to damage their other world. The FBI memo goes on to state that they have chosen to colonize this planet because theirs is damaged. And we did it. And that's why they feel like they have the right to do what they're doing. Now imagine an interdimensional species that doesn't quite have the DNA to make it on this dimension. What might a species like that do? Might it study the DNA of living, intelligent beings that are able to survive on this dimension? And might it begin to experiment with that DNA and its own DNA in an attempt to create a so-called soul container, as many abductees have been told, so that it can reside on this dimension? You see what I'm getting at? Anna Paulina Luna may have put the final piece of the puzzle together for us in one podcast. Because if she's to be believed, and if she's right, and they are interdimensional in nature, then the FBI memo is completely, totally verified and is probably true. And we can begin then to really unravel an entire ball of yarn here. So we have a scenario by which primates on this planet evolved to the point where we blew up a nuclear weapon. It damaged these aliens' planet on their plane of existence, which is shared by ours. They have a way of opening interdimensional doorways and traveling through them. They came to see the source of where that damage was, and now they are attempting to openly colonize this other planet. That's the scenario that's presenting itself to us. And if the abductees are to be believed, it has taken them 8 full generations of hybrids being bred, being experimented to the point where they can now introduce their hybrids into human society without them being detected at all. They look just like you and me, and if you saw a photograph of a group of alien hybrid beings, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. But according to all abduction testimony in its totality, by way of, various researchers everywhere, anyone from Bud Hopkins to Johnny Mack to the professor over at Temple University, they all will tell you that the abductees are coming back saying that these new hybrids look just like us, but they have a nasty little secret. And that little secret is that they are neurologically superior to other humans. In other words, they can telepathically control human thought, emotion, and action within a given distance. And that, my friends, would be the ultimate social engineering. So that's our rabbit hole for tonight, guys. Join me next week, and we will explore another strange paranormal rabbit hole. Stay tuned for the beautiful, talented, genius Nancy Planeta will be taking you on a tour of the Vixen's Vault coming up. I'll see you next week.
Great show, Jack. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For show.
Yeah. Yeah. So what did you make tonight? Steaks?
No, I actually made pork chops and twice baked potatoes and salad. So.
Okay.
So barbecue pork chops.
Barbecued chops.
That's right.
Them's the best.
That's the good stuff. So
I like them smoked or deep fried. That's my best way of doing it.
Oh shoot, yeah, I love a fried pork chop. I haven't fried pork chops in a long time. I'm gonna have to.
There's a place here in town that I get them, and they got some really big ones. And I usually get them with 2 sunny side eggs on there, 2 biscuits, and
yum.
And then what is it on the side? I get let's see, biscuits and gravy, white gravy, that I put over top the pork chops too, and hash browns or home fries. I like the home fries there. They got some really good home fries. Lots of onions and peppers in them. Seasoned well. Good. Jason Armstrong in Facebook chat. Thanks for joining us. And we also had, who else over here? DK Spiracy. And we had Davey Z over in Rumble. As well as all the great folks over in D Live. Appreciate each and every one of you. DK is over there as well, along with MC Dirty Work. I'm going to get ready and switch over to, that's right, the Vixen's Vault. So take care, everybody. And I'll catch up with you, Jack. You coming over for a little bit, too?
I'll be signed on. I've got to go upstairs and check on some stuff, but I'll try to join in part of the show here this evening.
All right. Sounds good. Catch you then.
All right. See ya.
Bye. All right, gonna get the Vixen's Vault up with her Legion of Chaos. Do. It's Roger, Mark, Sonia, Mark, Jack, David. Where'd Raph go? I've seen Raph in here somewhere. Here's David. Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Did I get everybody? I'm trying to get a hold of David Campione too.
I'm here.
And Sonia?
I don't know if David Campion's going to be in because he's got surgery again tomorrow.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't see anything on that. And, here we go. MC. I'll get Jason in here in just a minute. Hold on, let me switch some stuff around over here on Teams. Not Teams, but OBS. There we go. Let me, I'll probably have to send Jason the link again, but that's fine. Hey Mark, how's it going?
Hi, not bad.
Awesome.
Yeah,
hey
not bad.
Mark.
Hi.
Let me try to find MC. There he is. Sending him the deal again. And here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and on the radio side right now.
And welcome, folks. Welcome back to the Vixen's Vault. Today's date is Wednesday, August the 20th, 2025. I'd like to welcome everybody to the show. It's been an interesting week again. Like, it seems like as these weeks progress, it's getting more and more interesting as time goes on. Lots going on in the news, and actually a lot going on outside of the news, like unusual things. In fact, I figured I would open up the show tonight talking about something that I actually got teased about online because one of the girls I used to work with in the paranormal, who actually lives close by in Florida, we had basically an article posted and written and notated about skunk ape. Now, to give you guys an idea, skunk ape is Florida's version of Bigfoot. That's our name for it because whenever there are sightings of this creature or whatever it is, or even those who, if it's a hoax, those who are going through the painful procedure of hoaxing it are actually, they've discovered the most pungent odor you could possibly imagine that seems to follow along with the presence of whatever this is, whether it be a hoax, whether it be a creature, whether it be some type of something within the ecosystem that we haven't identified yet, don't know, but the smell is absolutely atrocious. Thus, the nickname skunk ape. And it's interesting because where these sightings occurred, apparently it was 2 of them, and it was not one witness, it was multiple witnesses. But where this happened was actually an area I had visited with Raphael. I think it was about a year, maybe a year and a half ago. And it's a place where we were actually out on a boat, and it's where Monkey Island is, up in a little bit north of us here. And very, very wetlandish area, very heavily wooded, beautiful to say the least, but predominantly quiet. And most of the, I guess you could say, humans that occupy that area are pretty much, excuse the expression, hillbillies. Best way to describe them. But when we were disembarking from the boat, and we were at a marina, but it was like a shanty marina. That's the best way I can describe it. We were disembarking, and there were some dock workers that were. Go ahead.
No.
Do what?
Go ahead. No, nothing. Go ahead.
But there were some dock workers there that literally they were just talking amongst themselves, and they were actually talking about skunk ape. And I was listening to their conversation. They were talking about how bad it smells and how these sightings had been more and more common lately, and how this one guy was like, "Oh yeah, I saw one like a year and a half ago," and I just found it interesting because again, they had no idea who I was. They had no idea I was listening, but I was aware that this is an area that is the sightings of skunk ape usually occur in this area. Pasco, Hernando, Citrus, and Hillsborough seem to be, and the area where Ocala is, seem to be some of the real hot spots where there's sightings. But anyway, going back to the original reason why I brought this up, my girlfriend Tracy had actually said skunk ape. Nah, come on, what? We don't Bigfoot in Florida? Come on, there's no Bigfoot in Florida. And I'm like, I literally post back to her, you need to Google skunk ape and Florida together and tell me the results, because you're going to be surprised, because there's actually quite a few sightings, quite a few reports, and it's never a pleasant report. It's always because of the horrendous smell that accompanies these things. And it was funny because I was describing it earlier to Rafi. I was like, what it supposedly smells like. And I said, you got to wonder if it's either A, a pheromone, or B, a glandular secretion as like a fight or flight, because there's a lot of animals that do that. Wolves, cats, they secrete a horrible stench from their glands when they're upset, they're scared, or they're startled. So yeah, that could be the reason why, or it could just be the fact that, hey, it's Florida. And if you are outside without air conditioning for any length of time in the summertime, you are going to smell to the high heavens, especially if you don't have anything to, buffer that scent at all. Period. Amen. Okay, but I figured I'd hit on that first as we were getting into the show tonight, because I found that entertaining, and it runs along the lines of the paranormal, and yeah, I thought it was kind of cool and funny. But moving on from that, again, it has been a very interesting week. We've had a lot going on in the press. I know a lot of people are happy and unhappy with what's going on, let's say, in the news. We did have the meeting of the minds, as we'll call it. Putin and Trump met up in Alaska. And I think actually we were on air that day. Was that last Wednesday that they met up? I'm trying to remember what date it was, but I thought
Yeah, it
we
should be
talked
something
about it on
around
the
that
air.
time, Nance.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Was it Friday? Because I know I had made the point that I found it very interesting that it was noted that where Putin and Trump met, and this kind of goes more into the conspiratorial side of the show, where they met was actually, it's called Q1, and it is located on the base where they were located, and it's like a bar, a retreat restaurant type deal, but and it's on 17th Street in the area where it's at. And I, as a person who is, again, y'all know me, you listen to the show, I have followed Q since before. Actually, I've followed all those conspiracy threads since before Q even existed. But again, 17 is a very prevalent thing within the Q movement, because Q is the 17th letter of the alphabet. So you will find it when people are discussing things and drops and information, the number 17 will come up quite a bit. And again, the fact that the place is called Q1, I was like, oh, come on, please. And the thought process that, once again, people wonder, you see people saying, oh, he's selling out. In fact, I was doing censorship sucks earlier. I kind of jumped on with them for a half an hour, and we were talking about the fact that, there's people, the left is making it, Putin is making Trump his yacht, and things like that. But I am of the mind, and y'all have heard me say it a million times, that Trump and Putin are not anywhere close to enemies, that they're closely aligned. And I will back that up with the fact that all of the all the things going on right now with the DOJ and the upcoming prosecutions for the Russiagate issue, where Tulsi Gabbard's got all the documentation she could possibly want or need, and can make some very credible accusations and charges against people who were involved. In fact, she just revoked security clearances of 16 different individuals working within the White House who were involved in the Russiagate situation, which tells us all that she's getting ready to, basically, there are going to be arrests coming. Now, what I find interesting is, in order to get a lot of that information, it would have to have come from Putin. And
Yes.
and that's, keep saying, guys, everybody's kind of overlooking the obvious here. I'm pretty sure, do y'all remember the soccer ball with the really strange, like almost like encoded symbol on it? And that got passed from Putin to Trump. I think it was like right before the elections. They had met up, and Putin gave Trump that soccer ball. And a lot of people in the Anon community, as well as Patriot movement, had theorized that there was something more to it than just a soccer ball, because of the way the pattern was. And, I'm going to jump to theorize that he probably gave him all of the information he needed encoded into that soccer ball, all the documents he could possibly need to go after the people that had set him up. Now,
And wasn't a pattern also in the Starlink?
Yes, it was also another. Yeah. Yep. It does connect to Starlink. Now, what I find very interesting is that, yet again, people will say, well, if that was the case and Trump had the evidence that, everything was a setup from beginning to end, from the moment he took office and started doing things that went against the puppet master's instructions. Because I honestly think that when they realized that Hillary had lost, I think their backup plan was Mike Pence. And I always said that because, again, going to be very honest, and y'all who listen know this very, very well about me, is I do not and have never liked Mike Pence. I think he's an evil little critter that just needs to be flicked. Always believed he was deep state, always believed he was after what was best for their little elite circles, and it had nothing to do with U.S. citizens and what we needed. So I think that the deep state and the Clinton clan and the Obama clan 100% thought that they had some kind of control mechanisms on because of Mike Pence, like he was their insider. But yeah, pretty sure that, again, and that, they targeted people that they knew were powerful, Mike Flynn being one of the biggest targets, General Mike Flynn. Basically, why? Because Mike Flynn headed up intelligence. And he basically knew all of the plans and, let's just say, the choreographed events that the United States had been involved in. So he knew where all the bodies were buried. So they had to remove him, because if he gave that to Trump, again, they would have their heads on a guillotine. So you're seeing all these things happen. And like I said, Russia knew that they were not dealing with Trump. Russia knew that they actually wanted Hillary to get in. And why would they want Hillary to get in? And again, y'all have to pay attention to the news. Pay attention to some of the scandals that were linked to the Clinton name. We had the Uranium One scandal, where, basically, as Secretary of State, she allowed for a large amount of our uranium to go to Russia. And yeah, that wasn't Trump, that was Hillary and Obama. And lots of profit was made. Lots of profit was made. So yeah, Russia kind of wanted Hillary in, because Hillary, it would be status quo. They'd both make money. Yep. And they knew they had her because of the Uranium One deal. So that's almost like a blackmail type material. So when Trump got in, that was not advantageous to Russia, but it was advantageous to us. Why? Because now it was a level playing field. I think Putin actually respects Trump. I don't think there's any fear there. I think you have two great leaders. And I say that very honestly. I think Vladimir Putin is a great leader. And I think he thought that with Trump coming into office, things like the Ukraine, because Russia was always pissed off about what happened in the Ukraine.
Well,
And
too, he's a nationalist. He's not a globalist. He and Trump are nationalists, which in favor of their own countries, not the global thing that
not the global level.
that Hillary and all the others had.
Well, yeah, because you forget. I mean, right before Trump took office, Putin had given Monsanto the boot out of Russia. You know, you're not bringing your genetically modified anything into this country. Putin never bought into DEI. Putin never bought into any of it. You know,
He
he runs
didn't
his.
have any central banks either. I sent out a post today,
Yep.
you know, sending out all those countries that were not part of the um, Rothschild Bank, you know,
Yep.
syndicate.
Well, that's that you got to remember how it built up to the point where basically they started touting this Russian interference thing. It really started with the creation of RT News, because they were blowing the whistle on everything. You know, they had a great show called the Truth Seeker that would cover 9/11, the Boston bombing, you name it. Every little false flag, they were covering it, and so they couldn't. You know, that was one leak in the main. You know, in basically the talking head media that they couldn't control, and so that was the beginning of it. But then going further into it, as Putin tightened his grasp on his country, he even jailed the Pussy Riot band, was a lesbian band that was doing the LGBT parade in Moscow. He jailed that oligarch that was our puppet over there in Russia, and I don't even think there was any charges, but he had him in jail for quite a long time. And throughout Monsanto, he promised to make Russia a new organic breadbasket of the world. He threw out, you know, the GMO companies. He actually expanded the Russian Orthodox Church using public funding to create thousands of churches that they destroyed during communism. And not only did they expand the Russian Orthodox Church, the end goal was to strengthen the nuclear family unit. Basically, everything he did was to counter everything that they were doing to us. And when I say they, the ruling elite, the globalists, the cabal at the top, you know, the global cabal.
Yeah.
He already had control of his country, and he was already routing them out. The problem is that, as he even stated when he did an interview, I think it was with Tucker Carlson, that, you know, he can call out all this stuff, but the United States has a first-class propaganda machine, and they have a tight grip on control on all the information going out. And he laughed. That's why he laughed about it, because he says, you know, we could do it, but it's cost prohibitive. You know, it's as it is. They're already canceling RT News. I mean, you can find it, but it's hard to get to. It's not as accessible as it was when it first started.
Well,
Is it Reuters? Is that Reuters, or is it?
No, Russia Today.
Oh,
Russia Today is
okay.
RT. Yep. But I can tell you
Well,
that
it's been banned from YouTube. So anything that's banned from YouTube is going to have a heck of a time. That's like Press TV as well. Another thing real quick with RT and Press TV is they were both asked right before they were booted from YouTube. They were asked to do something interesting. They were told, don't worry about it. You know, we have a lot of people do this, but we want you to, we, the government, want you to sign up as foreign agents. And it's just paperwork, blah, blah. Then what happened was within a year of that just being paperwork, the main, I forget the gal's name, but the main gal at Press TV, their main anchor, was arrested, held for 3 weeks. She was arrested at Dulles International, I think. If not, it was the other airport in D.C. But they held her for 3 weeks. It was a big thing. She wouldn't eat food because she thought they might poison her. I think maybe so, too. I don't know, but it doesn't really matter. So, yeah, that was a big thing there. I don't know. I just thought I'd throw that in.
No, that's it's useful information because, you know, I don't know. I know you've got Mark over in the UK, you've got us over here, and I know our information bases are different. We all gather information from different areas. And I will say, I find it interesting the way they try to push Putin back into the old, Cold War type of tyrant. They try to model him into that, like almost like a Stalin Jr. And he's not. He's nowhere close to that.
I am aware that Macron and Starmer, France and President and UK Prime Minister, are pushing for extending war. And actually today, as we talk, I presume, there is a meeting between the US. I'm not sure if it's the entire EU or just selected members of, but Britain and France, obviously, and Germany, and the Ukrainian president. There's a meeting happening at this present moment with them.
Well, I know Zelensky. Obviously his little Adolphic self showed up at the White House on Monday in a business suit this time. So, yeah, at least that got, that message got heard. You don't show up to the White House for a meeting with a freaking president and, BDUs. What the heck was he thinking? But, that's him. He's a showman. He's an actor by trade. The man is an actor and not a good one. But, on top of that, I know they had Putin and Trump had come to pretty much some terms of agreement, and it was a little bit of a give and take. And then, went to Zelensky, and Zelensky is like all about, well, this is going to happen and this is going to happen, and we're not giving up any territory, and NATO will be brought in. And yesterday, Putin that got shot right out of the water. He said, absolutely not. There will be no NATO in the Ukraine.
No NATO. No NATO.
Yeah, agreed.
And, it's funny because, again, I have a lot of conservative friends and a lot of Democrat friends who are just fully anti-Putin and think this whole Ukraine thing is, Putin's fault. And I'm like, well, he's right. Number one, Ukraine is not a member of NATO. Number two, this whole Beelzebub problem started because of NATO. That NATO caused this whole separation to happen, and then our State Department put Zelensky into power when the guy before him wasn't doing what we needed him to do. So again, we have literally caused the situation. No, Putin's absolutely right. NATO has no place in Ukraine, and nor should they be anywhere close to Ukraine. And on top of that,
Ukraine is not part of NATO because they didn't register. They didn't register as a country.
Well, it's not just that. It's not just that. Again, who pays for this? It's not okay. In the UK, it's not the Islamic immigrants who are going to get drafted. Oh no. It's going to be UK citizens that have to pay in blood. Here, it's the same thing. It's not the Latinos and the people pouring across the board. They're not going to get drafted. Oh no, it's going to be our young men and women, because I believe that they're going unisexual with the draft.
Yeah,
so
but in the UK, you're going to have a lot of disgruntled privates. You're going to have a lot of disgruntled citizens joining the army. Morale will be extremely bad.
Yeah, because they've been betrayed.
If drafting were ever to come back in the UK, which is not at the moment.
From a broader aspect, I'm going to say that Putin is wholly justified in what he did, and because this goes all the way back to the 2014 Maidan coup that we orchestrated.
Yeah, we did that.
The guy that was president before that democratically elected, no less, was in favor of remaining neutral and still friendly ties with Russia, and we didn't like that, so we overthrew him. And we have plenty of evidence that John McCain and Lindsey Graham were knee deep in the middle of that. And
Victoria Nuland.
Victoria Nuland's the recording, they're basically her and the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine were discussing who they're going to place where, like it was a fantasy football draft. But beyond that, after 2014, a lot of people don't know that I remember digging up these videos where the Ukrainians were ruthless. The ethnic Russians in the eastern part of the country did not want to be on board with this neo-Nazi government. So they tried to break off on their own. Problem was, the Ukrainians were not going to let them go that easy. And there were actually videos where they were literally burning down buildings with people in it. And people were literally jumping off third, fourth floor of the building because otherwise they were going to burn with the building. And nobody talks about this. And it just escalated from there. So the state of Donetsk or Donbass, I can't remember, but it's one of the sub states within Ukraine.
I think it's pronounced Donetsk.
Donetsk, because I always say dumbass. Every time I look at it, I'm like dumbass.
They officially started fighting back, and that's when the Ukrainians started artillery shelling the Russians, and it's just been a wholesale slaughter ever since. That's the reason why Russia went in. That, and he can't have Ukraine in his backyard. We've proven time and time again we can't be trusted.
Well, he can't have NATO in his backyard, which is what that is. And also another thing that I didn't know, maybe everybody else knew, but the repeal of the Smith-Ament Act of 1948.
Smith-Mundt, yes.
Yeah.
Smith-Mundt, yeah.
Yeah.
HR 5736, indeed.
There you go.
Which means that they could lie to us and give us propaganda, which, and I don't know, I know it was probably a President Obama, but I don't know exactly what year, but that's huge.
January 2013 is when it actually passed. They had to attach it to another bill because it wouldn't pass on its own in time for probably Sandy Hook in December of 2012.
Yeah, it was inserted in the NDA of 2013.
That's right. The Smith-Mundt, HR 5736, right. The Smith-Mundt Modernization Act. They want to modernize it. After 1948, you want to modernize, quote unquote, the Smith-Mundt Act? Oh, God.
It's just like they inserted. Lie to the people. Yeah, it's just like they inserted indefinite detention and assassination of U.S. citizens in the NDA of 2012. They use these bills that they're not popular, they can't get through. They insert them into other bills that they know that have to get through. This is how tyranny is constructed.
Yep. And like I said, it's something where unless you stop and take the time, it's very easy for people to do the propaganda, the rah rah rah. Especially in times when the country's in chaos, and here in the States we're in chaos. You guys in England, y'all are in English chaos, as I like to call it, where it's
very
proper.
Polite chaos.
It's proper.
Yeah, well,
proper chaos.
If I lived in the UK, I would have been arrested already, guaranteed.
Yeah.
I can imagine there are a lot of UK citizens who are very mad about they've been betrayed, really. They're right. So but that's me. I'm an American, so I have no right to say anything.
But the thing is they followed our footsteps at that, because you forget, this started after Obama got elected, and Obama brought in, the amount of public officials.
I'm going to have to disagree with that. It started back in 97, Blairism. This is where the crux of a lot of our issues are at the moment, both in the US and in Europe. It comes from that, I don't know. In the US, it's more neocons, but in that driving at the same point. But in the UK, Blair has actually sort of introduced the point of mass immigration into our countries. I remember under Gordon Brown's time, our gold was sold for about a third of its cost, a large amount. During Tony Blair and Gordon Brown's times. This is where it all sort of originated from.
Mark's gonna have a heart attack if you guys keep going.
Are we going to
I'm
break?
gonna say, Parker. Yeah, I'm gonna say I've got to take it out to break, guys. Hang in there. We shall return with more of the Vixen's Vault in just a few moments.
All right. We're only like 2 minutes behind, but we're okay.
Sorry,
Nancy.
They got
That's
fueled.
okay.
They got fueled. They were on fire, man. It was like, wow.
Mark, Mark over in Mark Edward? Are you okay? Are you feeling all right?
Yeah.
He's been on vacation, getting lazy and shit. Like,
Well, he had a big project, didn't he?
yeah.
Yeah, I was just busy with various things last week.
Don't let him fool you. He's just getting lazy. He's sleeping all day.
I wish.
Poor Mark. He looks exhausted. That's why I'm saying that. You look exhausted.
I've been coming down on him hard, dude. In the last week since he's been away, I've been like talking so much crap about him. It's pathetic, dude. Just no, not even there, dude. I did it with John Galt the other night on Censorship Sucks.
Okay.
Don't believe him.
I told him he was horrible, dude. He was horrible, and just a decrepit Englishman.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
We know not to believe that. It's more the Smith-Mund, propaganda.
I will tell you this, Mark. John had nothing but good stuff to say about you, even though Roger was picking on you.
Yeah,
he regular votes on my mine's posts.
Well, he roots for you between me and you in our arguments. He always roots for you, and I'm like, dude, you need to stop that. You're an American.
Oh God.
Well, we have freedom of speech. We can be friends with whomever we want.
Don't say you're French. Oh, please
Friends.
don't say that.
Friends.
Oh, okay. I thought you said French.
Friends, not French.
15 times, dude. That's all I gotta say. Okay. It only took us one constitution.
Hey, Mark, if you want to stop them from talking about it, just say you're Jewish.
Yeah.
Everybody knows people in England. All of them are Jewish. I mean, that's.
Oh my God.
Actually, as far as I'm aware, I don't know anybody in my sort of circle of people.
And that's a topic that we won't bring up unless we're talking about the Khazarian Mafia or the political structure of Israel, okay?
Well, if we're talking about Ukraine, we can definitely go into the Khazarian Mafia.
There you go. Well,
But it's the head of the Anglican Church, which is England. Yeah, they are not Jewish.
Yeah. That went overboard last week, and I don't think we're going to have Wobbly back because of that.
Oh,
and he's not even a Jew.
Why?
All right.
What happened? I saw all the messages, but what happened?
It was interesting. That's about the best way to explain it.
Yeah.
Okay.
You were here last week?
Plus, you need to know that
I don't know.
that most media outlets are owned by certain folks.
Okay.
As well as advertisers that pay them.
John Bon Jovi.
Wait. On this show?
No, John Bon Jovi.
When we're on radio, yeah.
No. Was Wobbly upset about this show?
No, it was the after show.
Some folks on the after
Okay.
show. Not during the show.
I was gonna say because I'm pretty sure we don't go
It
into
was
that
after
type.
show. Sorry, 30 seconds, but I wanted to bring that up now. Because
There was
that will
quite
come
the
up later.
argy-bargy, wasn't there?
You guys like my cool pictures?
I did say 30 seconds, right?
Look at that. Look at that. Look at. You see that?
All right,
You see
look
that?
out, cats, dogs, and kids. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are alive and back on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Vixen's Vault. Again, today's date is August the 20th, 2025, Wednesday evening. It's a balmy Wednesday evening in Florida, although I doubt highly it's ever not a balmy evening in Florida. But, before we get back into the subject we were on, I wanted to say I drove Raphael absolutely nuts this morning. Well, I do that kind of every morning. But as y'all probably know, I don't sleep really well because of my injuries. And I'm telling you, there's a lot of EMF that's driving me nuts. But 4:30 this morning, I woke up and I was ice cold because Rafi keeps it like an igloo in my house. And so I got out of bed because I was so cold. Okay. I was so cold that my fingers were blue. So I got out of the bed and I came out. I let the dogs out. My youngest dog, she's always hyper, no matter what time it is. So I thought, okay, I'm going to let her out back. So I come out back, and as I'm looking up, I see the moon and the planetary alignment. And I got to tell you, it was so bright. I was like, holy smokes. So I'm thinking, okay, I've got my Android on me, and I'm like taking pictures, and I'm looking at crappy pictures. I'm going to go in the house and get the Apple. So I go in the house to get my iPhone, come back out, taking more pictures. But in the interim, it woke Raphael up. I think the smallest dog, Nala, if she wakes up, she'll yip. And she's a Chihuahua. So that's like a seriously annoying yip. And she'll get right up in your face. I mean, right next to you. It's like, oh my God, I'm going to kill this dog. So he gets up and he comes out. He can't figure out where I am. He comes outside. And here I am taking pictures of the planets and the moon. And he's like, it is 4:30 in the morning. What the hell are you doing? And I was like, yeah, well, pretty cool alignment, really visible. But like I said, then he couldn't get back to sleep. So I annoyed the snot out of him this morning. But I thought it was cool, and I thought I should mention those of you who are early birds on the eastern coast of the United States, or actually pretty much anywhere in the United States, because even in California, it would have been 3:30, 2:30, like 1:30 in the morning. Get outside and look at it in the morning because it is phenomenal. It's especially if it's a clear night, it's just absolutely beautiful. But that being said, back into the subject at hand. Where do you stand on Ukraine? Because I think, since the beginning of this, when everybody was rah, 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 bomb Russia, because we had a lot of friends. Actually, it was very annoying. A lot of friends who were totally like changing their avatars to Ukrainian flags. I'm like, where do you live? What is wrong with you?
Really?
That's like, the immigration crisis, where they're, making it illegal pretty much to wave any kind of flag that shows patriotism to the United States. But hey, you can have your Mexican flag anywhere you want. No, enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we've seen a huge swing in the United States because as time went on, people started saying, well, wait a minute. We have sent literally hundreds of billions of dollars in money and equipment and everything else over there. That's not even including the Black Ops budget, which I'm sure is way up there because we had spec op boots on ground before the war even started. So, and this is, by the way, this is not me whistling Dixie. This is actually documented. You can verify it. Our special operations were in Ukraine before anything started, which should have made you question everything to begin with.
And allegedly, so was the SAS as well.
Correct. Correct.
Allegedly,
right? And actually, I feel bad for Poland because I'm like, man, those poor Poles. They're like, oh, please, please. But I mean, here's the thing. People here began to question. Why? Because COVID caused a lot of financial interesting issues, and the Biden administration didn't make it better. They made it a lot worse. They They allowed Wall Street to jigger numbers where they kept saying, oh, the economy's strong, when, yeah, anybody who went to the grocery store, the gas station, or anywhere that cost money, even places that didn't cost money started costing money, knew that our economy was in trouble. I mean, they knew it because it was reflecting in their pocketbook. So people started figuring out something's not quite right here. The only ones that don't figure out are the ones that are on welfare, or the ones who have so much money it doesn't matter anyway.
Or if they really buy what the MSM is telling them, and actually maybe I know of in 2 states where the older people, they take it as gospel, which is appalling. I mean, if MSM says that, oh, the bad Russians are hurting the Ukrainians, well,
but again, because here's the reason why, and we know this because I hate to say it, but we're becoming the older generation. But the Cold War, I don't know about you guys, but I still remember duck and cover drills, because where do I live? I live, I don't know, in the state that's 90 miles from Cuba. So, yeah, Russia was something to be feared until actually you started seeing a little bit of a difference right as Ronald Reagan was coming out. You started seeing a little bit more of a, I guess you could say, a negotiation point. Gorbachev, we actually had a pretty decent relationship with him. I mean,
it's worth remembering that both Reagan and Thatcher had real sort of communications with Moscow because of Gorbachev, because of perestroika. Gorbachev's moves into more of a capitalistic system. Yeah.
Yep.
Reagan spent them out of existence. Spend.
Yep.
So did
But
Thatcher, yeah.
What opportunity did our deep state see in that? I mean, think about it. Here's Gorbachev that's moving more into the capitalistic system. Oh, we could put banks over there. Oh, we're going to get our contractors over there. And that's what put a stop to, hard and fast. But what a lot of people don't realize, because everybody always calls the collapse of Russia when the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics actually did collapse. And Russia had a very dark decade, but not as dark as we think. Because by the end of the 1990s, Russia had more millionaires in Moscow than anywhere else in the world.
Yeah,
and that's
Russian mafia.
fact.
Russian
I have
mafia.
a look at what happened in the neighboring states, the ex-Warsaw Pact countries, Georgia, Kosovo, what is now Czech Republic.
Yep.
Look what happened in those countries.
Yep. I mean, it's like I said, it was a give and a take. But when Putin came into power, I think he knew where mistakes had been made. He knew that it was a glorified crap show with a lot of really bad players in Russia that were taking advantage. And in other words, he took control, where if we'd had that here, we wouldn't have the problems that we've got. Difference between us and Russia's bad players were really, really obvious about the fact that they were bad players. Here, we just call them politicians. So that's the difference.
Arpad was there in 1999. He was on a business trip, and he was held up almost by the Russian mafia. So where we were in the 1930s, the bootlegging and all of that going on, that's where they were, because they hadn't progressed that far. So they're up against mafia. I mean, the Russian mafia, which are pretty tough.
What I find funny is that we don't do a compare and contrast as to how close, like, the United States has come to actually being the Soviet Union, because a lot of the younger generations have no clue what I'm saying when I say something like that. I'm like, okay, so what propaganda did they feed us when we were in school to scare the crap out of us when it came to Russia? Food lines, the fact that there were multiple families to one apartment. I mean, that everything was controlled by the government, your job, everything. All these choices were made for you. What do we have here and now in the States? A very similar situation. We have food banks everywhere. We've got, we've got SNAP benefits, we've got EBT, we've got welfare, we've got all these things that you're basically lining up like an idiot and getting what you need to survive. You know,
In fact, the UK has got worse because now because of the tax reforms that our government's been doing, we've seen companies leaving the country. Rich people leaving the countries, companies leaving the country, and the civil service has grown extremely large in the last 2 years.
Yep. That's what happened here too. We became a leviathan. I mean, and I've said that the Constitution was not set up for what we have. Okay, this government it's overreached so far. It's not funny. I mean, it's a leviathan. It was never meant to be a leviathan. The government was supposed to be pretty small. And yes, a republic. I mean, but what we've done is we've got, like I said, I say it over and over again, the DOD is the largest employer in the world. Yeah. So literally millions of people are dependent on DOD paychecks. They're dependent to feed their families.
If I'm not mistaken, the NHS is actually the third or fourth biggest employer in the world. Yeah.
And here we went and followed in your damn footsteps with the ACA. Oh, that was freaking brilliant. And anybody who read it was literally, if you are articulate and you can read and you have good comprehension and you read that bill, you wanted to wash your eyeballs out till they bled because it was that bad. It was that bad. And
it's so graphic.
Oh my gosh! Well, it just every time I think about Nancy Pelosi. You have to pass it before you can read it. Excuse me, we're paying for it.
Yeah.
So
That's crazy.
Yeah, I couldn't believe she said it. I was like, that woman has balls bigger than big balls that got beat up in D.C. So, and they're using it as an excuse to bring all the National Guard in and deputize everybody. I think that's funny as heck. I'm like, y'all still think this is about crime? Boy, are you going to have a surprise when you wake up one day. Because, yeah, that kind of presence that is not about crime, that is 100% about going after politically influential figures and arresting them and making sure that you can keep the riots that are going to be paid for under control when you do that. That is exactly why that presence is there. So, again, people can try to lull themselves into some kind of a weird dreamscape and actually believe what they're being told because, again, hello, propaganda.
Propaganda, yeah.
Or you can actually see it for what it is and go, well, wait a minute. Why would they deputize? Why would we have over 10,000 National Guard in a itty bitty little district that we call Washington, D.C.? Again, think about it, folks. Think about it. And no, that's not conspiracy. That's just logic. Just put the situation together, look at it, and take a step back and say, well, what if it's not about crime? What else could it be about? Let me think. What would
if it's
happen?
about something to come, something that didn't happen yet? I don't know.
Well, I really think because, again, they revoked the national security clearances of 16 people involved in Russiagate. They've got Obama dead to rights. They've got Clinton dead. Clinton actually nominated
37 people. Wasn't it 37?
It was 16 when I looked earlier today. It might be larger because I know she was still releasing names. But here's the fun part. Clinton actually nominated Donald Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize. I was like, oh, come on. A little too late with the brown nosing there, sister. Because you're toast, man. And you made yourself a big old target. There's no, feel bad for me. I lost an election. No, sorry. You are done. And like I said, I think that's going to be, and I think it's going to be more than just Russiagate. There's a reason Trump is doing what he's doing with the Epstein files. And there's all sorts of interesting things going on right now that, again, not widely reported on. Like there was a Israeli intelligence agent, cyber intelligence agent out in Las Vegas who got arrested for child pornography and multiple other things, child trafficking, also amongst those charges. And his Israeli lawyer stepped in and for $1,000 got him sent back to Israel.
Oh, out of harm's way.
Yeah, out of harm's way. So again, very interesting things going on here, and they're not widely reported on. And like I said, I think it's going to be one fatal blow, and that would be how I do it. I would get everything I needed, all my ducks in the row, release the information in trickles here and there, JFK files, everything that's going to build a story to show people a background. And then you swing the hammer.
Well, so they can't get away.
And you're noticing all sorts of issues now with air traffic. You had another explosion at Francis Scott Key Bridge. That was yesterday. Was that yesterday? No, I think Monday maybe. But another tanker blew right, almost exactly the same place where that other tanker hit the bridge. So it's like, again, guys, way too much going on here, and it's showing me that they're trying to stop exits. They're trying to block exits. Air traffic, you've got air traffic hackings happening pretty much every other day at this point, where airlines are shutting down their complete systems, coming to complete ground halt because they've been hacked. Again, I'm telling you, it's all leading up to a system shutdown. And they're trying to keep the mice from fleeing at this point because they've got everything. Even back before the 2020 election, I had been sent a very large file, we'll just put it that way, that had over 250,000 names of sealed indictees. Indictees.
Yep.
So, yeah. And it's interesting because some of those names you had never heard of before in your life, and yet now I see some of those names in the news. And I'm like, oh, well, isn't that interesting? So it proves things accurate. It's like I said, there's a validation that's occurring right now that's telling me, yeah, this is coming to an epic, like, grand finale as they shove all the lemmings off the cliff. Because that's where this is going. And
don't they have an NG National Guard in front of Union Station too? Ain't nobody going anywhere.
Yeah, they got them there. They're looking at deploying to LA. They're looking at deploying to Chicago and now New York City also. So, I mean, they're saying, well, he can't do that. He can't do that. Posse comitatus. I'm like, well, you retards, y'all elected one Senor Barack Obama, who made sure that he implemented into the NDAA 2012 the absolute reneging of posse comitatus under a state of emergency.
It's funny that comes up. Did you know they were actually in court 3 different times last week? Friday was the last day that I know of. Deciding whether Trump is going against posse comitatus or not. So I don't know what that means for Obama having 100% ixnayed posse comitatus, but yeah. Well, I'm just saying they've been in court all last week, so that's trying to decide about that. Well, then this judge very well could un-ixnay it.
No, it's not going to be. Here's the thing, because it's going to out what's actually happening. That because Trump actually has declared an emergency, it gives him the power.
But I mean, they
under
are
the
in
NDAA.
court. Friday was the 3rd day that they were in court doing this, so it's not. It's just something they're doing right now.
But they're in a liberal court because
I'm just saying it is humanly possible in the realm of things for the decision to go that way, right?
Yep, and it'll get what? It'll get appealed,
overturned,
and it'll get overturned.
I'm just saying. So posse comitatus, I guess. Yeah, it was real weird. I don't know.
Well,
that's just weird. If it was ixnay, shouldn't it be something that should go into court? You would think, but I guess they take everything into court.
Again, because here's the thing. This is what Democrats do. Look at all the things Trump has been brought to court for that everybody else in the world has gotten away with that were perfectly legal. Okay, let's just look at this. And then they try to twist words.
Reasonable.
But again, posse comitatus, that's exact. I'm telling you, it's in the NDAA. You can go look at it. It's revoked
you
in
can
times
Google
of
it there
emergency.
in court last Friday.
Oh, no.
Over it.
But what I'm saying is whether or not he has the right to do it, in the liberals' minds, in their mindset, in the deep state's mindset, Trump
I don't know
has
enough
no
about the
presidential
law to know all
rights.
that, but I know that they're in court figuring that out about the posse comitatus. And if the judge goes against that, then that either means that there was some misunderstanding in that, or that he has the power to turn it around.
Well, and that's where I find it interesting. No, they really don't, as these federal judges are finding out very quickly right now, because they're all trying. They've tried to block him. I can't tell you how many times. That one in DC who keeps throwing down. What is it? Not a restraining, but it's basically an order stopping him from being able to deport. They can't stop him from deporting, but yet this judge is ruling they can. But constitutionally, they cannot. So they've overstepped. The judicial system has overstepped.
Let me ask you something. The posse comitatus, I was under the impression that was to prevent the U.S. Army and Air Force from enforcing like domestic laws and stuff.
Within our borders.
Yeah, that's what. So, how's that like applying to this right here? Is what I'm saying. Like,
Okay,
I don't get the connection.
Because they federalize, again, under the NDAA, they kind of federalized the National Guard. And it was a big mistake.
Yeah,
because,
Washington, D.C.
Yep, they kind of federalized it. And that's why I said, because in normal circumstances, the way it was before, the governors had control of the National Guard, not the federal government. So, in fact, Rafi can back me up on that if he's still here and listening.
Yeah, I'm here. I was going to say, it's funny, if nothing else, this federalization of the troops and the whole militarization of DC, that should be the wake-up call, because that's almost what we had when the lockdown started. I don't know if you...
Hang on. I just looked at the time. Got to take us out to a break, but you're going to continue on that because you're correct. Hang in there, folks. We shall return. This is our long break of the evening, so it's going to be a good 5 to 10 minutes, but we shall return with the Vixen's Vault.
Okay, we're on radio break.
Let's bring it, Rafi.
Yeah, baby.
Yep.
But yeah, here's the thing, though, Rafi, because DC is not a state. They don't have a standing guard unit. They have the Capitol Police and they have the DC Police, which are completely corrupt.
And they have a constitution.
It sort of reminds me of what the Square Mile in London is like, and also in some sense what the Vatican City is like.
Well, there's only 3 cities that are independent like that. DC,
autonomous zones.
London, and the Vatican.
Yep.
And one more jurisdiction. The Bank of International Settlements is also...
Should be getting that way.
Oh, yeah, there's some place over in Switzerland, too.
Bank of International Settlements is also...
Where is it?
Yep. Switzerland.
Basel.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Basel.
So
that's where they get the Basel numbers. Basel 3 and Basel 4.
I love
Okay.
basil. I love basil. I put it in all my food.
Good for you. Basil, good for you.
The little shoes
it's
in
called,
there.
it's pronounced basil, not basil.
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 Wait, that's a name too, isn't it? Basil.
Yeah. As in, what's the
mixed up pile of Mrs. Basil E. Franklin.
Yeah, but I see, like I said, I see what Trump's doing, and I'm kind of laughing because he's...
Well, when we get ready, when this room closes up, I'm going to take us over. In fact, I'm about ready to take us over to the next one. So, everybody get ready. Jason, do you have your the link already for that one? Should be able to just answer when I call.
I do. Yeah, indeed.
Okay. I'm going to close this one up, and we're going to start the next one. All right? All right.
Alrighty.
I'm here.
I don't see Jason. Oh, there he
I'm
is.
here. Sorry if I put my 2 cents in there, Nancy.
2 cents.
What are you talking about?
Well, inserting information like.
Okay,
So-
Vicky, I'm going to throttle it into you. You are allowed to have a voice and an opinion. We like your voice and opinion.
I love it when chicks say insert and throttle. Just so cool, dude.
Of course you do.
Ooh, it's kinetic, isn't it?
Just force it in there. It was like when I went on Censorship Sucks, I think the second to last time. What's her face? Yotivation said something that I didn't know for sure if I should be like upset or if I should
There
be
you go.
like excited. You know what I mean? Because like she said, I was like, wow, dude, I felt dominated, used.
That's all it takes with you guys is words. That's it.
It
Yeah.
felt good, dude.
He liked esophageal varices. Don't you remember that?
Oh yeah, say that
Oh
slow.
my God.
Say that slow.
She does say it slow.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Is like freaking that is so cool. Like that's a hot chick word right there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Mm.
Esophageal Gucci.
Varices.
All right,
You knew
so
what that
Mark,
was.
do you see Ralphie in the waiting room? Because
No. I'm trying to get him to connect in. But it keeps dropping off for some reason.
Hang on.
There
Yeah,
he is.
because he's got to tell us.
He's coming in
There
now.
he
He's
is.
coming in. Got him. What happened to Dave?
Dave has surgery again tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking about him just today.
Oh, that's so fun.
Okay, well, I guess Sonia is not going to come in.
Sonia. Oh, Sonia.
Yeah.
You like that name too, Sonia.
Well,
It
no,
sounds like-
it's last time I had to talk to Sonia, she kept me up until like 4:30 in the morning.
That's what she said.
She got all drunk and said she was gonna punch me in the face.
Oh.
Yeah,
That's what
sexy,
she'll
sexy.
do.
Yeah, she just. I told her I was like, that's not really attractive, but she didn't want to hear that.
No. BS. What you said was whip me, beat me, hurt me. Ooh, I'll be yours. That's what you said, Roger. I know.
You just
Oh.
dude, you leave the freaking moneymaker alone though. That's like the #1 rule.
Moneymaker.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's just,
God.
Wow.
We can't go there. It's not nice.
You can.
It's not nice. Vicky's gonna go rebaptize herself like 20 times after the show. I swear to God.
Okay, Roger, you sure it's an asset or a liability?
Both.
Anyways, you got about
Long-term,
30
short-term.
seconds.
Copy that.
Did you hear me?
No.
Said long-term, short-term.
No. What am I thinking?
Oh, God.
We got plenty of time. Hold on here. I was
gonna say, are you doing a 5-minute break on us?
Yeah.
I mean, Roger's
I am not
fantasizing.
having
We'd
a-
all like to listen. Mark.
Look, I'm
He's
not
trying
having
to
a good
avoid-
night because when I first started out tonight, I kept getting interrupted by everybody here at the house coming in and out of the room when I'm trying to get everything on, and it's throwing my whole damn night off. And now I'm still having problems making sure that the damn countdowns are taking place when they need to, regardless of the damn files plan and crap like that. If they want to, end early or or just drag out to the regular time. Okay.
Ooh, Mark is frustrated.
Yeah, and not to mention I had a fire at my house this
I
weekend.
saw that. I saw the pictures. What? How the hell did that happen?
Is made.
Fire department said it was probably brush fire because the hedges were too close to the damn AC unit we've been under a heat advisory here for the last few days. Well, over the weekend, and that day it was 104. Not to mention how hot, on top of what the AC unit was blowing onto the brush there, and the wind at the time. So it just went up real fast. Alex, before it even happened, went to take Catherine, not even a block away, and I had it went up, and I had it up before he even came back, and he was like, "What are you doing outside?" And I said, "Don't you see? Damn house is smoldering."
Wow.
Wow.
You were lucky.
Yeah,
You were actually really.
But anyways, yeah.
Today was so bad his dog was even bitching at him when he started the
No.
freaking stream, dude. He
Oh
was
yeah,
like
well,
barking.
Zeus was giving me hell because he probably knew that Blue, Censorship's dog, was nearby him, and it was like, oh, they wanted to talk, but he was being very vocal. He was being the manly man. Now it's 30 seconds.
There we go.
All right.
Glad you
He's
were
here,
able
so
to
he's
manage.
ready to talk.
I wanted to hear more about Roger's fantasies, but hey,
And
that's just me.
I'm not sure if I want to do an after show tonight or not. I'll let you know in the next break. I got a little, after last week, I've been a little frustrated with the after show, so I don't know. Here's your countdown.
I have no idea what even happened.
4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Top of the hour, coming back at you with the Vixen's Vault. I'm your hostess, the Wiccan Vixen, and with me tonight, which is, by the way, Wednesday, August the 20th, 2025. I got to shoot that one out in there. With me tonight, I have my esteemed panel who are with me every week. I've got Vicky. Say hello, Vicky.
Hello.
Roger, who's been very entertaining during the break. I'm just going to say that. And Roger's still on mute. So, okay, Roger, if you're talking into the mic or if you, there he is. Say hello, Roger.
Hello.
There we go. I've got Jason, the new addition to the round table that I am absolutely thoroughly enjoying. So I love having you here, Jason. It's actually really awesome. Mark Edworthy, who was not with us last week, and I missed you. I missed the Fabio clip. And who's had you can tell he's had a rough week because he looks tired. A little bit better now, but tired. And of course, Raphael, my significant other, who I see every day and night. So there we go.
And she loves.
When we went off air, we were talking about what is happening in DC with the National Guard presence, and Raphael was about to make a point about pre-COVID. So I'm going to let you continue with that train of thought.
So going back to when I was an air marshal, I remember when they said that they could only guarantee us 10 years of employment. They didn't know how long the program was going to last, but later on down the line, everything's 2020 hindsight. They launched what they call the vehicle intermodal. I don't know, it's a VIPR, the Viper program. And I just went to the Air Marshal website just the other day, and sure enough, they have now merged the Air Marshal job with the Viper program. And for people that don't know what the Viper program is, you got TSA guys that are, sitting in the airports and, in a secure location, screening passengers, whatever else. Viper was going to be the armed version of that, out doing bus stops, train stations, seaports, basically any public transportation. And then as the lockdowns came down, we were lucky that they did not use them as the response to remember during the lockdowns when they first started, they didn't want any interstate travel. Well, that would have been a federal enforcement of that ruling, of that declaration, and the Viper teams would have been right at the center of that. So, if you want to get an idea, we've talked about how a militarized tyranny it basically shocks people awake out of their slumber. We almost had that during the COVID crisis, but they doubled down with the medical tyranny so that then they can basically say, "Oh, we're taking him away because he has COVID." That kind of thing. It's easier to target people when you have the medical tyranny, but the military tyranny is a lot more in your face. It is a lot more alarming, and this is a great insight. If you want to look at what a militarized United States looks like, you're going to look at DC in the next 6 months.
You know, I've got to say, I've got to make a comment here because again, it's kind of like the NDAA, the way they did it, it's like they set Trump up because they didn't expect it to be Trump. They thought it was going to be Hillary. They gave him like the ultimate powers through the NDAA. And now they're, like I said, with the court things, they're trying to undo it, but they can't undo it because they did it. And not only that, they did it with 100% of the vote. Like the NDAA passes every year. Every year in December, they re-up the NDAA. And every year it is unilaterally passed. That right there should tell you we have a very large problem. But on top of that, I'm going to go back to Sandy Hook. What was the actual intent behind Sandy Hook? And this shows you what their intentions were for us. Sandy Hook was not so much about the school shooting. It was about a gun grab, but it was also, there was something else. There was another piece of that a lot of people were not putting together. It was about federalizing law enforcement because there was a push made after Sandy Hook to get rid of the sheriffs and go federal. Correct. They were dismantling the sheriffs. Why? Because the sheriffs are the one institution within the law that can actually refuse an order from a president or a leader if they consider it to be unconstitutional. They are the only ones. Yep. They're the only ones with that power.
Can I add something in on that?
Go ahead.
Everybody always forgets to talk about this, but let's look at tracer guns as well. That was a big thing after Sandy Hook. They started introducing illegal weapons back into the hands of criminals so that they could trace those weapons and find out where they were going.
Yep.
So,
well, and on top of that, there's another facet to this. So that should, again, if you put the pieces together, you can see where they were trying to gather into a federalized force. What did we have? What were the exercises that drove Anons absolutely crazy? People were melting down. Jade Helm.
Yeah.
And again, it was a preparation exercise. And people kept saying, oh my God. You know, they're literally, this whole exercise is about doing what? Containing U.S. citizens. Why? Why would they even, urban warfare? What are they doing? Why would they need
Even more than that for Jade Helm was the Boston bombing, in particular when they shut the entire city down to hunt down what was supposed to be the two terrorists that supposedly planted those bombs, as if it wasn't Kraft International, but that's for a whole different thing. I have video footage of, and I love this guy. I have video footage of folks coming up a woman's street, you know, two MRAPs, all kinds of soldiers marching behind them, and she says, you know, what's going on? He says, get back in your house. And she says again, I don't know why, but she says, what's going on? And they had like beanbag guns or whatever, and I mean, this guy shot her dead in the crotch with the beanbag. And you could tell because they were coated in some kind of chalk stuff. So you could, maybe because they know they're going to get sued, so that they can actually tell where they got hit. So you can't say, oh, you hit me in the liver, or I don't know, whatever. That's the best thing I could ever come up with. But anyway, because he shot her. She went back inside. She went in and shut her door after that. But so they were marching around shooting women in the crotch that are technically in their house, just with the front door open, asking what's going on. Yeah, that was their intent, for that to be legal after.
A lot of that was it was a temperature test to see how far people were willing to forego their civil rights in order for the law enforcement or the government to enforce or keep them safe. You understand what I'm saying? It's,
well, more than that, I
Absolutely,
mean,
brother.
it was also a stupidity test because you forget the film that was coming out of the Boston bombing, where you could literally see the same crisis actors making mistakes in their crisis acting, and then resetting it on live TV on national news, where you're like, wait, wasn't that guy just found that before?
I found that.
Yep.
Whenever they do events like this, there's a number of reasons. They don't kill 1, 2, or 3 birds with one stone. They kill like a dozen birds with one stone.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's like they set their. The way I look at it is they were definitely like they had full intention. If Trump had not been in office and had not made things certain things made things obvious to people. If he had not been in office, we would have had a Jade Helm with COVID. And as it was, they tried really hard to do that. They tried very hard. I mean, they were literally removing our freedoms left and right for literally no reason and completely unconstitutional. Little local governments where they had put their own people into power, like the Department of Health. And I've said that before. The Department of Health has way too much power. And nope. And it's a bunch of pencil pushers who have that power. No,
I don't know. I call that
they
where
were the
we got to take some of your freedoms. That way we don't got to take all of them.
All
Yeah,
freedoms.
there you go.
Yep. And like I said,
I just don't buy it.
When the 2-week lockdown expired, I mean, again, because we didn't know as a country and there was a lot of panic. So yeah, a 2-week lockdown, I will never say that was a bad idea because nobody really knew. And I got to tell you, Ralphie was seriously not in a good place because that man has no fear of anything. But if there's one thing that gets him, it's something invisible that he cannot fight. And so a virus like that, he was freaking. He was freaking out. And especially after we talked to Chi and she was telling us how viruses actually do get transmitted. Oh yeah, that was a bad day. But again, you can see where they were setting it all up for COVID, and now they're trying to do it again. You're seeing them trying to, put the fear in everybody. In fact, I made a point the other day, and I did show it to Raphael. Because Bill Gates is somebody who just irks the absolute snot out of me. And because he's a little shit, he's like that little man that got bullied, and he's got all this money. He's just gonna take it out on everybody. A little Dr. Evil. That's what he reminds me of.
Because somebody hit him in the face with a cream pie.
Oh my God! No, it's long before. But like I said, here he is, and there was two different things that came up.
Final cream pie. Like the guy that was like in the way back or whatever. He had to catch up.
Well, there were two different things that popped up with Bill Gates over the weekend. That one was a direct article about him, which was about that he's now pushing for Africa. He's pushing this huge contraceptive program, and that he's going to go save the Africans and this and that. I'm like, wait a minute, and this is how I post things on my Facebook. Hold on a second here. Isn't he the same Bill Gates that did all these wonderful experimental vaccines in Africa that actually killed the reproductive systems of tons of them, created a lot of diseases that they can't seem to kill, and on top of that, what son of a bitch? Are you playing video games? You're video gaming, Raphael. Put the remote down.
Sorry.
Or hit mute.
I got it.
So, again, I was kind of making the point, and then I kind of said, here's the thing. If DEI had gotten behind a platform going after something like that, it would have been the one platform that was actually kind of legitimate. Yep, it's kind of racist to go experiment on African and Indian people just simply because there's a lot of them and they're really poor, and you don't really have to count the deaths. That's pretty horrific.
Yeah.
Then the next article, literally within 10 minutes, the next article that pops up on my feed is about, this mosquito-borne virus that's now rampaging through China. But on top of that, here in Tampa, in my area, Central Florida, they've got dengue fever. So I'm like, hold the door a moment here, folks. Wait a minute. Once again, I'm going to point out that didn't we just pay Bill Gates like a shit ton of money to have Oxytech, the company that he owns, release a bunch of genetically modified mosquitoes in our freaking keys to basically stave off dengue fever, which, by the way, we haven't seen here in decades. Stave that off, West Nile virus, the real nasty ones that these mosquitoes, quote unquote, carry. And now all of a sudden we have an outburst of dengue fever. I'm just going to take a hazard and say that maybe the lemon law should apply here, because I'm pretty sure his genetically modified mosquitoes really didn't do anything but genetically modify another virus and make us more susceptible to it.
Yep.
So
That's like that, right?
Two different situations where I'm like, again, guys, let's look at the person who is in charge of the money that went into all this, because this was not supposed to be a problem. And yep, now we've got, even with Zika, I always laugh with Zika virus. I don't laugh because it's a very serious virus and it does cause really horrible things. But what people don't look at is the timing of that Zika virus outbreak, and the fact that they had done a release of genetically modified mosquitoes in that area about 6 months before that Zika virus outbreak.
And who owns the patent on the Zika virus?
Oh, that's right. Oh my God, I'm trying to remember what it was, because we talked about this. It connects back to Bill Gates again.
Oh, I thought Pfizer had that.
Again, no,
It's the U.S.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, again, you've got all these things going on, and even now with global warming, global cooling, global warming. I saw the other day that there was an article about, look at this. The Antarctic has somehow managed to triple its mass, even though we're globally warming. Oh, it's just a side effect. I'm like,
yeah.
A side effect of what? The fact that, again, good old Bill Gates, that dude, that he was spraying our skies with freaking aluminum to supposedly counteract the global warming, which, again, when that was happening, I said, that makes zero sense, because, what you're going to do is cause a massive, massive cool down if you spray the skies with aluminum. And not to mention the fact also we've had multiple, ridiculous amounts of volcanic eruptions, especially in the last 6 months. What does that do, guys? That puts all these particulates up into the atmosphere.
It blocks the sun.
There. And does what? It blocks the sun. And we're still not explaining. I haven't seen one person from any scientific agency come out and explain to me why the sun is rising and setting in the wrong place. Nor, I mean, none of this is getting explained. They're doing, oh, well, you're just seeing things. No, I'm pretty sure that sun is setting in the northwest. It shouldn't be there. It should be in the west. So it's, Oh, you just didn't notice it. No, I'm pretty sure I've been looking at the sun my whole flipping life and noting, because I live on water, noting where it rises and where it sets, even during different times of the year, because it does adjust for winter, spring, summer, fall. It does move a little bit, but not a complete chunk of space. And, again, to the point where, like you said, I've never seen an actual answer to the Inuit tribal elders who wrote a letter to NASA back in 2012 asking them what was going on, because apparently they've had to change all their hunting patterns because the sun is rising and setting in a different position. So I'm pretty sure they know where the sun's supposed to be above anybody, because their entire livelihood depends on it.
It's funny that they should write a letter asking, and you guys must be
excuse us,
responsible.
would you like to tell us what's going on here? Because the sun is in the wrong place. It's okay. But I mean, and we laugh at it, but it's really not funny.
Yeah.
Because, again, it tells us that there are things happening. Even the hurricane down in the Gulf, Hurricane Aaron. If you think this storm is, again, normal, I want to take your head and smash it into a wall. It is not normal. It is nowhere close to normal. And the repeater signals, in fact, you're getting a lot of meteorologists who are actually posting it, that these radars are picking up these really weird signals all over.
Can I
like
say
Central.
one thing real quick about Hurricane Aaron?
Mm-hmm.
During 9/11, that was Hurricane Aaron right off the coast there. Some people have the notion, the idea, maybe it's true, maybe it's not, that that storm was created to have a real high pressure, or I'm sorry, a very low pressure system off the coast of New York. That way New York would have a very high pressure system. If you remember, it was a beautiful day. There wasn't a cloud in the sky on 9/11. And that storm's name was Aaron. And if you remember, it poured the day after 9/11. That storm was gone, and then the high pressure system was gone. The low pressure came in, and it just poured rain, which would have been perfect to get rid of any nuclear type of, I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, any evidence.
Yes.
Anything,
Yep.
you know.
Yep. You think like I do, and I hate. Sometimes I love thinking that way, and sometimes I really hate it because I'm like, God, I'm such a negative Nancy. But
well, have you seen any of the ones that show that it's following, or they predict it will follow the same path as Katrina? Have you seen any of those posts?
Yes, but no. See, here's the thing with Aaron. I keep laughing because it's like, when Noah didn't get its funding, it's like they decided they were all going to just be a bunch of asshats. Because it's wrong. Everything they keep saying, it's not going to come anywhere near the eastern coastline. Wrong. And if you're watching the storm and looking at the upper level winds, you're like, oh no, that's going to keep pushing west for a little bit. I don't know what they're talking about, but yeah, pretty sure that's going to push a little further west, and it did. And now it's turning north, and now the problem is that it's created so much, I guess you could say, kinetic dysfunction behind it, that we've got this huge storm that's now brewing right in its path, and that's going to hit Florida. But with that, I've got to take us out for a break. Guys, when we return, we will continue with more of the Vixen's Fault. Hang in there. We shall return.
Okay, we're on radio break.
I did see where they were trying to draw comparisons. I thought that was weird.
Well, because Katrina was tragic.
What's crazy is it's got the same exact path too that Aaron had. Not exact path, but if you look at the they show you about 40, 30 maybe different paths it might take. Yeah, it's going about the same exact thing that Aaron did. It's a trip. That's a trip.
Well, again, it's weather modification's been going on for a very long time, and they've never, they always denied it. They denied the chemtrails. They've denied all of it, and yet we all knew it was happening. And like somebody said, well, it could be because there is a lot of air traffic. I'm like, well, that doesn't explain how that was happening. When COVID was going on and the air traffic was pretty much nothing, and yet we still had these quote unquote contrails up in the sky. Not only that, but contrails, they leave a line and they disappear or dissipate pretty much immediately. Whereas a chemtrail, because it's a different form of liquid, it's literally heavier. It expands out.
Nancy.
So that's how you always know.
Nancy, are you going to stick around for an after show?
I do not know, my brother. It's going to depend. I'm exhausted.
Yeah, I'm pretty beat. So I don't think we're going to do an after show unless you come in.
Oh, okay. Well, like I said, I'm exhausted. So I obviously I was up at 4:30 this morning. So I said, and been going and going and going and going and going and going and going today. So I'm like, my body's feeling it.
I've had a lot of stuff here lately, with house and family, and it's just been really busy. So, yeah.
It's been that way for a lot of people, to be honest. Even my week has been strange to be. All of us, to be honest.
I
What's it?
definitely could do with some sleep, that's for sure. Yeah.
I missed
Well,
2 of my streams because I freaking fell asleep.
Yeah, we missed, I missed
All
Thursdays
right.
and we missed
So
Friday.
when we end show, I'll look to host out right away. Then, at the top, near or top at probably the top of the hour. All right.
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Is
That's
everybody
cool.
okay with that? Because,
Yep.
like I said,
Yeah.
I'm beat. I don't normally stay for the
Yeah.
after show anymore because I'm so tired. But
Yeah, it's
and by
fine
the
with
way,
me.
that's
Yeah.
something
Normally,
I'm gonna note.
normally I don't mind, but yeah, tonight I
Well,
don't know. I'm beaten, and
Roger,
on
are we
top of that,
still
I
on?
probably got about 3 or 4 hours of editing to do on top of that with the archiving, and that's gonna be a lot.
Well,
So
Apologies for D Live. I was trying to mirror the show, and my computer gave out about a half an hour longer ago. So I don't know. Maybe that'll work out
that's
better
all
next
right.
time.
I had 2 platforms on me, died on me. One was Nemo TV, and the other one was YouTube. So, but that's no big deal. And then I didn't have anybody over on Telegram, so I cut it off. But yeah.
Yeah, I heard YouTube's been acting funky lately.
I don't know.
Yes,
I
yes.
mean, a lot of sites are getting a little wonky here for connecting. Over the last week and a half, I've had some issues with that. It'll take more than just maybe the 3 or 4 seconds to just bump in there. But you got less than 30 seconds, and I'll do a countdown. You can kind of hear it in my voice tonight already too. I'm pretty beat.
Yeah. Roger, are we still on for tomorrow? Yeah.
Roger, if you guys
11.
want to do something on the side on your own, that's fine. I don't mind that.
Yeah.
But here's your
I'm-
countdown, guys.
No.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now, Nance.
And we are back, and I'm not going to give you all the time and the date because y'all know what time it is and you know what date it is because I've said it like a bazillion times. Oh, wait, you know what? I'll give you the time just in case. 10:30 p.m., half past the hour Eastern Standard Time. We're in the last half hour of the show. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a nice break, a little bit refreshing. And I got to tell you tonight, those of you who stay on to listen for the after show, we are not going to do the after show tonight only because everybody's kind of beat. I know producer Mark is exhausted. I am exhausted. Mark Edworthy, man, I don't even know how he's doing it right now because he's 5 hours ahead of us. So, I mean, he's got to be dragging in the mud. And I'm sure Roger will figure something out. That's just Roger.
I've got cool stuff that I can do by myself.
I don't even want to go there.
No one wants to know that, Roger. You keep that to yourself.
That's what you think.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, so again, when we came off, we were talking about weather and weather modification and Aaron and all the very interesting little things about Aaron that link to 9/11. And I think, it's very interesting because I do know that one of the things that Trump had promised to release, and the man is good to his word, even though if you listen to him on the news, you're thinking, oh, he's doing everything he said he wouldn't. But if you watch what's actually happening, what he said was going to get done is getting done. It's just not getting done the way we thought it would. Now, he did promise to release what actually happened on 9/11. And again, I just find all these little correlations and comparisons because there's one thing about Trump that a lot of people don't remember is that he is a 9/11 truther. He 100% was very vocal about the fact that a lot of stuff went down on 9/11 that we were not told about. And a lot of it was not good. So again, I always say, he plays his part as best as he can, and actually it's kind of genius. He plays into it. Let them think I'm their friend. It's not going to be me that releases this information. It's going to be you guys demanding it be released. And he's right. I mean, in fact, there was a federal judge out in California who denied the DOJ for releasing the transcripts on Epstein. Now, I guarantee most people, because that's not being carried by the liberal press. Oh, no, no, no. You're only finding that out if you're actually digging in and reading local press releases or an alternative. Why? Because what does that show? That's very problematic. Why would a federal judge squash a release from the DOJ, giving us information about Epstein, which the people are demanding? So what is going on? And it's a liberal federal judge. I'll put that out there too. It's Obama era, Obama assigned judge. So why are these files being withheld? What is so scary that's in these files? And I'm telling you, it's not Donald Trump. It's not. Y'all could think it is, but it's not. And oh yeah, that was the other thing that happened this week. Bill Barr showed up for his congressional testimony. Somehow he managed to escape his memory unit and was sworn in and gave testimony, and actually looked pretty good for a guy with no memory, and made it very clear that, you know, yeah, that Trump was never on the Lolita Express. Trump was never part of Epstein's little crowd. You know, they knew that. That's why. And he made the point that I've made a million frickin' times with this case. When everybody says, oh, he was there, he did it, Trump, he's a billionaire, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, you know, guys, I'm just going to make that little finite point. If he was on the Lolita Express and he had anything to do with pedophilia, and they had that information, because all this stuff would have been in files that they had access to through the FBI, they wouldn't have bothered with this whole, you know, oh, he insulted and touched a woman 50 years ago who looks like crotch rot anyway, and we're going to let him, we're going to go after him. And I'm sorry, but it's true. I mean, he had all these beautiful, gorgeous women of all races and ages hanging off him, but no, he went after, you know, the spinster and, you know, harassed her, and we're going to give her a tens of millions of dollars in settlement. And it's like, no, they would never have even touched that. That was desperate. But they would have gone after him for Epstein. And I keep saying that. I'm like, if they had anything, they would have freaking crucified him over the last 4 years. He would have been the only person that went to jail for Epstein. Literally. Right. Because that's how bad they wanted him. And we all know it. So, yeah, this whole thing, I think he's playing their hatred against them when he says, you know, well, no, we can't release it, making it look like he might have some portion in there. Yeah, no. It's going to be like his tax returns. Epic disappointment.
Could that be mutual assured destruction with the Democrats in terms of Epstein?
No, because it was not mutually assured destruction when they went after him for the mortgages. Was it? Because apparently those laws, whatever they did there, only applied to him. Because now what's happening, we're seeing many Democrats actually being charged with the exact thing they charged Trump with, except it's legitimate. Yeah. So, yeah, they were using do as I say, not as I do type of standards in the court systems, and the judges were allowing it. And this is what I'm saying. There's going to be a giant cleansing. And it's going to be the right and the left, because both sides have some serious corruption issues, and they're seriously dirty. And if you think they're separated, if y'all think that this is really a right and left thing, you're an idiot, because you need the right and the left for the Leviathan to function.
Yeah,
you cannot. It's all one body.
The one thing that catches me is like this takes me back to Hannity on Fox. Okay, he used to annoy me the crap out of me because he always talked about these dossier on Hillary Clinton and she's going to prison. And you know what? Lo and behold, it never happened. So when it comes to a lot of the stuff that's being done right now, I'm seeing a lot of Hannity crap that's being pushed out that's just completely bogus. And you shouldn't listen to people like that because they're just sending you down a path that's a rabbit hole that leads nowhere. And they're doing it on purpose.
I don't think so. I think they are going to get a lot of these people because, again, it's not just the financial crimes. It's not just that. You have literally crimes against humanity in a huge way, like not avoidable. You had a health crisis where they literally forced populations to take something that is killing them. Literally an experimental vaccine, and it's not even a vaccine. That's the thing. By definition, it's not a vaccine.
Therapy. It's gene
Yeah.
therapy.
They
So
actually
they-
changed the definition, though, so it actually technically is a vaccine because they had to go into the Merriam-Webster's dictionary in 2022, I believe it was, and actually change the definition of what a vaccine was to include mRNA, DNA changing gene therapy. It's
CRISPR therapy, which I'm kind of laughing because I'm like, wait a minute, this is all CRISPR therapy, wasn't CRISPR that stuff that Chinese scientist who came up with it spent a lot of time in jail for? I mean, when did all this stuff become? In fact, even the cloning. I laugh because you find out that they've been cloning for a long time, but we've all known they were cloning. And I'm not talking in the sense of all full human body cloning, although I'm sure they are absolutely capable of it. Why? Yeah. Because they were cloning fetal cells back in the freaking late 60s. That's why.
Well,
And they were putting it. No.
Genetically enhanced baby over in China. Don't you remember that?
Yep. Well, China's not under the same rules we are.
No, of course not.
Nancy, do you remember the Dolly the sheep incident in the UK?
Dolly, Dolly.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what I'm saying.
Was back in '89, I think.
But that was old technology even when it happened.
Yeah.
But okay, so this guy we brought up and I've known this for a long time, but when Anons were starting to really hammer into the pedophilia that is rampant, and it is rampant. That's not a game. That's not a joke. These guys are sick at the top. They do some sick things. But what that brought about was basically cloning and the fact that, fetuses and aborted fetuses and what they do with them. And I've always said, to me, I don't care where everybody else stands. I have a personal opinion. I don't hold everybody to my opinion. My opinion is that abortion is a blood sacrifice. It's literally you are sacrificing the blood of the innocent to get what you want. It is a blood sacrifice, whether or not, and I'm a pagan, and I'll full out tell you, that's a blood sacrifice. Sorry, you may not like it. May not be convenient to hear, but it's the
like
truth.
Moloch. Sacrificing to Moloch. Yeah.
It's literally the blood of the innocent. So it's one of those things where when that's discussed and then you go back and you say, well, wait a minute, in the late 60s, you had PepsiCo who literally cloned a fetal cells and used it for sweetener in Pepsi.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so, because people were like, Cinemix. The whole thing was all about the fact that people were saying, oh, they use aborted fetuses in Pepsi. And, oh, no, let's correct that. No, they weren't using aborted fetuses per se. They were using cloned aborted fetuses for the sweet. So it's like, but that should tell you that was in the late 60s.
In your Starbucks, too.
Yep. It was in the late 60s. So
Nothing
imagine.
better than cloned fetuses in my cream, dude. Wow.
I'm telling you. Again, but people don't know this. They take the fact that the government said, well, no, it wasn't aborted fetuses, and that's where they put the period on the end of the sentence. They don't explain the fact that it was a cloned aborted fetus.
You know how you guys talk about low birth rates too? There's something I did recently when it comes to genetically modified foods and stuff, and nobody ever takes that into consideration. When you introduce genetically modified elements into the wild, it actually competes with what's natural, and it causes those kind of effects. So if you're sitting and you're eating freaking that nice, beautiful white corn, don't you think that's going to lower the birth count in regular human beings because you're introducing these genetically modified elements into your body?
Into your bio, yep. And that's, people don't, it actually really messes up your digestive system, which is the seat of your immunity system.
Mm-hmm.
So people don't think about that. You're putting things in your body that are really screwing up your digestive system in a huge way. And like even the Monsanto crops that are spliced with, basically, they're spliced with things that kill insects, poisons. and you're putting that into your digestive system and destroying your own immunity system. And then you had COVID, which, what was it? What did it actually attack? It attacked your ability to fight things off, immunity system, which is why we're having these big upswings of diseases we haven't seen in decades. It's not because people aren't getting vaccinated. You idiots. The people that are getting sick are people our age who are fully vaccinated. Oh, and then all of a sudden it's, wait, there's a shelf life. Oh, come the hell on. We've had how many generations go before us where this was not a problem? Okay, so
for shingles.
You got one or two things. But shingles exploded after the varicella vaccine came on the market.
They never
That's something
told
else
anybody.
they don't tell you.
Yeah.
They don't.
We're actually vaccinating people for whooping cough again.
Yep. Oh, even, what was it? RSV. Oh, RSV. Everybody get your RSV. Older people, younger people, everybody get RSV. I'm like, wait a minute. I was a medic. RSV is it's an infant disease. Why are we vaccinating people for RSV? We're immune to it because we usually get it when we're very, very young. And you work through it and you have an immunity to it. Why is this happening? All of a sudden, we're all recatching things that we've had either naturally or we were vaccinated for it. It's never been a problem before COVID.
It's because that the vaccine, the jab. Well, can I say that? Can I say the jab? that has an element in it that for the mRNA sequencing that turns off, it's HIV. So you can get into the cells.
There's also another factor to think about: immigration. In the UK, I believe, late last year, there was a report of an outbreak of TB. Yeah, TB.
You get that from being homeless, dude. They used to test me when I was on the streets
TB
homeless.
is the major killer of the world, really.
I mean,
It's the most
homeless
infectious.
shelters search the people coming in for TB and freaking, they make them check for freaking mites and shit by lifting their shirts up. So, I mean, it's been here. It's been everywhere. If you're homeless.
But there's a massive increase in the last couple of years.
Supposedly.
Well, according to reports I saw at the time.
Again, one of the things that they don't tell you, though, about the COVID virus itself is that the COVID virus had what we call inslips of HIV.
Yeah.
So, in other words, it had markers of HIV within the virus. What does HIV do? HIV cracks your cells open. It kills your immunity system. That's what makes it so dangerous. That's how you end up going into full-blown AIDS, because of how HIV works. So,
with that. Yeah.
So we're all basically babies again, and we're rebuilding our immunity system. If you had COVID or you got the jab, you are back in square A.
It's just the jab.
Well, that's what the
Just the
IDS
jab.
and AIDS stands for. Immunity, autoimmune syndrome. Oh, God, now I can't remember
disorder.
But that's what the IDS stands for. It's the only thing is it's just not auto. Autoimmune deficiency syndrome. There you go.
Yeah.
So
But it's
everything
the jab
but
that gives
minus
you
the
that.
auto.
Not the actual virus, just the jab.
Why most people didn't die of AIDS. They died of pneumonia because they couldn't fight it. So again, it's one of those things where, guys, even the pneumonia vaccine, come on, you cannot vaccinate society to the point we've vaccinated. 72 vaccination on the required roster for kids. Are you out of your mind? All those chemicals going into those kids, it's way too much. Their immunity systems you're going to create. It's basically a kill pill. At this point,
it is a kill pill.
creating a society. It's like I always said that. I always thought that homosexuality was something they did on purpose too. That they did something to our foods that affected our hormones and our genetics, that created this large blow up. Because before, there's always been homosexuals. There's always been even transsexuals, hermaphrodites. That's historical. It's always happened. But a very, very itty bitty part of the population was like that, or the really wealthy because they just don't care.
Because the Lieutenant Gufron's gay.
I've said it a million times. Ralphie's heard me say it. I always thought that homosexuality was a kill switch. Why? Because they don't reproduce.
Right.
They don't reproduce. So it's like, okay, the only way you can get them to reproduce is if you are literally doing what China's doing, which is, implanting babies in robots now. That's their new thing.
So should I bring up the ape experiments? Because I think that's actually where AIDS came from.
Well, we made it here.
They wanted to impregnate human women with the sperm of apes so that they could create an ape army.
Yeah,
it actually happened over
Planet of the Apes. Yep.
That's where that was actually inspired off of. And that is a true story, by the way.
It is, and it actually started in Russia.
Mm-hmm.
So
and
yeah, that is true.
SM40, the SM40 thing, which is also in the jab, which is simian virus, which doesn't turn the switch on to close off that, it doesn't renew or re-put in the ability to fight off these things. They forgot to put that in there.
Well, this is what I'm saying. And anybody doing any kind of science, anything, you cannot play with genetics. You're not God. You're not the creator. You are not part of and we're doing science. No, you're not doing science. What you're doing is Dr. Frankenstein. And
that's
it
also
needs to stop.
Transhumanism.
It's not even transhumanism, maybe, but I mean,
you're changing their DNA.
You've actually experienced a lot of that stuff, though, Vicky, in your profession. Like when it comes to those anti-blockers that stops or reduces blood, that's Frankenstein freaking medicine right there. They actually took a dog's head, cut it off, and put it on another dog's head so that they can freaking do the research on
I
that.
saw that video, man. That was awful to look at, but wow, that was awful. I saw that video.
And that's real medicine. They practice that stuff in the hospitals today.
I couldn't believe it. Its tongue, they were touching at its, tongue to show you that, like, look, it's breathing, it's thirsty, etc.
Mm-hmm. It's more developed
again, it's
now.
Like, but it's like, it's like we're watching our own destruction occur, and everybody's cheering. People are really stupid. Oh, they're making disease go away. No. For every disease you fight off, there's a new, stronger disease that comes up in its place. They're called superbugs. When you do things and you're using pharmaceutical, in other words, not natural means to fight them off, you're using chemical means. You create a resistance within your body. It even happens with natural stuff. You can't, like valerian root. Great example. Valerian root is natural as it comes. It's like a natural form of Xanax. But if you take too much valerian root, you become immune to its effects. You build a resistance to it. It's the same with everything. But now what we have going on is we have like a superbug form of MRSA. And MRSA's freaking horrific. And I always say to people, do you ever wonder why MRSA is like the most common place you get MRSA? You know where it is? You want to laugh? Most common place to get MRSA. You would think it would be like, swimming in a sewer or something like that. Oh, no. It's the hospital. The hospital is the most common place to get MRSA.
Yep.
That right there should tell you something is seriously epically wrong.
Disgusting, dirty people, man. That's what it is. Those doctors just sit around not taking baths and shit. And
yeah.
Cutting people up and got blood all over their shirt. You know what I mean? And they don't even change. They just go right on into the next operation with blood on their freaking shirts. And
I can tell you that in nursing school, we did learn to use our gloves because before then, and I graduated in 1984, we didn't use gloves the way we did after AIDS came around. And everybody used gloves and washed the daylight out of their hands. But before then, no, you could easily have your hands in somebody's blood. It wasn't a big deal. After 1984, which is when Fauci got started, that's when everybody started using the glove.
Yep, using the glove, using the masks, and like I said,
I use the glove. I use them.
Oh no,
we're not talking about the same gloves, Roger.
No. All right, guys. I gotta start wrapping the show up because we're going down to the last 3 minutes. I'm gonna start with you, Vicky. Tell everybody where you can be found.
You can find me on Telegram. My channel is For Such a Time as This. And on X, not very often, but at Booklander62.
And currently, you can probably find Vicky building a bonfire to burn Roger's glove. Roger, tell everybody where they can find you.
You can find me on Teams as Roger Hansen. You can also find me on Minds and X as Minds is Roger_Hansen and X is at ROGLOL1973.
I like that.
And currently, you can find Roger on Amazon ordering bulk gloves. Jason, tell everybody where you can be found.
You can find me at DLive Friday, Saturday, and Sunday mornings, 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Mark Edworthy, still awake over there. Tell everybody where they can find you.
Just barely. You can find me on Minds under the username Medworthy.
Sounds good. Raphael, tell everybody where they can find you. Stop playing the video game. Put the remote down.
You can find me on Twitter at X_ICE_1811.
And as for myself, you can find me, as always, on Twitter as Rider on the Storm. I am on Telegram as Wiccan Vixen and Facebook as Nancy Planetta or Wiccan Vixen. Either one will bring my account up. With that, a big thank you to Mark, our producer, for doing the show tonight and struggling through with the rest of us because we're all exhausted. I'm telling you, we are all feeling like we got hit by a semi. With that, we are out of here for the evening. Join us next week, same bat time, same bat station for The Vixen's Vault.
Good night.
All right. All right. All right.
Thank
If
you,
you
Mark.
are on Kick, we are going to host out to Smoke in Peace, a good friend of mine. And
Smoke in Peace.
Smoke in Peace, yeah. And if you are on DLive, we're going to go over to Clairvoyant tonight. I haven't sent her folks in a while, so I'm going to send her some folks tonight. So
Yeah, great channel. Great
yeah,
channel.
she's great. She's a great person. Let's put the off air up here, and then I'm going to start that host out right now. All right. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. It's been a great and wonderful night. Hope everybody out there is, had a great night, too. So,
Thanks, Mark.
yeah.
Thank you, Mark. Get some rest, bro.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. And like I said, hold on here. I'm still not. Oh, where'd my DLive dashboard go? Oh my God, come on!
Good night, everybody.
All right, good night. Well, we're
Good
here,
night, everybody.
Good night.
We're here.
Yeah,
in,
same here.
Well-
I just got everything finished up. I'll be getting off too. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, good
Good
night,
night.
everybody. And I'm stopping stream right